2 spots were taken in the Americas RMRs yesterday, and 3 more will be taken today. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. It is the Americas RMRs for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Day number 3 kicking off today. My name is Sam. I'm also known as Tekel. I'll be your host. Also, I say that every time. I need to change my introduction. I think I'll work on that for tomorrow. Joining me, I have Maui and Blair. Did either of you get any sleep with the update that dropped?
Not me, I'll tell you that. Absolutely no sleep whatsoever, and I'm so excited, man. I didn't expect Train to drop right. I'm just saying it right now. Just take out Vertigo. Put in Train for the RMR. No one's going to complain. Put it in for the Major. Everyone's going to be happy. It's going to be perfect.
I saw Moses actually tweeting about how we need Train in the Major, and I was like, you know, I kind of agree.
It's ready.
I wouldn't mind. It's not like really anybody plays Vertigo anyways. I mean, I think we've had it maybe like 5 times on the mainstream at least. So beyond that though, I just want to see Fallen win, you know? Fallen's been so good at it throughout history. And I think he needs a little bit of a boost, you know, for Brazil.
So what do we think of it? Have you had a chance to play?
I didn't have a chance to play, but I did have a chance to just look through some of the big changes that have happened here so far. I think the outer side in particular, it plays very different. Like you have the train lanes, right? The old bomb side back in 1.6, like 2 of them have been covered off. I think it's way more harder for the CTs. The inner bomb side, I like the changes. Pop dog's kind of different as well. Look, is it
even pop dog anymore? Is it long dog now?
Long dog.
Shut up, Sam. It's too early in the morning. I like it. It's not the same. I love the fact that it's not just like a facelift like we saw in Overpass, for example. They've changed a lot of aspects of the map, and I think that's a great thing. There will be a few more tweaks down the line. Hey, that's great.
I'm actually really glad that they released the smoke lineup feature off the rip. I feel like there's no excuse anymore for my matchmaking teammates to ruin my games, ruin those smokes. But unlike Bleh, who likes to silence women, I respect women, and I want to know, Tech Girl, what did you think? What did you think of this change? Are you happy?
I slept, gents. I worked the whole freaking schedule. You guys get to go back. So I woke up this morning to get ready for work to find out that Train had dropped. That was when I found out. I had maybe 10 minutes to watch. I feel very left out. I have massive FOMO. I get to ride to the studio with all the observers, and they pretty much haven't slept. They've been up all night playing, and I got
real
to hear,
gamers right there.
Yeah, I got to hear all the fun stuff. I missed it. I was being a very good girl, and I was in bed.
Okay.
Actually, that's very understandable. A lot of changes, honestly, apart from Train as well. You know, they made some changes to Overpass. I think they also changed the grenade trajectory now. It can show your jump throw positions in a little PIP window as well as a prediction. So, and even when it comes to the way your client reacts when you take a shot, I think it's more instantaneous. I think there's a bit of compensation. So, a lot of changes we can get into at the end of the day once we're done with our this America's RMR or something.
I got 2 more days. Then I'm free for a little bit because Mr. Richard Lewis is taking this seat, so I can catch up.
Is he? Is Twitter going to let him?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Is he going to let himself, actually? Is he going to pull himself away from Twitter? Love you, Rich.
Know.
All mates.
Richie, you might have given me 2 more weeks of work, so I won't say no to that. But no, I think he'll be here. He will definitely be in this chair in a little bit. But you're stuck with me for the next 2 days. And you're also stuck with Wildcard and MIBR, 2 teams who yesterday qualified for the damn major. I was very critical of MIBR, but didn't drop a single map, and now the Brazilians are going to have their stickers.
Hey, I told you Lukowski's going to get better, okay?
Yeah.
And he did.
Many people doubt Lukowski. Not me, I said. And I honestly think that MIBR, they have such great foundations as a team that I've seen them go deep at other ESL Challenger events. Sure, this supposed upgrade on paper to get Lukowski was kind of in a weird place because they won an event actually with BRN Azan recently, or in the last year that is.
Yep.
But at the same time, they just have so much to work with that I would have just been shocked if they didn't make it through.
Yeah, I think this is a team both of us look to absolutely make it through, right? And it is quite telling how comfortable they looked at the end of the day. We obviously, still have Liquid, FURIA, some of the big names out there who haven't quite qualified for the major yet, although today could be the day when that happens. But yeah, MIBR has been just phenomenal. And whatever questions we had about this Lukowski signing being a little too late, Maui, you said it yourself. Give him time. I guess 2 months was enough, I guess.
Maybe, but now they've got a bit of time to prep for the major. Can we just talk about complexity though and the massive fall off we saw yesterday? Which I'm not even I'm not surprised. I do feel like this is the story of complexity for 2024. They build you up to break you down.
I am getting so frustrated regularly with complexity. I was co-streaming this one actually after we were done with our shift, and I just once again, there's things that, you know, this hotel, it should be higher. You know, let's just say that. And it may be, in the words of someone that was responding to Richard yesterday, I would have done everybody a favor. That's me watching complexity.
I have absolutely nothing else to add to that apart from the fact that, again, it goes back to this thing I mentioned on day one itself. I wanted this complexity lineup to fail a little bit more miserably. So maybe there's a change. Again, I don't even know about the players, but something is definitely not clicking. I think they're just too emo. It's a mental game. I don't know what it is, but... Well, right now they can't make any changes. They need to still deliver. So, yeah, no excuses.
It's like Yanko said yesterday, though. The truth of it is they're probably going to lose a liege after the major. This is, I mean, it's probably going to happen. That's probably sitting over their heads already. They've got some big issues they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
However, none of that matters when you think about a situation that has arisen where this is now an organization where it isn't going to be an easy ride, because obviously with Jason Lake taking it over, that sticker money is kind of important. Like, that's got to keep that sort of cash flow keeps this organization alive from a sponsorship point of view, all of that. That's got to be sitting in the back of your mind if you're a player as well. This isn't just about the major. Like, this is about your future and your home.
For complexity, I know that Jason's going to make sure that it happens at all costs, even of his own expenses. There was a day where I was last year, 2023, where Jason, I saw him in Abu Dhabi because he was trying to talk to investors there. He talked about how he just flew from Dallas the other day, how he was going back to Dallas, back to Abu Dhabi, back to some country in China, or not China, I mean in Asia.
A country in China.
A country in China. It's early. It's a little early, Blau, okay? What can I say? But yes, I do agree. The sticker money is so important for an organization of complexity stature that wants to keep everything intact and everybody together. And I will say, though, you know, if Yanko's right, if Elige is gone, that's a pretty big buyout. So you could actually double up sticker money and a buyout. Hey,
They got to get to the major first to
And
get
everyone
that
wins.
sticker money.
Everyone
true.
wins. So does Elige. Boom.
everybody wins?
Yeah.
Does Floppy win? Does Grim win?
Doesn't matter.
Does JT win?
Do you know who
Does
hasn't
TC
won?
win?
To be clear, you know who hasn't won is the complexity fans, because they have been disappointing them. So they're going to have to step up their game in a big way today. The other one that got through, the North American Helpfuls, with what, they've got one USA member on their team. It is, of course, Wildcard.
Love to see it.
Let's
Love to
go.
see it. I think Wildcard has just been the absolute surprise of this tournament. Absolutely, right? And sure, you can throw in all the caveats and, oh, it's because of this, because of Jeba, you know, he's playing in a hotel room. That's why he's playing from his bedroom. Whatever the case is, they have played out of the bloody minds. That opening game against Liquid comes to mind, where they pull off that incredible comeback. They had a close second map, the second game as well, against Pain, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. And then yesterday against Nouns, the first map, kind of closer affair on an Inferno, completely schooling Nouns on this map. And again, we said it yesterday as well, Maui. I'm going to say today as well. Stan is just so phenomenal what he's doing with his team right now.
The calling from Stan is fantastic.
Exquisite, yeah.
It's so well drilled in the mid round. It's so decisive, so quick, and he has such strong reads. I feel like every time Wildcard decided to stack a bomb site, 90% of the time they were right.
Yeah.
I feel like the mid rounds as well, so carefully devised by Stan, and making sure that he's going to attack the weaker bomb site of the two, leaving some kind of contingency plan through almost every situation. I was honestly blown away by what I saw here from Wildcard. I knew it was always possible when Stan is at the helm, but I didn't know that he got his players into this sort of form as well, because people like Susp really surprised me. So that's maybe on him, maybe it's on Stan, maybe it's the coaching staff behind him, but Susp was a huge boon for this team, because as an aggressive rifler, he hasn't even really been popping off that hard in online America's competition, but at this event in particular, getting above a 1.1 rating, he's just throwing himself into the fray over and over again, and yeah, a little bit of Swedish firepower.
I think
Before you do that, we're going to have to move on, because the games
fine.
are coming up.
Okay.
As much as I love to talk about Wildcard, let's pull up our schedule for today on the B stream. If you want to hear more about Wildcard, go watch the stream from yesterday, because we did speak about it. These are elimination games taking place on the B stream. That's where we're going to be sitting here.
How do your red Canids look like there, Maui, at the bottom? One
they
and two.
survived yesterday.
And they're still alive,
Hey,
barely.
don't call it a comeback when they beat Legacy. Don't call it a comeback.
right.
Zero will humble Dumao.
He did tell his teammates to stop being pussies in a server. That's
He
what he
did.
said. He did.
He did.
Yeah.
And then, of course, what will be taking place here, 3 matches, 3 spots in the perfect world Shanghai Major. This is the big one, of course. All of these teams now playing. That last game
Stacked.
today is a banger. FURIA up against Liquid. Damn, that's going to be a fight. One of those teams will have to move on to tomorrow, possibly play 2 best of 3s to try and make the major. Did not think it would be one of those names that would be fighting that hard.
Surely it can't. Could it potentially be the loser? I mean, the loser of that game could play the loser of Complexity M80 as well, right? There's a real possibility there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pure cinema the last 2 days.
And M80 is a bit of a complexity, like, kryptonite.
Look at me, Ricky. Look at me, Ricky. You know? Yeah, no, M80 feels
Legendary
totally
line.
confident versus Complexity. All 3 of those series could go either way, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's talk about the first one, though. 9Z up against Pain. Blair, 9Z has been your pick for a while as one of the favorites to make it through.
Yes, so is Pain. The thing is, the difference here is I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think the first 2 games absolutely going to be very, very close. I think Pain is just going to bring the Pain to 9Z. I'm just taking a look at the matchup, and I'm like, they've had their number the past couple of times they've played. It's been just like 2 months prior as well, and that too pretty convincingly. I think the last match was like 2-0 fashion. You look at the results, you look at the map pool as well. It's heavily, heavily favoring the side of Pain. They look pretty solid so far, apart from the 1 map loss. For me, the 9Z loss we had yesterday, that was worrying. It just how completely they capitulated, and it feels like they're just lacking prep on maps they should at least have it on. Yesterday in Inferno map, even though it's not their map pick, dude, the amount of missed smokes you're seeing there, that's not something I should be expecting from a team like 9Z.
They looked very uninspiring for me yesterday up against Wildcard.
Okay, we got the veto rolling in, though. We're going to get an Ancient ban here. I think 9Z like to take out Vertigo. Pain. They could have gone a couple different directions here. They had played Nuke earlier. I think they
go with Nuke, right? That's the only option there.
Okay, they go with Mirage, actually. Okay.
Okay.
They've been liking that one lately. Okay, 9Z going with... and 9Z have liked Dust 2 a lot. They've tried making that home map, even though they don't have the best win rate on it.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it here, and they do pick it. Decider. I think,
Nuke?
Yeah, I think it could be Nuke. I think 9Z are comfortable with it.
I think Pain bans
Pain have
Nuke.
let it through as well.
I think Pain just bans Nuke.
Oh, they ban Nuke?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, okay.
Anubis. Okay, so 9Z have only played Anubis once in the past 3 months, and it was a 13-11 loss to MIBR, which was an EPL a while ago, by the way. Just looking at this, I have to favor Pain. Simple as that.
The 9Z pick of Dust 2, I feel like their Dust 2 hasn't looked great of late.
No.
It did look great on day 1.
It looked good against Red Canids.
Yeah, so
And I
wouldn't
love that
count
team, but come on,
that's
you know.
true. That's true.
I think just one thing to take into Mirage here that's been impressive about 9Z. I was looking at some of their just players earlier today, and Lux has been really popping off for this team, and he's the B anchor. So when they switch to that CT side, it just feels like his rotations have been so much quicker in the last couple months. Like I think he's gaining familiarity with opponents. I think he's basically just prepping for per opponents, because before I think he would just kind of stick around a little too long. Nowadays, I feel like as soon as his team has an idea that they're just going A, he can rotate so much faster, which means he can actually get involved in the plays. And if you got one extra hand on the bomb site, it's a lot easier to hold it.
Really quickly, gents, 1-word answers. How does this go? Is it a 9Z or a Pain victory?
Pain train.
Yeah, I'm taking Pain.
There we go. They are not divided. The boys agree Pain can claim this and possibly claim a spot at the Shanghai Major. It's time to get into game. Jackie and Vince are with us now.
Anything but a painful segment when we've got you three on screens, guys. It's always exciting, but of course Pain will be in the server, Vince, and it's going to be very fun to see which one of these 2 teams is locking it in today here at the Americas RMR. If there was a reason to get up bright and early, this game would be it for me, bud.
It is such a fun game on paper. Yes, 9Z have been a little bit shaky as of late. We've also seen Pain have their slips and slides, their ups and downs. So I do think, though, as they touched on with the desk, that there is definitely an advantage when it comes to the map veto here for Pain. They have pretty much every map they play, barring Ancient, which they just got rid of immediately. Interestingly enough, when we cast them yesterday, they played Ancient. So It's just very powerful veto for Pain. And you were just discussing before how 9Z have been struggling on Mirage as of late.
Yeah, man, it's the loss streak, Vince. That's what's scary about it, right? The sheer quantity of maps they've lost in a row on this one. Well, we'll see if it'll affect things here, if they're able to start the day off with a better result, and one that will get them into the groove of things. We'll dial in for now. First round is live. It's Pain Gaming over on the T side, and 9Z being your CTs. You got 2 sets of Julies to work with and a flashbang in the back pocket for Big IGL Max, whereas for Pain, right now, they're setting themselves up for a play down through mid. Martinez, fires off the rattling shot spins. Lux opens it up with a Glock. Back at the bomb site, Buddha, can he deal damage?
Not just yet. Smoke in his eyes, but they have lost Lux, which is going to be a contingent for the flank that's been sent packing. DG team, the meanwhile, laying it down and denying this bomb plant for that a little bit longer. The T's can't quite manage to close the gap, but now Snow from the back is going to be trying to strike in, and it's down to the brains himself of Big Azera. Had a bit of a slow tournament and not picking up pace just now. Max with 2 alongside DGT, and 9Z claim the first round. It was looking a little bit scary for a few moments, though.
There was some opening shake, but they're able to reset things, keep it calm, and pick that one up. So pistol in the back pocket. It was this as well, the spam shots through the smoke. You're thinking that maybe one of them would connect. Instant snap back, put him down his grave. At least they get the ball rolling early. 9Z taking that pistol round. They're straight back into the second. Obviously, cash flow not going to be there for Pain. Big Guzera does opt to grab himself a deagle. Looks for an opening pick towards the back of B initially. No pain, no gain. But won't find anything for that one. Can instantly posture off. Shows a little bit of pressure. Plants a seed of doubt. We'll see if it starts to grow.
Not too much moisture in the air for the time being here over on Mirage, but Pain to try and spill some blood with those Glocks. They all move together through on the ramp side. Martinez up close with his MP9. Huazo Peak also can turn his attention over onto this side as soon as the first bullets get spit down towards the T's, but it's Big Azera. The one Glock they had in hand, and it has rattled the dome of Martinez. Still plenty of time on the clock as well. They don't have to fully commit behind this one. But that's leaving Huazo Peak in a bit of an awkward position. He's not sure if they're going to come through that smoke, so he's trying to watch 2 separate angles at once. Pain have caused a little bit of suffering early on, but it's unlikely they'll be able to build off the back of this one, Jack. He's still just that deagle in play. They haven't managed to pick up the MP9 as of yet.
Huazo Peak underneath the balcony. He's waiting for the run out. Catwells is able to get his hands on the MP9, clearing towards Sandwich as he runs on out. Oh, the flick back around is actually pretty meaty, and that gives them more stock into this one. Max trying to get a look into the back of the bomb site. Peppers some damage out, sets it up for potentially Buddha to make the big plays. Bold moves from Snow, re-aggresses onto CT, grabs another weapon, and they're in a good spot in the post plant. 2v2.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy they're even in this position in the first place. A deagle with 4 Glocks, executing with no utility. Huazo Peak had a nightmare. And with no kit between the two of them, they have to get on that bomb soon. Pain Gaming just playing the time, playing possum. Now they have picked up the kit. Gonna go for the full defuse, but there it's Goaz. Sprays down DGT, and that should be the round on top of it, as Buddha's stuck between 2 awkward positions, goes in and falls to Snow's hand. Pain have snatched that round away with a deagle.
And now get ready for this. You know Snow is going to be going absolutely wild, and it'll be the sort of energy that they'll need to bring out into a game like this. We'll catch it on the replay, I'm sure. If not this time, it'll be all throughout the series. They get very excited, and it's always fun to watch. This is a round that would give you a fair bit of energy. Like you said, bud, you're going into that with hardly anything, right? Just the deagle in the hands of Big Guzera. Cowes finds himself the MP9 and absolutely blessed with a weapon. Divine stuff. Pull it off in the 2v2. Here it is. Man, I love it so much. It's actually so fun watching Snow. Actually, you know what? It's just no fun watching the entire team of Pain. The whole camp goes off.
Yeah, NQZ's just as loud as Snow, if not more so. But it's great to see this young 17-year-old really capturing his dream, playing at the top levels of Counter-Strike. And again, this is a progression match. You qualify for the Major if you win the series. He's potentially just an hour or two away from securing his spot at the Shanghai Major. And what a horrible start, by the way, for 9Z. It doesn't really get much worse than that. You win the pistol, you then effectively have to deal with a Deagle and Glocks, you lose, and now your economy is straight up in the bin. They have got that first pick, but Quaz is quick to make the most of the flashed-up Buddha, who falls by himself. And now the bomb starting to transfer across towards this site. Going to be planting in amongst all of the smoke. A clean retake wouldn't be required here from 9Z if they're going to pick this one up, and they've decided they don't really want any part of it. They're going to save these weapons instead. Makes a lot of sense. So 2-1 to Pain, hot off the back of that tactical timeout so early on in our progression matchup.
It's a great draw as well. A matchup that should be pretty exciting based off previous results that we've seen between these two teams. In the head-to-head over the course of 2024, it's been 4 matchups that they played. Pain, they lead that in the total tally. 3-1 in the best of 3s that they played, winning the last 2 of them. Back of the dash-up, Belgrade event, Season 2. Pain took that as a 2-0, and IEM Cologne as well, winning that one 2-1 to eliminate 9Z from the event. So there's been some beef between these two teams, and it's why it should be quite explosive over the course of this BO3. For Pain, you come out swinging early, though. And it really was that big reset round, right? One Deagle in the hands of Big Guzera. MP9 makes a world of difference, and it's led us to this territory. 2-1 split, 9Z, still no cash to work with. You go for the scout pickup on Martinez. He can make some big moves. If you get some tags in with the 5-7s, there's room to convert with the scout, or vice versa. Pressure put on towards middle. Grouping up towards the A site as well. Cowers, AK, inside of the Palace, looking potentially for the peek out. Bit of a scout play towards mid. Buddha goes in for the first face, but falls down to Big Guzera. And Cowers, don't imagine he's the sort of man that's going to walk into DGT here. Uses the nades.
Oh, it's not going to save him though. The 5-7 up close removes him as a potential threat. 3-3. AK also trades hands. Quaz's AK now moves across towards 9Z. As Big Guzera making moves onto the B site. They spotted a lot of confrontation over on A. They've made the right decision, but they still need to get the cross. And the scout's going to weaken them up. Easy pickings for DGT. Lux goes into his shallow grave, and with 45 seconds left, Big Guzera and Snow, they can't just barrage their way onto the site. There will be a post plant coming in. This is where the lack of utility and the lack of health on players like DGT can be a problem, but the flash doing very little. Was designated towards the market, doesn't land in there. Instead, Big Guzera with 9 bullets in his magazine, and I have to try and pick off one of these oncoming CTs.
He gets the info. Oh, going for the reface each and every time, though. It's 9Z hitting the shots. Response back, good onto Snow. An equalizing round found. Already we're seeing signs of this one potentially being a little bit scrappy. Some swing rounds, some explosive CS here and there. The scout paying off, and the investment works. Going to that, what, a few 5-7s, one scout. Hit their shots, pick up the pieces. Now you get a better buy going into the next and carry over the AKs as well. So round 5, this is going to be lights out. NQZ donning the AWP. Yet to get off the starting block in this map, Vince, but overall, he has been absolutely beasting.
Yeah, I believe the stat is that he is the top performing player at the entire RMRs, above K Serato, above many of his players that you'd expect to be up there, the likes of Elige, of course, who's also taking part. NQZ is at the top of the totem pole. So him starting slowly, that could be a problem. It could be an issue that Pain have to contend with. Very early days, of course, Jackie. And he does have the AWP now, which is typically where he does his best work. So we'll see if he can get himself involved in this right now.
Big Guzera are back up, down towards underpass. But it's Martinez that makes the first play. Face out on ramp. Instant connection with the AWP straight back. So an opening duel in the favor of 9Z this time. Boost up in response. Lux looking towards window. Could catch Halso Peak on the rotate. Nade in his hands. Dead in the murder hole. And an equalizing frag.
Max toying with the idea of trying to push that smoke. Oh, but it's right into the embracing arms of his opposition, IGL. Bigazera gobbles up that free kill. But as he comes around the corner, not anticipating the DGT will be boosted up on the box. That should give him an idea of two players potentially being over on the B side. And it may press the button for them to get hot and heavy on A. Already trying to force them back with the utility of the Molotov. 30 seconds left. Well-placed flashbang keeps the Spanish AWPer at bay. And allows them to get that post plant in. NQZ took his hand off the mouse for a second there, but still nailed the shot anyway.
He scratched his nose, but I guess his spider senses were tingling. Fast flick on the response back up. I was thinking the same thing. I wondered if it was going to throw him off. Didn't bother him, mate. We said he can be incredibly lethal. And that's just his first. Let's see what more he can do over the course of this BO3 we've got ahead of us. For Martinez and DGT, there really isn't much to be done in this round. It's just about saving the two weapons they've got, dragging that into the next. And Lux having a bit of a look in, seeing if maybe they're going to overstep the mark. Post-bomb blast, try and harass somewhat. If he could get the AWP out of their hands, it'd be pretty costly for them. Spam into the smoke, a lot of tags, but no conversion.
Yeah, you can see what he was going for. The idea of knowing that the AWP was in CT, throws a smoke down, really isolating and hoping to spray through there to deal the deathly damage. May have ended being a bit of a security blanket for them though overall. Not that it really matters a great deal. 3-2 the score now for Pain. They will have to traverse past that AWP, past the rifle that was also saved in. Yeah, when you look at the stats, I mean, 5 consecutive losses on Mirage for 9Z, losses to Cloud9, ENTS, VP, Vitality, Falcons. Fair enough, a lot of those teams are up there, but when you look at some of the scores as well, though, Jackie, they lost 13-1 to Falcons, 13-3 to Vitality, and 13-2 to VP on Mirage.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat to build off of. Throws a bit of spice into the veto of how this one's potentially going to play out. For 9Z, it's felt like there's been a lot of pressure on them over the course of this RMR. Potentially some of that put on themselves. But they give as good as they get at these events. So here in the 6th, let's see what they've got in store. So peak, back at the bomb site. Incendiary thrown out to buy a bit of time, flash over the top as well, but Pain, they're going swift with this one. Straight in, taking space.
Max Moll leading smoked out of position, and Lux illuminating the scoreboard with the opening pick. Max never stood a chance. NQZ puts his AWP to use for the 2nd consecutive round. And already, 9Z, not really any hope in this round. That may have just given them a little bit of a lifeline. Lux found and fragged. There is a gateway back in, but they also have to deal with middle. Martinez had the right idea, but the timing's slightly off. It looks as though a save is going to be coming to the forefront, but Bigazera's position may go unchecked, unnoticed. He may be the snake in the grass that's going to pivot in and sink his fangs into the remainder of 9Z, not allowing them to save these weapons. They desperately need to hold on to them, otherwise this half is going to get out of control. I don't know if this time though, Jackie, I don't think he can get up close enough.
Yeah, too far gone on this one. Tried to trail him as best he could. Had the read on where he repositioned off to for the save, but it is what it is. That one exchanges hands. They keep the free weapons alive, and that's going to be a big boon, right? Like you say, it was very important they keep those guns in play. Actually have some good firepower to roll with and keep things in contention here going back into the 7th rather than having to make a lot of concessions and be on the weakened foot. It's DGT standing head and shoulders above the rest. 7-2. Good performance so far over the course of Mirage. Meanwhile for Pain, a relatively even split. Buddha, he's the man that we know can do some star plays. Tries to go in and shine bright down an underpass, take a bit of map control off them, and DGT, if he feeds the hot hand here and finds the frag on Cowes, it would be a good opener. Instead, he goes down. Damage done back onto Buddha. You can't fight this one. One man down, he's got to retreat.
And he has been the man with the hot hands. Cooled off for the time being. Bigazera finishing off a weakened Buddha, who has been one of their best performing players over the duration of their opening matchups in this tournament for 9Z. Martinez with the AWP has struggled from time to time. This would be asking a huge amount. He at least has the X Factor, the power play weapon in the right position as it stands. And they have the intel from Quasarpeak, who's moving around the back. So they know that A site is bereft of any Ts. They know that B site is likely to be pushed on, and Lux, who was weakened, has now been fragged. Weapon doesn't trade hands, though, to Quasarpeak. Didn't want to get too overzealous on that one. But it is going to give Pain Gaming second thoughts about this B hit, and now they make a move over back onto A.
No weapon recovered for him either, so it is just the USP tucked into Sandwich. Oh, NQZ dives over the top. Luckily, Big Guzera ready for the response. It flicks off the crosshair with the player down in Sandwich, and Big Guzera starting to come alive as well. Follow-up frag's good. That's a free K for him in the round. This is what we wanted to see, right? Big Guzera. A little bit quieter this time around at the RMRs, but realistically, it's been his teammates that are doing far more for him. But if he starts to lead by example as well, Vince, that's the dream scenario for Pain.
And it's terrifying for anyone they go up against, because Big Guzera, we touched on this yesterday when we casted them, about him being like the big hitter, the crazy shock and surprise for a lot of people at the Copenhagen RMRs, how well he was performing, all of the transfer kind of gossip and ideas of, oh, he should go to FURIA, he should go to an EU team, he can speak fluent English, put him on any team in the world. This tournament, he's been bottom fragging, bottom stats in terms of his teammates. They've all been stepping up so much that he's not been needed as often. But you always know he has that extra gear within him. And we're starting to see it here, a brisk 4K shutting down the round. And this Pain team, if they're all firing on all cylinders, they are absolutely horrendous to play up against. Like, there are no weak links on this squad.
No, it feels like they really can thrive. But in reality, this is Pain looking to take Snow to his first major as well. Be a hell of a feat for him. Born in 2007, first major in 2024. Print that one out, that's a hell of a certificate, Vince.
9Z may be down, but they're certainly not out just yet. They can still retrieve and recover this half. They'll have to start, you feel like, pretty much right here, right now. Round loss bonus accruing, affording them a full luxury of rifles. No AWP, not required. NQZ, bested by Max through the smoke, allows them to alleviate that pressure and back out of middle. They don't need to overextend anymore. They've got the hit they were looking for.
Big Guzera on the boost up. Bide his time. Build off the back of it. Awful lot of space and pressure put on. So 9Z already scratching their heads. Situation is that Buddha can take a peek out towards Palace at least with a bit of backup towards the B site. Max up close and personal here on Connector. He's trying to peer over the smoke, sees his opportunity, tries to strike. Good damage. Two players being chipped down to sub 50. Oh, and the nade called in from Martinez. Heads up decision making. He'll even find a further frag. Assist, and Max goes back in. It's all starting to fall to pieces. Snow's the only one left. We know he can do ridiculous things. Let's see if this is going to be one of those rounds. Molly down on jungle. Spam shot from the back line. Finish him off. They finally get themselves back on the board.
Oh, we saw yesterday just how ridiculous he can play with aces, 20+ kills, and like 5 deaths, I think it was. Completely annihilated with his performance yesterday up against Imperial. But yeah, some really good calling from Max. You can see he's in the thick of the action there, calling for the grenades, for the artillery barrage. And although they've slowed Pain down, the economy was still good enough, as will be the next round, to be fair, regardless of what happens here, for consistent buys. So 9Z, they're not out of the woods just yet. Max getting aggressive through on Con. This time, though, it's Martinez that gets peppered down to 17. He needs to tread lightly as he backs away. DGT through the smoke, nearly bags himself a frag. So decent damage exchange between the two teams.
Knows he got the initial chip off and looking to just try and smash the man out the server. Lux staying alive with 28 HP on the tuck-in. Window smoke and a bloom. Max responds, taking control again towards Connector. Exchange of smokes to make it a bit more uncomfortable. And Big Guzera, a bit paranoid about it. Seeing if he can sliver his way back up towards short, assist the rest of the boys that are going to be running their way out into the bomb site through B. Break the smoke, a little bit of chip damage back onto him. First contact from DGT is good for the opener. That's Big Guzera. The side swipe from short has been shut down as he doubles up for 2, but only has 13 HP left.
Has been burnt. Oh, NQZ's not missing that shot. Slow peek into his crosshair. You're a dead man. Head removed. HE. It's on the right place, but the wrong time. Not able to deny the plant, and therefore no reason for NQZ to make a move. He's got a sniper's nest built in. He's feeling comfortable, cozy up there right now, and he's got Koaz to watch his back. Oazo Peak, with no smoke or Molotov to force away one of these positions, is going to have to use the element of surprise. But as he walks around this corner, Koaz, even if he got killed, has NQZ providing the overwatch, not required, as Pain dial in his 6th. So 9Z get a little bit of success, but then immediately gets slapped back down to size.
DGT looked like he was on for another one of those star rounds as well. Finding impact there, but no conversion on it. Took down both of the short players. Left with only 13 HP. Snow's Molotov, the instant tick was enough to take him out of the server and flip things around. And money's completely decimated as well. Deagle 5-7, 3 USPs surrounding that. No nades in the pockets to try and line things. Ooh, Lux with a miss. Dink back onto it. But NQZ, he'll take these all day.
Interesting as well that Lux was AWPing, but I assume that's based off spawn for the middle peak. NQZ though, showing he can get it done with the rifles alongside the big green. And now DGT with his 5-7, hoping and praying for a kill, but that's pretty much all he can get out of this. It'll be a consolation prize at best, as he's about to get wide swung into from potentially multiple players. He may be able to deny the bomb plant, as there was no smoke, but Snow, it was spinning around, he was looking, and he found the Predator hiding it in the grass and just burnt it all down.
Energy's looking good for him as well. Cheering, the fists are being thrown up in the air. That's the sort of vibe you want to see. Oh, he just caught the glimpse as well with the bomb.
I did just check the stats as well, by the way, and how Snow performed yesterday. 21 kills, 1.84 rating with 103 ADR. That is how dominant the young man was. NQZ has fallen to the hands of Martinez, though, so maybe a player like Snow is going to have to pick up the slack.
Yeah, the AWPing head-to-head going against them this time. Max, inside a connector. The IGL ships in the night. But it'll be 9Z to pick up the pieces on that one. Max is able to find Big Goo's error. Response back. Set the ramp ablaze. Put even more pressure on the round. Try and burn extra time off the clock before Pain Gaming takes space. 2-1 split. It's Lux that's round towards connector side, just underneath window. Ton of nades still to play with. Snow throws out the first. That's the smoke up, blocking off connector, allows the peek down. Max spots it, Buddha didn't quite have the timing for the shot towards the back though.
Too many angles to deal with, and Quas is sure he was still up on the balcony. Great flick down though, transitioning on that transfer spray, double tap to the head of Buddha. Suddenly this round becomes doable. Koaz with the bomb as well can traverse back over, but with only 30 seconds left, he's going to have to pretty much just hold W the whole way through. Roll the dice. He's already done far better than anyone could have expected from him. But with 31 HP, 1 bullet, and he's pretty much done. And both of 9Z are making moves over. Max is already there. He's hearing the footsteps. That'll be relayed information. And Koaz is going to die as soon as his feet hit the ground. Really solid effort, though. That's going to give 9Z a bit of pause for thought, because that went nearly too far gone.
Yeah, as soon as he got the shot off onto the stairs player, I was thinking he was going to get swung on with a nade in his hand, but instead it was just the instant 2-tap straight to the face. Felt like he was feeling it. You could see a bit of exasperation on his face though in the rotate, realized how uncomfortable it was, right? 1v2, so tight on time, didn't really have many options to work with, tried his best. Another lifeline going the way of the CTs. Max out early with a pre-fire through the smoke, nearly catches him on contact, but no damage there. Response back is a couple of HEs coming his way.
Multiple underpass pushing players from Bigazera and Snow. Additionally, have Koaz just behind them that's watching for that BAPS push. With the smoked out window now fading, they need to be very cognizant of being peaked from above, so they're going to replenish that one. Buddha was anticipating maybe a boosted up window play, which is now going to be coming through into the smoke. Bigazera thrives in this kind of chaos. On the receiving end of Max in that previous round, going to try and make amends. And speaking of Max, taking stray bullets through the smoke, tagged down to 68. But Bigazera, he's on the flank. Oh, he's going to have a backstab potentially onto Martinez, and as he's the only CT on this side of the map, that effectively would be a post plant following suit. It's only a matter of time before Bigazera spots him, and the headshot comes through.
Threads the needle on the rotation and injects his venom with a backstab. Martinez laid to waste. Buddha looking to clap straight back. Max actually finds the pickup onto Lux as well, equalizing the situation, so it's a 4v4. The pressure's on. Clock is the additional man on the server for the T side. That's going to force the hand somewhat of the CTs here. 2 kits in play, so they've got them to work with, but they're losing numbers on the face. They know of NQZ's location now, all the way back towards bench. It's a rough fight. Buddha comes in, time ticking away, forcing the issue. Trying to sprint on up, see if they can still save this one, but one by one they connect all the pieces. Snow with the final killing blow, and 4 rounds of advantage goes the way of Pain at the half.
Yeah, Bigazera is really delivering, not just with his fragging, but his calling. His reads have been on point. Single-handedly, effectively winning that round from a perfectly timed flank. 8-4 the score. We go back to that point we were raising before as well, though, Jackie, in terms of everyone is pulling their weight right now. Everyone's had those entries, those moments. Koaz with that 3K. Oh, yeah. Snow's had a bunch as well of impact. And surprisingly, Lux has been a little bit on the slower side in terms of the fragging. Normally he's up there with NQZ. Normally he's one of those guys you're looking at to really be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So, I mean, there's just so many threats that you have to contend with this squad.
A lot of firepower. They were showing the big guns. Pistol round, though. It could be the great equalizer in a matchup like this. So 9Z, all-important round, really. Find this one to try and reset the mental a little bit, put yourself into a better position. Avoid the likelihood of this one being another stat against them on Mirage. Make it a way to break that wall down. Put yourself into a great position in the best of 3. That's what you've got to be thinking about here. Utility to work with, 2 smokes, flashbangs surrounding that as well. Set up with the utility towards the A site. Meanwhile, bombs on the back of Martinez over towards B.
Yeah, this feels more like a fake than anything else. He's got the 2 smokes as well. Of course, trying to bait out the 2 players on this execute. Just going to keep them interested. Koaz trying to get up close in that smoke with the Julies. There's still 3 players here. They haven't budged an inch. It's really awkward, though. How have nobody gone down for the T's? Finally, Lux is going to put an end to that one. Flash is good, but NQZ gets nailed afterwards by Buddha. Lux now can turn his attention up onto the balcony side. Delivers the death blow to DGT, and a weakened Buddha finalized by his hands, too. It's looking like this round, although it was in the palm of the hands for a few moments, of 9Z has slipped away. And Max with it all to do by his lonesome. 3 separate angles. Surely no hope at clutching this.
They've just got to not give him the fight. You got the room to trade off one another, but Max, he's trying to play it out as best he can. 40 seconds, the time isn't an issue. Dives off, they hear the footstep. Extension from Cowes with the Julies, looking to try and put some punish into him. Meanwhile, Max goes for the swing. Glock's good for 1. First connects, but there's the backstab. Julie starts to sting. And another round goes the way of Pain, the pistol round. It would have been a stepping stone, an open door for 9Z. Instead, it's Pain looking in a really powerful position in this opening map.
I think the heart was in the mouth of Lux. That was rattling off all those shots, but not getting any kills for a good few seconds. They even had a crossfire, and it's like they just wouldn't die. Eventually, the back gave out. Too heavy was the load in that round. And as you mentioned, like, it was a potential just trace, a small gap in the door that's now been slammed in their face and locked. It's looking like a 10-4, just a deagle, unless they can return the favor. I mean, this is effectively where Pain Gaming struck early on in that first half, but lining up for Lux is never a great idea. And he puts two of them down where they stand. Could be a post plant, though. That would be a nice little bonus on top. They didn't fully invest into this round. So, mission accomplished, realistically. You got a kill, you got a bomb plant. You can come back in now with some AKs.
Hey, you'll take that one. Better outcome than it looked like it was going to be. And put up. Even in these rounds, it feels like he's finding his pick. He's getting his man whenever he's given a chance. It's just being able to build off the back of that. Not really putting them into sustainable positions. Of course, that's off the back of the pistol. Forget about those rounds. Dial in with what we're working with here. Round 15. AK's back out. They're on parade. 5 of them on the server. Full utility as well. Pain. 3 rounds away from the first map being claimed as theirs. This is where you've really got to step up.
One player that has really impressed me over this tournament as well, that we haven't touched on that much, is Koaz. Typically more of a supportive element for Pain. Consistent, solid results from his hand. 91 ADR coming into this round, but Buddha has eviscerated Lux as he looks for information and hops up. Hits the ground a dead man. That's much more like it from the young gun of 9Z. They need these kind of performances, but he's been doused. He's been suppressed down from NQZ. You can't double up. There is a way still forward for 9Z.
It's put him into a good position. 4 versus 3, tons of damage done onto Snow from the spam, and Big Guzera down to 34 as well. And look at what it's done to their mental in terms of the rotations. Dabbling with where exactly this sight hit's going to come. And it arrives at B. Max, Merc Snow on contact. And you've got the cutthroat maneuver ready as well. They go out through connector, it'd be an instant connection. You could catch them sleeping. Instead, they know it's time to just back away on this one. Tuck tail for a little while. Give up the round. You can concede a 5th as long as you keep the weapons alive.
And Martinez with the quick little fake plant to draw out any pesky CTs hiding around the corner. Now been cleared off. And Pain will look to try and watch each other's back to hold on to these 2 rifles. With the 2 weapons saved, they can go straight back in front of the buy. NQZ even potentially coming through with an AWP. We'll see what they want to prioritize into that next one. But the good news for 9Z is they're at least putting up a bit of a fight on this T-half. Buddha with that crisp, clean entry. It feels like, though, that they're going to need to call on him a lot more on this half if they want to start to get close. He is one of the players that you look at in terms of his talent, his skill. He's been up there at the top of the scoreboard for 9Z for the duration of this tournament. Oh, they can't afford the AWP. They're just shy of it.
Could bite Martinez in the bottom somewhat. He had some nice picks. He was able to shut down a couple of the faces from NQZ when he went aggressive, looking for the first frag towards the B bomb site on T-half. Thankfully, there won't be a scope on the other side either, though. So it's all rifles all round. Big Guzera up. The rest of the boys on Pain. In a pretty good spot right now. But 9Z, is this the start, potentially, of a way back in for them? Boost up. Bit of an aggressive play to try and counter what Buddha's been up to towards B. Howso Pete gets the read in it. Initial spam. Paranoid about a reface down towards underpass. They're paying off one another, but Buddha's straight in. This man's keeping you guessing where the plays are going to come from. Takes it out on A this time, but he goes down. Big Guzera with the first pickup.
I wonder if there's a bit of a lack of communication there, because it felt as though the way that Buddha was entering, he needed DGT to be closer to have his angles covered, and it just didn't happen. So effectively just dangled himself on the end of a fishing rod. And Pain, they're not going to take a nibble. They're going to just devour him whole. However, in doing so, they're exposed out a middle, and they have been put down where they stand. A 2-4 trade in favor of 9Z, taking control over middle. Now, they may not know that B site is a little bit on the weaker side, but they have the advantage here, hence Koaz pushing. He wants that information, see if he can maybe get the backstab. Post up and allow his teammates to rotate. But NQZ's not moving from the boxes. Oh no, are 9Z really about to walk into the stack site? They had the right read. They could be walking into NQZ. This round could still be the way of Pain.
It's the time as well. It's putting the pressure on them. 23 seconds ticking away. Audio cues being passed over. Steps through the coals. You got to commit to that plant. Cowes. Oh, they bait him in. First tap's good. Bomb fishing. Reels in a big one as they get that pickup. It makes a world of difference. If he was able to find the clap back, puts themselves into an even situation to try and make a play on this. Instead, that retake, it's starting to fade into obscurity.
Yeah, I think that dream faded the second that they got the kill onto Koaz. It will be the save, but they're walking into Max's layup. He's been waiting, anticipating, but he's low HP and doesn't get the insta headshot, so he will be punished by Lux. So it's looking good for 2 save weapons again. And I think you spot on there, Jackie. If Koaz gets the first pick, that is very much looking like Pain's round. Considering that Max was low on the periphery of the map, he was in no position to join the crossfire. There was definitely a way forward for Pain. It looked like N9Z had just like mega-brained themselves almost into this trap, but they got the entry and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I feel like you turtled up a little bit. But they survived the test in the end. Heads up call as well, obviously. Tap the bomb, see if they do go in for the info plate. Hook, line, and sinker. Looking a bit closer, though. It's good to see. A resurgence on the T side. It could be a breath of fresh air. Get into the groove of the game a little bit. Set the tempo. Hit some shots with the AK. Wake yourselves back up. Opportunity to talk here, discuss things. See what you've got going forward.
Yeah, it's good to see that they haven't just been bulldozed, because that was my concern, that how the game started.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh no, here we go. Like 9Z, they've been in a bit of a free fall. We discussed this before coming into the tournament. They've been on a hefty loss streak, a lot of red in their columns. And Pain are a different beast, a different animal. Very much a momentum-based team. So it's good to see them standing and fighting here, but they still need to bypass these 2 rifles. Pain have won with a lot less than this already on this very map. And Big Azera had a deagle that time, and he's got one again here. However, they're bypassing A. 2 players already going out onto B side. Neither of them have the bomb, though. And they have also committed to this A play. They've already pushed up close onto Tetris area. But they're finding out all this intel. Do they have the ability to pull the plug and get out of ramp all the way over onto B side? Martinez could maybe scamper away, but they've got so much forward real estate here that they may just go for the flank around the back from courtesy of Buddy's position. He's already got one. What a strange round this has been.
You've been able to conceal the bomb at least for long enough that that one pick has actually reeled them back to where they wanted them. And Max going in with the AK, spamming off the warning shots. Keep this one clean. Don't give them a chance back in. That's what they're thinking. Finding the frags. Should be enough to secure it. NQZ and Lux have to save it. But yeah, it looked like it was shaping up to be a very bumpy round. Like you say, you're already so far out. You've committed to it. You can't really just bail back at that point. You would have been caught on the exit. Thankfully, on the wrap back around, the push worked. And with the bomb now going down and things shaping up like they're going to get themselves a 7th, the game gets a whole lot more closer. This is the kind of region where you do believe in yourself a lot more as well.
Oh, no doubt. You know that Pain, yes, they still have that 3-round advantage. In a few moments' time, that is going to be actualized. But momentum is certainly in your favor. The sails are picking up wind. You're getting closer and closer, and Pain are now going to start to get a little bit desperate. Nice shot at the end for DGT. It's not going to deny the fact they can get a full-on purchase into this with that round loss bonus, but it does keep one of those AKs out of the hands and forces him to invest most of their savings in. Now, NQZ has his hands on the AWP. That's always going to be a big boon, a big bonus to Pain Gaming's arsenal of weaponry. And 9Z have shown that there are weaknesses that have been exploited on both sides of the map, and mainly in middle too, and they've missed the jump. Big Azera has to back off.
And this is a big Azera that looks like he is starting to play to his sort of style as well. 13 kills right now. Had good impact in the rounds that they've been able to convert as well. And that's worrying. If Big Guzer is woken up, the sleeping giant's back in the building, you better find a way to put him under. No casualties, though. Time still to play with, and nades are there. They wrap back off, gravitating with 4 players towards the A site. The smokes start to go over the top. Flashbang round as well. Send QZ towards the ticket booth. Responds with util of his own. Looking to block towards the ramp. Takes a couple of tags through. Cowes up close and personal with the M4. He wants to make space. Oh, the spray's rough. It gives time for DGT to activate. 2 clean kills with the AK. Bomb site starting to be taken. And DGT, not content with just 2, he'll find a 3rd. And Max shuts down Snow. All on Lux now.
Labored spray for the first is going to cost him dearly in terms of his hit points. 2 bullets. Replenish magazines. As a smoke as well. I mean, he's got the kit. The problem is he's got nothing else to play with in terms of flashes. He's looking for that AWP. And Max will deny. And you spot on. Quaz, it was such a scrappy spray that by the time he got the kill, DGT just walked outside of that smoke with the flashes alongside it. If Quaz gets that snappy, like if you think back to that 3K he got, just tap, 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 just banging players left and right out of the server. That kind of crispness, he could have changed his angle and potentially thwarted DGT, or at least the second player that was pushing Tetris. It's unfortunate, it's nitpicky, but that is the room of error that you get at this caliber of Counter-Strike. And they get punished hard. That Vast League is now down to just 2 rounds.
Yeah, man. That's what makes the reverberations in the round, right? Because you could even see, like, he was mid-turn onto the second player afterwards. But, like you say, millisecond of difference, DGT's in position, and just like that, you get to 8. There's a game on our hands here. Mirage, it's been a 5-map loss streak. You could break that. And Buddha, he breaks the face of NQZ. Instant engagement. He's a bit of a mean machine, Vince. I'm liking the way he's switching up his playstyle. Pathing on the entries, right? He's keeping them guessing. You never quite know where he's going to come from. But it feels like he's always ready for the fight.
That entry was his 5th successful opening duel on this map, and most of them have been on the T side. So he is absolutely starting to feel himself in this game and start to reach that level that we know he's capable of, as we've seen quite a few times already at the RMR here. That is a problem that Pain are going to need to solve. And for the time being, their remedy has to be Deagles, MP9s, and a Scout. And they got a good read of this. They got 3 players over on B. There's still more than enough time to wrap around and rotate through the con via underpass. Martinez taking the bomb. Timing here of the essence. If Quaz can just thread that timing, potentially sneak up behind them on ramp, that is a pathway towards success. Smoke down on con may give the game away now for 9Z, and Quaz begins to make moves.
We've seen these rounds with the late hits towards A. Having opportunity for Pain. Is it going to be any different here? Initial shot goes out. Big Guzera testing the waters with the initial tap on towards triple. It's Cowes that wants to make the play, but DGT ready for it just in case. He's got the ramp covered. You go walking into it. It's shut down by the AK. Everyone else will start to fall, and with time ticking away, things looking very awkward for Pain. It's looking like this isn't going to be a possibility. Hold on to what you've got and give it up. So a 9th. Their namesake, Vince. They've made it to 9. How far do they go?
I think the way in which that they have taken to this T side with this sort of brisk effortlessness, I think they can go distance now. I am fully believing in backing 9Z to get the job done. This is their choice of map. Oh, pardon me. No, it's Pain's choice of map. Their choice of map is Dust 2 up next. But it feels like they're really starting to click on this T side. And the other side of the coin, Pain look like they're out of ideas. Like, they're actually really struggling. The trades that were going in their favor early on from, like, Lux and Snow in particular has really died down in these last 5 or 6 rounds. Are just not working in their favor. I'm not surprised to see a tactical timeout being deployed here for Big Azera and Pain. Because there's a lot of issues that they need to contend with right now, and they know that Vast lead is now basically for naught. They were setting up for exit frags at the end of that last round. Tons of cash for 9Z. You can see Martinez, he's nearly max money, 14k. They're good to buy for 2 or 3 rounds at least, if not the rest of this map.
Oh, yeah. You could be sipping on the rosé, round in, round out, having a good time with it. Initial smokes go up. NQZ with the AWP once again, though. We saw his power back on the T side. What's he got for us here on CT half? Instant engagement with Max being traded out as snow falls, and NQZ does deliver. That's a big pickup as well. Buddha's been elevating his power level. You silence him here. You've got an edge to work with in the frags. And 9Z, they've got to switch up the pace, rotate back around. Off the back of that frag onto snow, though, you're still up on short. How so peaks here? Just in case anyone wraps round towards window. He's got it covered on the peak. It's Cowes that's inside a connector. And the deathly duo for 9Z grouping up, making their way back towards the ramp.
That kill from Snow could be one of the most impactful he'll pick up in this entire map. Shut down the catwalk push. And in doing so, funneled 9Z away. They typically got the entry frags on this half. Smoke and Molotovs being exchanged with some flashes thrown in for good measure. And 9Z able to capitalize and push to the site. Going to be going for that full-on plant as well out in the open. DGT needs to do it before the smoke is cleared. The grenade comes in, but it's too little too late. It will deny the life of DGT, but not the post-plant. And now Martinez with it all to do. Has to hide in the smoke, but gets caught from below from Coaz. And that'll be their first round in 5. They've broken the curse just in the nick of time. But they can't take their eye off the prize here because 9Z, still with a post plan, still a real threat and danger.
And like you were just highlighting before, right, with the buys, the money's not going to be an issue. It's not as if you lose one of these rounds, suddenly it all starts to crumble down. You're thinking, how do we get back into this? You know what the answer is. Buy straight back up, go into the fight once again. QZ found his one frag with the AWP, but it was Cowes again that's been continuing to deliver.
É isso, velho.
11-9 in the score. Super tense. Wasn't quite the same bravado and gusto that we saw from Snow earlier. Seemed a little bit more apprehensive, perhaps. Understandably so. Can't feel fully confident about your CT side just yet with how many T rounds were strung back to back to back that you never really were in with a shot of winning. Coaz using that smoke though alongside Max as they go both going to try and take the forward positions. Max getting into con. We saw him love this spot on CT side and have a lot of success from here. Not this round though. Snow through the smoke will pounce onto him, and that's a perfect flashbang onto periphery of the smoke. Coaz pushes once again. These flashes consistently fully blinding the T's, but Martinez somehow comes out ahead.
Oh, Martinez loses his head on the peak though. Avoided the volleyball HE that was thrown towards him, but his demise will still arrive. And off the back of it, it seems like Pain are going to be able to make their move to 12 here on the first map. Secure the safety net. DGT. It's been so damn good for the course of this whole map. The entries, the 3Ks. But you know this is a round where you just got to stew in what you're left with. No chance in the 21st. Think about the big picture. They brought it back from a far worse scoreline. You could very well still keep this rolling. It's all about the overtime for them, whereas for Pain, you just want to close it.
That's 100% spot on. If you offered them a 12-9 scoreline when they were 10-4, but hold on a second. They're still going to win based off time. But DGT, oh man, he must have terrified Pain for a split second there, thinking, don't peek him, don't peek anymore.
Mate, that's grotesque. DGT. Damn good time. That's what his name stands for, because he's giving it right now. All right, bud. I mean, if you can do that again, then yeah, they can still stay in this game. Pain Gamer might be on match point, but 9Z are fighting like they're on championship point. They're giving it the big one. Contain that energy. Harness it into the next. AWP for Martinez. DGT again delivers. Finds the fourth man that he was looking for in the last round and stays alive with just a sliver of health to assist the team.
Pain are going to try and get aggressive to counteract this. I think that 9Z, they seem like they have a good read of the situation. They just sat back waiting, although Buddha is now making moves into the Palace. They've actually foregone ramp control. This double player stack going in. But will this work against Lux? He's effectively the player in the jungle. May not anticipate that anyone is in Palace at this point. They may assume that the rotation has already came through. Yeah, Lux is trying to watch 3 angles at once, effectively Palace, Con, and also the window. And although his side is covered from the wall, at some point he may overextend and get picked off by DGT, who cannot miss right now.
Lux being forced back from the utility, but it sends him straight into the crosshair of Max. He'll win on the duel, reset the advantage. Martinez given the peek on short side. Cowes again, finding frags here. And they're setting themselves up for the first map now. It looks like Pain getting closer and closer to that all-important 13th round. It's down to the retake 3v2. Buddha, HE should finish it. The ricochet off the wall's enough. Goodbye, Lux.
Snow and Coaz, the slight HP advantage. They know where one of these players are, but it's the second one they have to be cognizant of and weary of. Kit in the hands of Coaz as a flashbang up and over onto CT boxes. Does connect, but Huaza Peak is able to just sit in position, knowing that with 2 of them, they should be able to find the winning formula. Snow's going to take the initiative, get aggressive, get straight in the face, but although he gets both kills, he's not going to have time. Can't even find the bomb in the smoke. And so 9Z keep this map alive.
No weapon saved to their name either. Cash a little bit disjointed in some places. Man, 9Z fighting on this one. Live and die by the sword. Opting for the tactical pause as well. Their third being used in regulation. They haven't stopped believing ever since the start of the second half. Consistently scrapping into these rounds. Big hero plays, big moments to reinvigorate the team.
It was 10-4 at one point. Pain were on the fast track to a 1-0, and we were almost speaking like, okay, it's done. The way they were playing, Snow was popping off. Big Azera, probably with his best performance so far at this very tournament, was absolutely on fire. And yet here we sit at 12-10, and you nailed it. With DGT with that sick play, like obviously he was never going to win because of time. But it gave them that inspiration. You came back from 10-4. You can come back from 12-9. You can come back from 12-10. No problems at all. Take it to OT. You still got this. It's an eco round for Pain. We likely will go the distance here of the full 24 rounds. Unless...
The calling card of those upset rounds has been the Deagle on Big Guzera. That's been the heirloom. That's been the cheeky boon that's given them something to step up with. But you put all the potential ifs and buts aside, you focus on what they've got. Lux with an M4 Cowes as well. You could still be so lethal. Both of them have been hitting some nice shots in this one, both with 16 frags to their name. Mirror match. And 9Z expects something aggressive as well. They thought Pain wouldn't be playing it like a rifle round. They try to get in your face, catch you off guard. Run a bit of time on the clock. Throw out the smoke towards mid-window. Wrap back around with a heavy grouping onto the site. They've got smokes and flashes primed for it, up close on the balcony. It's that meaty M4, ready to rip raw through them. Big Guzera sets up his teammate with a double flash in as well, so he can peek towards ramp, but Buddha's ready.
I like both those flashes nailed the oncoming T's, but Buddha too strong. His 6th successive entry frag. Opening duel going in his favor, and 9Z will capitalize. Now again, they're in that very awkward spot where they can buy next round regardless of what happens, but of course they want to hold on to this M4 in the hands of Lux. They've got a bit of Kevlar on him. The rest of the players can kind of throw themselves into the lion's den here with those P250s. If they can take a weapon out of this round, and AK would be worth its weight in gold going through to the 24th. But he gets caught. P2000 though, unable to finish him off. And he's got enough time to sprint away from the bomb and survive. The P250 tries to rattle some domes. Damage inflicted, but not enough for the outright kill. But Max will go down with the ship. They saved the M4 they were looking for. They can come through with a solid and hefty buy here. But we have hit round 24, and 9Z on this T half have only conceded 5 times, and one of those was off the back of the pistol.
And remember, for those of you watching at home, it's for qualification to the Shanghai Major. So much riding on this one. It's the first map of our best of 3. 9Z proving that point with how they're playing. Weapons to work with though, so no broken buy for Pain into potentially the last round of the game. NQZ repositioning round. Up through window, looking for the short face, scoped up. Can he slice his way through them if they give him an opportunity?
It's been a little bit quieter this game, but I think a lot of that has been 9Z doing a really stellar job of kind of silencing him with utility. Smokes and Molotovs have been probably his biggest nemesis in this game. 9Z toying with the idea of taking mid control, but now briskly moving back over onto A. They already have DGT playing as that forward pivot already in the palace. They got plenty of utility for a full-on execute. Could be the final play of this entire map. Pain will certainly be hoping so. With 50 seconds left, 9Z about to pull the trigger.
40 seconds on the clock. HE thrown in. Hefty damage done. Might be enough to make it easier for these M4s to convert the damage. As Gauer's up close, rattles off the shots, even blind, but still finding the first pick. Oh, he's going wild! The damage absolutely decimates them, and it's all down to DGT that's finished by NQZ. 13-11 Pain. It looked like it was going to be sad for them, but they bring it back, close it down, deny the OT, and take that one.
Well, there you have it. Pain takes their map pick in this best of 3 that will determine who will be going to the Perfect World Major. But a bit close for comfort there, Maui. I mean, it was 10-4 at one point. They should have been able to close it out, and yet they allowed 9Z a little bit of a run back in that second half.
Pain were clearly playing that second half to not lose as opposed to win. And by that, I mean they ran the same gun round setup on practically every single time they had weapons. They were playing one person B, one anchor, one guy on short, one guy in con, one guy in window room, and one guy as an A anchor. And it almost cost them this game. One of the only good rounds that they had as a gun round was when they actually played 3B, and it was basically just a 1-1-3 setup. So for Pain, they need to rethink the way that they play this map in some ways, because it's still about being disruptive at the highest level. Send guys into mid, push apartments very early on. I feel like they are capable of doing that, and I think that because they had such a huge lead of 10-4, they decided that all we need to do is just play our game and play standard, and that's why, to me, it got so close.
And especially when you have someone like Bigazera at the helm and the wealth of experience he's got, right? I'm surprised that he would instill that mentality in his team, in all honesty. And 100% agree with Maui here. The one round, again, it's not even a gamble. Like, you know, if you're new to the game, if you're new to watching the high-level Counter-Strike, you might be like, oh, that was just a gamble play, right? The 3 players going B, playing a 3-1-1 setup. It's not a gamble. It's being a little proactive and trying to dictate how you want to approach that round, right? You play 3 towards B. Guess what? It's no one towards B. Perfect. You have a little bit of information. You can have a double man push towards apartments. You get control of that. Send more players towards A, for example. Instead, you'll just see there's so many default setups coming out, which is getting exploited by 9Z. Kudos to 9Z for bringing that one back. I think they called a pretty solid T side despite a bit of a miserable CD side right there. And even that final round as well, that setup was looking so shoddy, in all honesty. It was just a couple of well-placed flashes coming out from the short player, the cat player, that enabled Pain to get that win. In fact, I feel that if 9Z had just gone for like a basic A exec, like just a typical, jungle smoke, stair smoke right there, it would have been a retake scenario right there. Again, in that situation, I would have favored 9Z and could have potentially gone to overtime.
DGT, when he was activated, all the difference on the T side there for 9Z.
DGT was excellent in some of his space-taking attempts. He was fighting a lot towards middle, sometimes coming out of ramp as well. But I feel like, yeah, when it comes to this team, to 9Z, right now, I think that what surprised me more has actually been Buddha lately. The fact that he's just kind of holding his own. Yes, DGT top fragged, but I will say that like the unsung hero of 9Z at this event, going into this, I thought that it was basically Hwaso Peak and Buddha that were going to bottom frag nearly every single game. But for Buddha to actually be a very reasonably strong player for 9Z is why 9Z are in the position where they still can win this series. They can still bring it back, especially if Pain's going to play like that. And I'm going to just even highlight someone on the other side really quickly. Kawez for Pain was the only reason they won some of those CT side rounds. The antics that he got up to at A, especially on the last round where he was taking that flash support around the bench side, that was so important. And he was just being a little bit crafty around the smokes anytime 9Z wanted to go in.
And even round 20, the one with the defuse, right? It wasn't pushing in, catching the timing through the smoke, the jungle smoke, catching the bomb planter as well. So yeah, and I feel like if he at least had one more player on you know, with the same mentality working with him in tandem, right? I think it would have been way more easier overall. Yeah, Kawez, he was has to be the standout, and not just the numbers. Like we said, it's a couple of rounds which indeed netted them the win right there, managing to close it out. So yeah, he was great. And Buddha, man, like, I think we've seen quite a few maps already. The sample size is starting to look pretty solid overall, and this might be the turning point for Buddha, which is great for his team.
On the side of Pain, when in that first half, if you took a look at the scoreboard for the players, I mean, every single one of them, that they were like 1 or 2 kills apart. They were all activated together, doing their job, clearly all getting their hits. What happened though? You mentioned it was a playing to not lose, I suppose. Would it have been better to go in aggressive from the get-go? Is that what needs to happen here with them?
I'm always of the opinion that if you have a lot of rounds to play with, you should throw some sort of wild card plays into the mix. I'm not referring to the team. I'm just saying that you need to change up the script a little bit.
Yes.
Because it almost feels like if I were, like, let's say I know that I'm playing on a team that's ranked 10th in the world, but I'm playing the 100th best team in the world, I would probably just play default setups over and over again, and that's probably going to lead to me getting upset, which is why in 2023, when we crowned Heroic as the team with the highest floor, they were that not by playing default, but because they kept dictating the pace on their own CT sides, throwing plays out, even though that might feel a little risky because technically some plays are just hard countered by other plays. It actually allowed them to make sure that they were in the driver's seat repeatedly, because we saw the other hand here, Pain, they thought they were the better team. You're up 10-4, but you play default, and then suddenly you're tied because you just let 9Z take all of the map control so easily every single round.
And it's also like, it just comes down to, you know, let's assume that you start playing very safe initially, right? And suddenly, all of a sudden, from 10-4, it's like 10-7, 10-8, and now the pressure is mounting, so you don't have the mental freedom to throw a bit of a wild round, which you'd have earlier on. Early on, sure, you have a buy round, your first buy round coming in, you know, full send for, you go for a full 4-man stack towards B or a stack towards A, something different, right? And even if you fail there, you're like, we still got a few rounds to work with. You play default so long, and then the pressure mounts, and the pressure's on the IGL or the coach, and he's like, do I call for this play? Do I call for this kind of wacky, kind of risky play when the margin of error is so very less? There's like a couple of rounds between the two of us, right? So the pressure starts to mount. So 100%, I think we're on the same page here. If you want to, when you have that big a lead, you just try to go for some wacky, disruptive rounds early on to just close it out early.
We're going to Dust 2. It is 9Z's map pick. 9Z has been a little bit, I would say, shaky on Dust 2. Beginning of the year, we were all very excited about what they presented. People have figured it out. But after what we've just seen, a little bit of a concern for Pain coming onto this map?
I would say so, because what was looking like a clean victory for Pain and something that I could have labeled as a class difference in players, personnel, game planning, I am now unsure of if I think Pain are playing a style that's disruptive enough. And 9Z don't have obviously the best win rate on Dust 2. They do play European opposition and high-level opposition at that regularly. And I've went through just how they like to default on T-side and everything, and it's very thorough. Like, and if you're Pain, you're going to lose map control if you play like this. If you don't go for some lower B plays, if you don't go for a swing off cat and through the mid doors at the same time, you're just going to lose all that space, and then 9Z gets to just execute onto whatever bomb site or any split they want.
And also, like, flipping it over on the other side for 9Z, what I really liked was, I know it's considered Canids and all all of that. But their series was super dynamic. 3 plays pushing up mid, catching the timings, walking up cat, and you could see how for Red Canids, they just they weren't even able to default properly, right? So I feel like what we've seen so far from 9Z, at least on the CD side against Red Canids, and also again, just the fact that they're able to almost mount this comeback and push us to overtime or even get the win right there. I feel map 3 should be on the cards here.
Both of these teams, who has more firepower, in your opinion?
I'll go with Pain. I think I have to go with Pain. Just like, even though, like, you might have pop-off players on the side of 9Z. I'm looking at someone like Martinez and like how he can just be almost unplayable at times if he gets into the groove. But I look at Pain and just look at... I wouldn't point at any one really weak player. Anyone can really... KRÜ, for example, he's not a player I would necessarily pick to be the MVP of that game. He managed to do so, and I feel anyone can pop off. I have to go with Pain.
Is that enough, though, for them to be able to take Dust 2 if they can rely on that firepower to protect
I don't think so. I think 9Z, they got some momentum right now.
Yeah, I think this is going 3 maps also.
Yeah.
I just think 9Z are more well drilled right now, and they're actually feeling themselves in this series, which Pain needed to just win this like 13-5 or 13-6 with a cool aggressive play of their own. But now 9Z are like, okay, that was their map pick. They're gonna have a good mental reset here because they know they're in this series.
According to the gents, this is going to be going to Anubis. Let me know in the chat if you agree or disagree with them. We'll find out exactly how this plays out after this.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. Is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Qualification to the perfect world Shanghai Major could be one map away for Pain Gaming, Vince.
It is that close, as was the first map. Let's be honest, it could have been 9Z in this very position. We could have gone to OT. It was incredibly close at the end, and it didn't look like it was starting that way. But it goes to show how incredibly competitive these games are. And when you're 2-1, of course, they've both tasted defeat and success, and they are one map away now. But they're going to have to go through Dust 2 first.
And that's the interesting part, right? As much as there's the loss streak to build on Mirage, it was 5 maps in a row, so a bit of a damning stat. They nearly broke that. Now you go into Dust 2, you'd hope, potentially, with that sort of downpour, that sort of feeling overarching you, completely gone. Reset here, you know the environment you're in. It's not even as if you're facing elimination either. You're still in it. You just know that this is your chance in the BO3 to bite back, drag us to a 3rd map, and maybe, just maybe, see if the tail develops with 9Z forcing themselves forward to the Major. A lot to get through, so we'll dial straight back in. You can see the players on your screens. Energy's looking good. And there were some mad moments. Buddha was going nuts on the entries, right? It felt like he was really sort of the spark that brought them back in.
No, he wasn't. Martinez, who may have started very slowly, did really heat up, and there he is now. He's going to be a key integral part of 9Z, obviously picking Dust 2. It's a place where you want your AWPer to basically tee off. It's a free hit for him to just go ham. And so it'll be very interesting for me to see if Martinez can keep that form that we saw towards the end of Mirage going into Dust 2. One player that was a little bit on the quiet side, and he has been phenomenal, is kind of a victim of his own success to a certain degree, is NQZ.
Yeah.
I think he ended with about 12 kills, maybe 13 kills, which by his standards is quite low. And the way that he's played at these RMRs, he has been nothing short of spectacular. So it was noticeable that he dropped up a little bit. But I suppose if you're a fan of Pain, hey, NQZ didn't play at 100%, we still won, we take those.
Oh, absolutely, man. We've got a little head-to-head here as well. DGT and Cowes, wow. Some of the rounds he pulled out on Mirage, it was crazy, right? Spray control through the roof, the tap shots, the fights he's taking. 95 ADR to 94 of DGT. It's a fun split to set up. A lot of the head-to-heads we've got here have actually been paying off as well, right? The Battle of the AWPers, seeing if Martinez will get the advantage, if it's NQZ that finds the pick. The IGL head-to-head as well, with Max and Big Guzera. The sort of clashes that we were expecting to see from this one have been delivering in droves.
Yeah, they have. I was actually very impressed with how Max was playing in that first half especially, even though 9Z were getting kind of slapped around quite a bit. He was having a lot of impact in that con area, getting a lot of good timings, but the same could be said, as you highlighted there, with Big Guzera. He had a very strong start, kind of petered off towards the end. Same could be said of Snow as well, but that's the thing with this team. We were discussing it multiple times. Koaz coming into this tournament over the last 6 months or so, he's never really been the top fragger. He's not that kind of player, no disrespect to him. He's more of a supportive role element. He does have maps where he'll pop off, but he's for the most part towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. For a while, he was the rock bottom when Big Zero was popping off. So to see him come through with 20 plus kills, 95 ADR, lighting up the scoreboard is fantastic news. But this is a completely different playground now. Dust 2 up next. They've had some pretty significant results, I would say, but they still only have a 25% win rate on this very map for 9Z. So maybe a bit of a concern?
Potentially so. Potentially so. It's definitely the best of the bunch for them. It feels like it's a playground where they're able to step up and play their game, continue on with some of the highlights we saw towards the end of that half. And I think they've got it in them. I think you could still fight this back, but by no means will this matchup be easy. If it goes to a 3rd, if it ends here, it's still going to be dangerously close the whole way through based off what we've seen and how these two teams play off once another. In terms of the head-to-head on Dust 2 specifically, they played 3 maps against one another, and 9Z are leading 2-1. I love seeing this as well. We've been getting the catch from Max of how he's sort of instilling what he wants done on Dust 2, how he wants the troops to play, how they're going to get back into this. So animated as well. Incredibly passionate about how he approaches the game. Max's storyline, the way he plays, the way he approaches it, the trials and tribulations he's gone through as well in real life outside of Counter-Strike, Vince. So much this man that proves incredibly just how much you can get done with belief and the raw effort that he puts into the game.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, but he has like an eye condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, keratoconus, it's called. It's effectively blurred vision. I believe it's the extension of the cornea. And effectively the way it works is that he was saying himself back in 2019 that he practically has no vision in his left eye, and the right eye he can see slightly better with. But as it goes on throughout the day, he gets more tired, his vision starts to deteriorate. So obviously lengthy days, that could be a bit problematic, right? And this is something that obviously most people probably won't be aware of. He spoke about it a couple of times, a few Spanish interviews, but you look at it with how he approaches things, how he just consistently fights forward, right? The way he adapts, the way he plays around it. It's incredible, man. Really, really wonderful storyline of how much he thrives, even with that being a condition you've got to contend with.
A huge amount of respect. Really, really impressive, really incredible stuff. And as you mentioned, such an animated leader trying to rally the troops. As you said, it's not elimination. They're not playing for their tournament lives right now. But of course, they want to make it through 3-1 and not have to stress about that next matchup. They were a team, I think, that were on people's radars as maybe being a bit of a dark horse in these RMRs because of some of their lackluster performances. They were playing against like Tier 1 opposition, playing a lot of EU tournaments, of course, over the last few months, and losing out to teams like SOAR, we talked about before. Vitality is a team they lost to a Mirage. So they're playing against some of the best and brightest teams in the world, so maybe a bit harsh to judge them off that basis. But when it came to here at this event, they've been stepping their level up quite a bit. So hopefully this isn't the end of the road for this best of 3, but even if it is, they get to go again one more time in that 2-2 matchup, which would be tomorrow.
Yeah, you still got that extra chance waiting for you. You'd love to do it right now, though. It means so much to all of these players. On the flip side of things as well for Pain, it's Snow looking for his first major. And arguably, with how he's been playing, some of the impact he's found, the key rounds, the aces, the 1v2s, the clutches, right? You can see how talented he is already. And you think about how much he can develop as a player as well, right? Optics of his career for the future, and especially the team he has around him that can elevate that, help building him, fix those mistakes, always push him forward. And it seems like it's a very good vibe, right? This team always looks like they build off one another. It's never really, you shouldn't have done that. They'll talk about it afterwards, but they just instigate what you've done right. It always feels like they're building each other up.
Yeah, and the exciting prospect with players like Snow that are much, obviously, younger age is when you think of some of the top players, the very top of Brazilian Counter-Strike right now, the K-Seratos, the Yuris. I'm not saying that they're getting old, but they're getting towards that part of their career where they're, you know, maybe they've already played more than they're going to in the future, so to speak. They're over the halfway point. So if you're a 17-year-old Snow performing this well at this kind of lack of experience, he is definitely one for the future as long as he keeps going in the right direction. I think this is where Big Izera is going to be worth his weight in gold as well for a player like Snow. Very calm, very collected, but he knows what he wants from his troops. He knows what he wants from his boys. And so being under his wing, I think, can only be a good thing for Snow's future career.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure it was NQZ that basically, Big Guzero was saying to last time around with the Copenhagen RMRs, he was like, I need you to be so loud. I want you to be the loudest person on this team by far. And he really did. He didn't stop screaming after that point. Each and every one of their games, he was going nuts. Now that's the whole team. Everyone thrives off that energy. And how could you not? If you've got Snow in that prac room, man, you're going to be hearing him down the hallway. You're going to be hearing him on the other stream. It feels like he's just got such a good set of lungs on him. For someone his age, he knows how to give it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think sometimes, though, it can be a bit of a burden as well. It's finding the sweet spot. It's finding balance in all things, where you don't want to be so hype that when things aren't going well and it's like a graveyard on your team speak or whatever, that you start to feel that effect as well. Like, you have to be a bit more of an even keel. And I think that's another reason why Big Izera actually is such a great part of this outfit, because he is a lot more calm. He is a lot more collected. You see them win and everyone else is screaming and he's just sat there just chilling, just vibing in like this almost zen state. So I think that's the world of good for the balance of this team. But on the other side, 9Z, Max, pretty relaxed, laid-back guy. He knows what he wants. He's very authoritative from what you see from his leadership. A bit of a quieter team, though, I think it's safe to say. You don't see them popping off as much on the comms and screaming and shouting when they win rounds.
No, they get animated. They certainly do. They relish in the rounds that are worth getting excited about. But they never fall into that trap where suddenly you get a spike of adrenaline. You've won a big round. Everyone gets too excited that then, things start to blow up in your face when you lose another round, which can be a hard thing to balance. It's something that we always wondered if it could affect Pain at times as well. You go from such a high height to then things starting to get a little bit slippery. It could be problematic. And hell, we talk about Snow being young as well. 21 years of age for Buddha. He's another player that's been going absolutely ballistic. Any opportunity he's given, he thrives in it. Great pathing, great mechanics on his T-half back on Mirage. But we can dial into the game now. Ready to kick things off. Map 2's live. Qualification to the Perfect World Major for Pain Gaming could be one map away if they can shut it down and leave it as ashes to ashes, dust to dust here against 9Z. We're into the pistol.
Oh, big headshot to NQZ, though. He's going to have to hold his ground. Here, hiding in the smoke, hoping that his players around him from Cat, from lower tunnels, can help him out, and they have. They push away. The oncoming T's allow him a bit of reprieve, and on 17 HP, he backs away. Wazupeak already getting up, though, on long, but Lux strikes for a second time.
The USP sniping him back, and Lux. Can he live lavishly and continue to deal damage here? Martinez finds an opportunity to skulk his way through the smoke, slip up onto the site. At the back of Gandalf, you've got NQZ on low health, tucking in and looking to just buy a bit of time. You know you've got the edge in terms of manpower, but Martinez, is he going to make moves to flip that? No. NQZ strikes.
And although it's a post plant, it really is the weight of the world on Max's shoulders. One weakened player, but he's taking headshots left and right, and Big Azera lays down for the second kill, and Pain with a successful retake and defuse.
First pistol of the second map, carved in stone as Pain Gaming's. Now we saw this happen previously to kick off Mirage. There was a bit of a reset round. 9Z didn't bury their heads in the sand. They kept on fighting, found a way back in there. We were saying Big Azera has been reserved. He's the one that's a little bit quieter compared to the rest, but he knows he can get excited here. You can afford that luxury. You know the position you're in terms of where you are at the RMR, how close you are to the major. He fires up the team. A big pistol, energy's there, start things off on a high.
And that's certainly, if you had any jitters about nearly going into OT after a vast lead, that's going to do a very solid job of pushing that right to the back of your mind, or just straight out into the open. No longer have to worry about it. Focus on the task at hand. Great advantage to kick things off. You don't want to lose it, though. NQZ, bit of a shooting gallery opening up here, taking quite a bit of damage, though, on the approach. The Deagles landing a couple of leg shots onto him, so he's going to limp away back onto long.
SMG getting close. Cowers really clean with the moves he was making previously. Martinez trying to snipe down with a Deagle, but it's Max that makes the first connection. Bomb plants, the best they're going to get from this one. You do find the extra cash, but round itself destined for Pain.
I think 9Z will be happy with that, though. I mean, they came in with effectively Deagles. They didn't fully invest into the round. So already capable of getting an AWP for Martinez, 6.2k in his hands. And he will oblige picking that one up, but NQZ, the same could be said on his side of things too. So 2-0 lead for Pain, but 2 consecutive bomb plants allow 9Z what you would just say is a better buy. They got AKs across the board with an AWP. You got an MP9 in play and a FAMAS for Pain. It's a bit more of a bonus round.
Martinez's AWP. What sort of impact will we see with the weapon? Because we know how good NQZ can be, and he proves that early. Snap up onto Max. Short control, instantly conceded. 2 players towards tunnels, 1 and upper. Now Sopeak on the rotate back down. Grouping up with the rest of the team on mid side. They know about the AWP's location.
I think Max just got mega-minded by NQZ. He threw a smoke down, almost looking like it would be for the cross, suggesting they didn't have an AWP. Max walks out on catwalk, smacked. Straight centre mass shot, dead and buried. Now, that's assumptions, of course, but the way he walked out with so much confidence and vigor, it felt like it never dawned on him that he was in a crosshair of a sniper.
We saw the nade drop down to Lux from Big Azera on the bomb site, and it pays off. Tags up DGT, slows them down with the actual tagging as well, so they can't run on in. Means you could be peppered by Big Azera, and one by one they're finding all these frags for free. There's no real trades. Leg shot from NQZ. Throws out the bowling ball. Buddha stays alive with 2. Okay, Martinez gets 1 as well, but it's 30 seconds on the clock. He reads it right. Expected the push out. Finds the flank. It's the bomb on his back, but such little time on the round that you don't really have much of a chance.
I think he's going to dip his toe in the pool, maybe over on B and just see what's happening. Nah, they're going to save. Yeah, Buddha's on 2 HP. You can't afford to throw these weapons away. You have no money playing into the next round. That streak of bomb plants has come to an end. They do decent damage, though, towards the end. You know, they take down the AWP of NQZ. It's going to get picked back up again. But a casualty towards the dying embers of the round. Not too bad for 9Z. They've got to do something with this saved AWP, though. Martinez hasn't had the option with the AWP so far to have much impact. It's all been on NQZ's side with that one frag he got onto Max. Let's see if they can dial it in, though, and pull something special out. They picked this map, Jackie, for a reason. They wanted Martinez to shine. Well, now he has to deliver on that promise.
A masterclass from Martinez would be just what they need in a situation like this. Supporting him, of course, the AK that was brought over. Ooh, head-to-head, AWP off. And again, it's NQZ that strikes first. So that big boon shut down early. Max at least recovers the weapon. He's going back in for a bit of an info spot on it as well. See if NQZ hung around. Isn't there anymore. Bailed out on the position. Can play further back, and Big Guzera covers from CT side if they do go pushing on out. That very well might be the call. They've got nades for it, but the molly denies the push. It buys a bit of time.
NQZ having it all his way. After that last map, he is now 4th top rated at this tournament. 1.33 rating. And that's after having a pretty rough Mirage by his own high standards. So you have kind of played into the sleeping giant himself with this map pick. Max now utilizing the AWP off the corpse of Martinez. Going to try and get himself up close. Smoke now going through onto CT side. NQZ for the second time has pounced. Pivots in for another AWP. Feasting. Looking like probably a save here. I mean, well, there's not that many other options realistically. You can maybe throw the Tech 9 into the breeze and see what happens. See if you can get a bomb plant out of it. But 15 seconds coming up on the timer. And the AWP has already backed off to the T-spawn. Nice effort from Quasar Peak, but not going to make any difference to the grand standing of 4-0 coming up on the scorecard.
Counter-terrorists win. Deja vu in terms of the round on the outcome. AWP and AK save. And another one. The real commodity being garnered by Pain Gaming. It's a 4-0 lead early. It was certainly Pain favoured in the opening moments of Mirage, even with a scrappy back and forth couple of rounds towards the beginning. But it was the T-side from 9Z that looked so damn good. Here on Dust 2, struggling somewhat to find the impact they're looking for. At least the gift of that AWP could be passed back over to Martinez. NQZ, he's been finding frags for free here, no cost towards middle. You love this, boost up on the top. Spam through the smoke so it clears the vision. If you peek out, the AWP is ready for it. It baits them in as well, but it might be thinking that you can go out and find the tag onto the AK spam. So Max falls for the trick and NQZ hits it.
Like a moth to the flame. That's such a cool idea. And you can almost imagine that Max was sat there like counting the bullets, like, right, he's got to be done with his magazine. I'm going to go peek. Still dead. NQZ, another one. Up to 7. And it's eerily quiet on the 9Z side of things with Martinez. He's not been able to find anything as of yet with the AWP. Now, yes, they got the smoke off onto spawn side, but they're now going to have to crunch onto B side, where Lux and Snow are laid in wait. Both are healthy. And Lux, he's having no chill with that AK. Martinez finally gets a bit of success with the AWP. It doesn't have much impact, because a 4v1 up against him, and he may be looking to try and save again. But there is Snow making moves. He wants to deny this from being a possibility. The barrel of that M4A1S may give him away, but the flick's not quick enough. And Pain with the cleanest of 5-0 leads.
Got the shot off, but slightly off target. They were able to keep the AWP in play for 3 rounds there, but not another one. Gets taken down. Money not really in the position they want it to be either to afford the luxury of another one. They do at least opt to take the pause here. Pump the brakes.
Love that.
Yeah.
Max is hating every second of it, though. He's been getting bullied so far from NQZ. That's the second or third time he's been on the receiving end of the AWP.
Oh, mate. I mean, to be fair, it was sick. Like, it's a hell of a smart idea, right? And also, just the fact it worked.
NQZ loves when a plan comes together, Jackie.
Oh,
Loves
yeah.
it. Smiles from ear to ear. And there are 3 players that are out fragging him in terms of rating so far at this tournament. Obviously, some of them are yet to play. Ultimate, number 1. Number 2 is Yuri. Number 3 is K-Serrato. That's the kind of company that NQZ is keeping right now. And if he keeps playing like this, he'll go back to the top. It's yet another AWP pick. 9Z getting out onto middle. Lux is low, but there's 3 players watching down there. Biggest error, one of them. Making moves in. Flashes are perfect. Force back the T's into tunnel.
DGT was incredibly crisp with the AK on Mirage. They're here with low health and his team falling to pieces. There really isn't many opportunities to even put the weapon to use. And at the back of upper tons, tucks in on the angle, goes for the swing out. Snow gives him an opportunity, peppers a bit of damage onto him, but you can't really convert any of these. 2 low players, but no room to strike against them. And 50 seconds still on the clock as well.
And this must feel like you are just being constricted so slowly. Every single round, you're hemorrhaging plays in the first 10-15 seconds. Buddha is on 6 ADR. He is such a solid talent. And he's been unable to spread his wings and get off the ground so far. Same could be said of DGT. He was 20 and 12 at one point on Mirage. Remember that triple spray we both lost our minds over? He's been silent as well. Pain have snuffed out every single play that 9Z have attempted and made them look like a very ordinary outfit here. This T side has been lacking any real bite to it.
6-0 on the major qualification map for Pain Gaming if they close it in 2. Martinez gets the scope out once again. That's, of course, against the double AWP setup that remains in play for Pain Gaming. NQZ, he's been doing all the fancy footwork. 8 frags, only 1 death. Snow, meanwhile, immortal at the moment. The seasons have not changed. 4-0. Round going live. Weapons to work with, nades in the back pockets for 9Z. DGT expecting a potential play through the smoke, just holding towards Longhouse. Lower control going to be taken.
The forecast right now is pretty bleak. Is he going to push through the clouds, maybe the smokes of middle? They've got mid control a couple of times, but problem is they've always only had 2 or 3 players left, and most of them have been weakened at that point. Molotov well placed, well timed in. Once again, Huazapeak trying to get outside the middle, not really been fought for. NQZ is keeping his angles as complex as possible, making 9Z think about every single decision that they're making right now.
Lux dodging. The spam from the Galil. Tucks underneath. Meanwhile, the move out on middle. Snow looks out for the info, face through window, but the shot won't connect. It's NQZ that again delivers. There's a flick from DGT. Only 1 though. Leaves them in a 3 versus 4 with 35 seconds on the timer. You're running in and Snow's ready for the response. Good AWP connection. Martinez strikes. Battle of the AWPs consistently going the way of Pain, and it's all on DGT. We need another one of those rounds, and it's not happening now. Snow with a sidearm silences him, and a 7th is confirmed.
I hope we get a replay of that. He is just popped off on the server and off it too. Let me tell you, this is going to be high decibels.
Pounding his chest on that one as well. So excited. 7-0.
Really smart as well by Lux. Like, if you know that you've conceded mid-control, there's a smoke down, it actually affords you the luxury of hiding in there and playing a different angle that the T's have to worry about, while also repelling a push through tunnels itself. Because you're mitigating anything from the flashes going tossed in. Biggest errors getting involved as well.
They're just thriving in it, feeding off the energy that they're giving to themselves with the plays they're making. And 9Z, there's nothing you can do to put a dampener on it right now. Can't break that streak, break the mental.
I mean, collectively right now, Jackie, they have 10 kills across the entirety of 9Z, and we're moving into round 8. 10 kills. And Martinez has got half of them. In fact, it's worse than that. They got 9. I've given them too much credit.
The quick maths on that one. Oh, mate. They really have been hitting some mean shots on Pain, though. It's been NQZ again and again. Okay, bit of a switch up on the pace. The nade's going to be good. Should slow them down on contact. Tagging's going to be nice. Don't even have to full commit, really. You can get the wrap back around, reset for the retake. It's a 5v5. Given the bomb side play for the round. Lux up on short. It's being held by the tech. Tons of damage done onto Max as well. Barely living, 11 HP left.
Giving up the bomb plant, but they have so much utility already. Throwing in the Molotov, isolating Huazo Peak from the rest of his team, and this is where the guillotine should start to come down. 2 kills. Buddha able to stand tall, deliver 1. But he's going to need DGT to dig him out of this ditch, and he's unable to do so. And although the time was pretty low, more than enough for the defuse. So Pain may have given up a post plant, but it means nothing. Max round loss bonus already for 9Z. It's not plants they need rounds.
They just can't get them for love nor money. And no one on the server can shut down Snow. Still is yet to fall. Undying and delivering. In key moments, finding the impact where he needs to. The double AWP setup remains alive. Martinez from scout back to AWP. And we were both expecting it. This is sort of T-side does too. It's where he's going to come alive. It's where he's going to be the big boon for the squad. Be able to activate again and again. Limited success in the engages. The 1-for-1s versus NQZ. It's felt like it's always gone his favor.
I think when you're dominating this hard as well, there's no reason for Pain to go for any peaks. You've been playing very passive defensive CS for the most part. Yes, they've had NQZ pop off with entries up on middle, but now they've got 2 AWPs. You can just sit back and absorb and soak in all of this pressure. It makes it a lot harder for Martinez to be that sort of static, aggressive AWPer that he wants to be. He does a lot of great work when he's flicking in one position, but it's hard to do that on the T side, especially when the CTs aren't giving you any opportunities to thrive. And I guess you could even make the argument he is actually for 9Z. He's the only player that's really shown anything as of yet.
Needs everyone else to assist. They need to find a way back in, give us shades of what we saw on the second half of Mirage. Verticality and play for KRÜ boosted up on top of Blue. I'm waiting to hit them. Buddha. He's had some clean entries in the past. They line up for him on this one. Noise being made towards short. Both of the kills as well. No trade from DGT. NQZ on the site burning. Trying to still strike. Barely slips his way off, but he will go down. The blind shot connects. Back of the site, KRÜ striking in, but it's Huazo Peak that's doing damage. But look at the time. 3 seconds on the clock. They tap it, but you can't commit. They even jump up to find the pick anyway. And Max has got a scurry. Another round gone. They get out on the A site again, but can do nothing with it.
It's all KRÜ though. I mean, sure, they did a good job, NQZ. Although he burnt alive effectively, he actually stalled them for a pretty long time. But KRÜ getting both of those kills on long completely neutralized the play they had. They wanted to pincer in late on. The thing is though, 9Z have been so slow most of this half. There's no reason for Pain to switch it up. Where have we seen the long pushes coming into play with tons of flashes? They've been a bit unfortunate maybe with spawnings and not allowing Martinez to get in up close proximity with his AWP, but now they're going to push. Finally, we see some aggression. They're taking so much damage though. But they have got a couple kills. Huazo Peak down on 20, and DGT gets nailed by NQZ. They try and mix it up, same result.
The slow rounds weren't working. They decide to brawl. But off the back of the fist fight, it's good night for the majority of the players for 9Z with only one man left alive. Yes, he's had impact in the previous, but with 20 HP to his name, a 1v3 ahead of you. Your angle's covered, trapped in position, both of the AWPs honed in. You walk up on long. Even if one of them misses, the second should be able to deliver.
Here's a damning statistic as well, Jackie. So far, we're nearly done with 10 rounds, assuming that Huazo Peak doesn't pull the rabbit out of the hat. And the miracle on top of it. 10 rounds, 0 opening picks for 9Z. They have not won a single opening duel on their T side.
Opting for another pause then. You might as well use them, especially with the slippery slope this game's turning into. Snow still has not gone down as well.
Have we seen a player not die at an RMR match before? Is he about to make history?
I do wonder. Imagine qualifying to the major without a single death in your qualification game.
It's pretty baller.
That'd be unreal. That'd be absolutely unreal. He's a high roller. If he pulls that one off, fair play to him. Kind of trend-setting, really, isn't he?
At such a young age as well. I mean, I said before about the 0 opening duels going the way of 9Z. NQZ's got 5. He's 5-0 right now. Lux is 3. Koez with 2. On the T side of Dust 2, and you picked this map. That is about as brutal as it gets.
Reality of the situation looking like it's getting to him a little bit as well. Got to keep yourself focused. Again, with the buy you're working with though, it's never going to be easy here in the 11th. Pain Gaming have all the edge. Everything they'd want to work with. You've got a mishmash of MAC-10s, Tech-9s, and the single deagle in the hands of your sniper. Out through mid. The playmaker for 9Z, Spinhouse Peak with Harry's been engaging. He's looking to collapse. Molotov's good to make it awkward for Snow. Buys a little bit of time, but Lux with the opening engagement gets one. There's Buddha. Snow, still alive. Will he finally fall? Can they strike against the immortal man on the back of the bomb site? The nade will deal with him. Buddha comes in and hits heavy. 3v2.
Low HP though. Quest around the corner now, knows where his position is. Spray comes through, a must-win round for 9Z if they want any hope at clutching this. And Koez says no, an emphatic no. Punches all 3, dealing death across the board, and that will be 11-0.
Mate, that's crazy. That's absolutely balmy that he's been able to pull it off on the retake. Pretty sure the player Camby did go for the defuse and get it as well. Oh, no, actually didn't. He literally took his hands off the mouse. I almost thought it froze. He literally was just relishing in the moment. That's mental. The way he was reacting on the player cam, Vince, I thought he just straight up diffused it and something went wrong.
I was seeing the light get darker on his face. Yeah. I thought he'd alt-tabbed or something by accident.
Oh, mate. It like literally tricked me out because I was like, sure, he's not just accepting that he's banged them, is he? What a baller!
Just imagine how much of an alpha move that would be, though. You're dominating so hard, you get the 3K to show you can win it, and then you just give them the round afterwards. Like, there you go. Have a pity round on us. There you go.
That would be actually ridiculous. Oh. How does he keep doing it, by the way? Like, these 1v2s, the spray downs he's had, he's been so crisp. Undeniably so for Pain. Like, the impact he's had, it cannot be understated how much damage he's done throughout this potential qualification BO3 for them.
He's monumental. The MVP of the first map, for sure, on Pain. And although NQZ was popping off early on, now it's Koez's time to shine. 11-0. 9Z cannot buy a round. This round, they're going to get Martinez. There's their first opening pick, it feels like, the entire map. The entire match. But can they convert? Or is Coez going to strike one more time and break their hearts?
You mention his name, and you might very well summon the play into existence as he deletes Max from the server, waving him goodbye as he punishes with the M4. Reset the advantage that they were able to find off Martinez's opener onto Big Guzera, put them in an even situation, 4 versus 4. DGT is the late lurk out through long. Attention drawn toward the bomb site, but he still hasn't gone for the push yet, and they're taking pot shots for free. Another one clapped straight back onto Buddha. Nade buys him a little bit. DGT second guessing himself potentially here. Looked like he was going to go for the late flank. They've still got their crosshair honed on. It's NQZ that's watching it. Nade's damage good onto the bomb planter as well. You need to get some frags here, boys. Find a way to activate. AK strikes. Cowles goes down. Again, it's Lux that dives up. 2v2. The 5-7 singing for Snow, and at the back it's DGT. Only one connects. 12-0. Pain Gaming run through the half.
Oh, one of the most dominant halves of Counter-Strike you're probably likely to see. 12-1 Snow, 12-6 Lux, 14, pardon me, 5 to Coez. 11-5 NQZ and Big Guzera on 5 kills, but he's just not been needed for the most part. It's been a team effort. We've seen clutches. We've seen carnage from NQZ's AWPing. We've seen everything from Pain. But 9Z have been completely absent on this map.
Even when there's been chances, 2 notable rounds that potentially could have been theirs. Couldn't convert, couldn't close it. Snow dancing around on the bomb site. All sorts of madness throughout this one. And Big Guzera tapping the desk, getting everyone fired up. They erupted off the back of the first pistol. But if history repeats itself and they take the second, that is it. They go to Shanghai. The perfect world major dream will be Pain's, and they will progress. And with the effort that Snow's put in, he deserves his first major, 12-1. Won't give a damn about that one death, Vince. It's all about this one round. A 13-0 as well. The insult to injury, the potential spice that you throw on top of it.
Nobody could take away how dominant this map has been. However, we've seen crazy things happen in Counter-Strike. 9Z may be down. It's not over until that 13th round hits. They've got to keep in the fight. Coez leading the charge outside along the flash. Landed onto Huazo Peak, and he backed off to the side. There are 2 players over here. Huazo Peak needs to live up to that name, though, and take a couple of kills with him with that USP. HE lined up as well, as the T's now charging onto the site. Looking hungry to finish this game off as fast as possible, but it is a 1-4 trade, and Huazo Peak has got himself a second, but Coez once again strikes when it's most needed for Pain.
It's that man. He delivers in these moments. Has he set himself up for another one of these rounds? Max tucked in towards Gandalf. Needs to make the bad magician play, split them in half. They're up on the site, and Big Guzera got a read on it. Taps the bomb to force the face. They do play into it, but Max connects the shot. Cowes. Now, this is where he wants to come alive. He's jiggling into it. The energy's there. Pep in his step. Pepper him back down with the Glock. Few shots rattled off. 35 seconds left on the timer to play with, and Lux on low HP, wrapping up from long side as they close the gap. Up close and personal, he'll take 2. DGT is the only one left in the 1v1. Can Cowles find the 4K and close it for Pain Gaming? 13-0, they go to the Shanghai Major.
Well, boys, you said it was going to Anubis, and Pain did not want to go there. They wanted to go to the Shanghai Major, and now they are What a way to do it. 13-0 on your opposition's map pick.
And what a wonderful performance from Snow, who's punching in his ticket to his first major. And at one point in this game, it felt like he was completely unkillable. On top of that, Big Ozera securing his fourth major. NQZ, this is his third. And on top of that, when he qualified before, one of the last times he did it at Rio, it was on 9Z. So for him to actually take down 9Z in this fashion, a bit poetic. Lux and Cowas themselves, this is their second major, and I'm sure every single one of them is happy all the same.
Oh, they should be super happy. You can clearly see the celebrations as well, making it to the major. I think that's a dream for every team playing over here. And man, a 13-0 though. We it's a prelude to the second map. We're like, yeah, 9's kind of woken up. It's our map pick. Sure, they lost to the EU teams. Maui didn't lose this bad to the EU teams. You know, Pain just like turned up, absolutely shut them down. And I gotta give credit where it's due, right? Pain, the CT side, it might not look too crazy, but didn't really have to do much, honestly, because it just felt like 9Z. They were playing too default, too slow, too measured, but when they needed to make this small little microaggressions, small little, pushing into its tunnels, for example, they did it perfectly. And also, man, Snow, we gotta point it out, the secondary op coming in and just not dying even once on the B-bomb site. Crazy stuff.
There's been a lot of conversation around Snow, obviously, during the course of this year, the pickup here, this young talent that they've found. It is his time to shine, and I do feel like a lot of the pundits have backed him. He's no longer the young talent now. He needs to step up as he moves into the major.
And he's done just that.
Yeah.
I feel like right now for Pain, I know that it's easy to get swept away by Snow because of the fact that, I mean, this is really his first foray into Tier 1 Counter-Strike, coming from Kaze before this. Good scouting on Pain to find this guy, as he is practically replacing Nissim from the last one where they couldn't find that contract, they couldn't secure him, so couldn't secure the deal for him. And so to get Snow in his stead, I think Snow's better than Nissim, actually. And I think that he's also providing so much in terms of morale, because every single time they win, this guy's going absolutely ballistic.
I think it might be arguably the best signing we've had best signing in the South American team we've had this year, in all honesty.
Look, Halsey, come on now.
I was about to say,
Arguably. And the reason being, like, you know, when he comes in, obviously he comes in with that, you know, with the energy, right? We saw what he had in his previous team and all of that. And I won't lie, I'm like, okay, he brings in the energy, but he's too young. I don't think he's going to be able to necessarily continue to deliver. But the way he has just grown into this team, and at this point I have to be like, yeah, it seems like the real deal. That being said, absolutely playing a major, a whole different ball game altogether. But I'm excited about this kid.
I'm excited about Pain in the major. I feel like this is a great opportunity for Big Ozera to come back to his stomping ground, and of course more Brazilian representation joining MIBR. 9Z is not out of it yet, but it looks hella shaky, Maui.
Bro, look, that's got a kills, man.
Oh
Jesus.
my. I mean, Vince was talking about it going into round number 8. They only had 10 kills in total. And 9Z, I mean, they really didn't end up much better than that. No one even hitting double digits. For your own map pick to go this poorly, I mean, we thought that the warm-up that they had on map number 1, where they got it to round, you know, all the rounds in regulation, we thought that would propel them to do even better on their own map pick. Turns out they just slip and fall on their own stuff, and that's so concerning because, I mean, we talk about Pain and how they played this game. I mean, they weren't really that proactive. They were good at being reactive. They were good at punishing any kind of flaws in the default that was being run by 9Z, but it's not like Pain were actually pushing up mid. They didn't even go into lower tunnels a single time. I don't think they pushed mid at all. And oh my God, Paula, look at that hair.
On the floor with NQZ of Pain. NQZ and Pain, congratulations. You've made it through to the opening stage of the perfect world, Shanghai Major. NQZ, how does that sound? How does that feel?
It feels great. I mean, we practice a lot and we give our lives to this game, so qualifying to the major feels great.
More Brazilian representation, does that add to the sweetness of the situation?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have a lot of friends in the other Brazilian team, so whenever they qualify, whenever they get to good spots in tournaments, we also get happy for them, so it's really cool.
I know how much it means to all of you. I think especially for Snow, it's his first major. Do you want to speak a bit about that?
Yeah, he is an amazing guy. He deserves it all. Since he joined the team, he was also always really open to everything that we said to him. So he was always trying to improve, and he deserves a lot. Everyone here deserves a lot, but here, him deserves a lot.
NQZ, let's talk a bit about the series against 9Z. Look, if there's a way to book your ticket to the opening stage, it's by going 13-0 on Dust 2. What happened on Dust 2? Why was it so smooth and so easy?
I think right now we were so prepared to their Dust 2. So, I mean, everything that they were doing on the map, we kind of knew and we were expecting them to do. So the preparation was really good. And I think other than that, we were playing all the situations really good. The comms were really, 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 really good. And also the aim-wise, we were sharp as hell. So, I mean, I think that's the reason.
How's the overall confidence going to be going into the opening stage? You went 3-1 in groups, which is a pretty strong scoreline.
The confidence is high as ever. I think that we were expecting to qualify, and the way that we lost the Wildcard proved to us that, okay, it's not that easy to do it, and we have to put our effort and try to avoid mistakes. So I think right now the confidence is high as ever.
Back-to-back major qualifications for Pain. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, NQZ, to the fans watching at home?
Can I say in Portuguese? Galera, queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu, que acompanhou nessa nossa saga. Torcer para que mais times brasileiros acompanhem. A gente se dedicou demais, se doou demais. Então, poder estar tendo essa oportunidade de representar o Brasil em outro Major vai ser do caralho. E é isso. Go Pain hoje e sempre.
NQZ, thank you so much. Today, everybody, no pain for Pain Gaming. They are through to the opening stage.
Thanks, Paula. Let's talk about a player that doesn't normally come up in the conversation with Pain, but has done phenomenally well today. Both maps. KRÜ's looked impeccable decision. Like, it just made all the impacts, which ultimately, I mean, I would call him the MVP, led to their qualification.
It's like every frag we saw from KRÜ this entire game has just been multi-kills or clutches. It's kind of crazy how he seems to pop off. He's not someone who's going to be, when you have like the middle of the round, we won't be seeing too much coming out from him. Maybe a kill here and there, but he saw a pistol round, for example, the final round of that game, and then of course so many clutches, so many huge plays coming out from him. And again, I think we can circle back to what you asked earlier on, Sam, in the previous segment, where who's your best player, right? Like, who is the best player in this team, so to speak. It's definitely not KRÜ, but if you have someone like this able to deliver on an on and off moment, when you have other players like your Snow and Biggies and everyone else in the server, I think that's fantastic for this team.
I really feel like when NQZ talked about the preparation, that's been benefiting Lux and KRÜ so much. Both anchors on both sides of the map, on practically every map that they're playing. I just feel like they're always aware of what the strat is that's being run by the opposing team. I feel like their rotations are a lot quicker than they were back in the day, maybe 6 months ago. And instead of just kind of playing catch up and hoping, like this team used to be feast or famine, is Big Uzera doing well? Now there are these other players that can step up, because I assume that they're dedicating some of the organization's resources to those guys and saying, okay, you can get 10% more out of your game if you see this or hear this sort of comm. That means you could probably rotate or even go for a push. And I think that's exactly what's going on right now. Like, everybody's being enabled, and that's why it's actually pretty hard to pick who's the best player overall on this team game to game.
3 spots have been claimed for the Perfect World Major, and what I kind of love is all 3 teams got their spots with a 2-0 victory. Like, those dominating performances are what is guaranteeing you your space. I enjoy that. There's no question marks around these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, you just look at the opposition as well, right? We had that 9Z, where 9Z would have been the favorite team against Wildcard. Wildcard making very easy work of them. A complexity that we had to just show and getting kind of dismantled by MIBR as well. So yeah, very convincing showing so far. No crazy surprises apart from Wildcard for me personally, though. I think both of us had MIBR and Pain making it through. But then the remaining matchups, Sam, that's some spicy stuff right there.
I mean, seeing as you guys are here, I know that you're done for the rest of the day. We'll be swapping out with Dust and Yanko, but seeing as I've still got you, let's have a little bit of fun. Those next 2 games, who's taking the places in the major?
Well, we got M80 and Complexity, and we have Furia and Liquid. And I feel like
has to be these 4.
Man, M80 has been Complexity's kryptonite in some ways. The ESL Pro League matchup where Lake was shouting across the room adds a lot of spice to this one. In terms of consistency and having the best player in the server, I will lightly side with Complexity. Liquid Furia, man, that's a coin flip for me.
Who are you calling for that?
Okay, well,
I'll go Furia.
I went Complexity on the first one. You got to pick for it. Wait, you said who?
I'm going Furia for this.
You're going Furia?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to go against that. I think
It's a really hard
I
call,
think
honestly.
Fury is improving constantly, whereas Liquid is kind of plateaued, almost stagnated.
And the variance recently has just been so up and so down for Liquid at times,
Yeah.
where it's like hard for me to really be like, I'm very comfortable. Fury looked great so far, apart from the that game against Legacy, right?
Yeah.
Sure, that CD side was a little bit rough, but outside of that, they looked great so far. I have to go with Fury. Yeah.
I'll take Liquid.
Fair enough.
Because Ultimate seems like he's kind of feeling himself. He's building confidence against the slightly lower.
He started to put in the workshop.
He's going back in the
hours.
office. Yeah, he's going back in the office, and Damar de Rover is telling him he needs to stop going for the same picks every round.
I'm presuming 2-0 victories feels like a push for these teams. I
Unlikely.
rate these are going to 3 mappers, right?
You got 6 more maps of Counter-Strike ahead of you, Sam.
It's got a long day for you, Sam.
You know what? It's the best day though, because it's hopes and dreams on the line. That's what's so magical about the Americas RMRs. 3 spots claimed now. That's where we're at. Gents, thank you so much. MIBR, Pain Gaming, and Wildcard are going to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Who will join them? 2 more teams guaranteed today. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we are moving into game number 2.
Quickly. Clear. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to those of you who started the day with us here at the Americas RMRs, and then a big what's up to the Night Owls and the Early Birds who've possibly woken up for these next two best of threes, depending on which time zone you're in. We are finding out who are taking those spots that are available for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. 3 of them have been claimed, and myself, Yanko, and Dust will now take a look at 2 best of threes where 2 more spots are up for grabs. Lots to play for, and it's going to get pretty heated. What I love is we've had 2 South Americans in there. We've got a North American representation, and now another North American team is going to take that spot. Before we get into that, though, as soon as I both have you here, let's have this conversation. Has the quality of North American Counter-Strike gone down in the last year, or do you think it's starting to level itself up a little bit, Yanko?
I think the quality in itself, I don't think it's necessarily gone down. I think teams always get better over time. But just as a whole, I think it's clear that the scene is struggling a little bit with getting quality practice, because the top NA teams spend a lot of time in Europe, whether it's at tournaments or boot camping. So it's hard for them to get better. Wildcard is the outlier because they are a team that did spend most of the time in NA, but I think that's where you give a lot of props to Stanislaw, right? Like, and the experience that he has as an in-game leader, obviously playing on the tier 1 level before, and even they went and did a boot camp in Europe before this tournament. So I think you always get better with time, meta changes, and you get up to date. But the lack of opportunities, I think, is still obvious in some of the games that we see from the lower tier NA teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think with NA Counter-Strike now, it's one of those things where Liquid and Complexity, I think, have kind of held their position. So they're still like international, representatives of this region that can go out there and do well at certain tournaments. But you have seen situations like M80 as an organization, I think, was massive for North American Counter-Strike to pick up and support a North American team that has been able to go and compete in international leagues and tournaments in their own right. Now you have Wildcard having a huge performance here at the RMRs, beating 3 of the best teams at this tournament to qualify for the Major 3-0, I think is certainly a good sign for them. But I think in general, it's still lacking a bit of organizational support. We have a team here like Boss who doesn't have a sponsor. They're the only team that's in that predicament. And also just in a competition in general, outside of Challengers League and maybe a couple of online qualifiers for some LAN tournaments, you just don't have that much to play for. I have to give some props to Complexity for, running some cups of prize picks and trying to get some competition going in North America again. But there's still more to be done, I think. And we also need to start figuring out who are the next up-and-coming players. I think scouting's been tough, particularly in the IGL department.
NA is the only region that wants to get paid first and then become good. It's like, how are we supposed to get? There's no organizations to pay us salaries and everything. Why would anyone pay Boss anything? What are they doing to provide value to an organization? Sure, they made it to the RMR. You could have made the case someone could have picked them up for this one. Maybe they make a run for it or not. But I've heard this argument so many times. Everywhere else in the world, it's the other way around. It's like first you do something, you have some results, and then someone picks you up because they see, oh, you're actually capable of something. And it's like, how can I put the hours in when I can't pay rent? Yes, because the North Americans are the only people in the world that need to pay rent and bills and what not to be able to compete. So I think a little bit is just mentality. I think other regions just want it more in the end.
We could dive into that, but I'll swiftly move on and be a little bit more controversial. Does it not concern you, Dust, as a North American, the fact that all your teams that are representing North America and are actually doing well, you mentioned in there Complexity, Liquid, hell, even M80, Wildcard, have to import European talent in order to achieve anything?
I mean, that's been kind of a common trend throughout North American Counter-Strike's history, in CSGO, kind of from the iBuyPower bans forward, right? I mean, we lost a couple of very good IGLs in that situation. We had some retire and move on. Obviously, Valorant brought a lot of North American talent away from the Counter-Strike scene. So I think that, imports are the case. But let's be honest, NA is not the only one doing that. Almost every team at this point is international. It's not as if, France has stuck with the French team, Vitality's international team now. Really, that goes down the board. FaZe, Mousesports, these are all international teams. Na'Vi, who was a bastion of Eastern European Counter-Strike, now has, a mixed team where it's not all Ukrainians and Russian players. So I think that's just a general trend, not just a North American thing.
I have so much more to say on this, but this isn't a podcast. It is the build-up to a matchup for a spot.
Oh, that's a great sign.
At the Shanghai Major. Complexity up against M80. And I mean, I feel like Floppy just kind of showcased visually.
No, I'll tell you what it is. He's sick. And it's not new. Every time, every big tournament, half of our team is sick. Somebody came down with something. It's like maintaining your immune system seems to be a rocket science for some of these teams, but never mind. Never mind all that. The map veto, I think this one goes into Complexity's favor just in the bare sense that M80 vetoes Nuke, so they don't have to veto it for them and let Mirage through. I think for this one, for M80, not overthink it, just pick Ancient. Go into it. For Complexity, the question is whether they are going to pick Vertigo or pick something else after how it went yesterday. They still decide to go for Vertigo, and M80 throws a spanner in the works, sort of picks the map that Complexity picked against them last time they met, which is Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because these teams have played each other, you know, twice throughout the course of this year. They played each other at the Esports World Cup. That was just the best of one, of course, M80 winning Anubis in overtime. Then, of course, they played each other in EPL Season 20 not too long ago, where M80 got the 2-0 series win over Complexity on Ancient and Anubis. So Anubis is going to be kind of a repeat, you know, for M80. They've beaten them on this map twice, so it's no surprise to see M80 go for Anubis. I actually like the Vertigo pick from Complexity. I think that is a situation where, you know, yes, they did lose to Made in Brazil yesterday, and, you know, we talked about how they're one of the best Vertigo teams in the world and how that was certainly kind of damning to drop that map for a chance to qualify for the major right then and there. But I do think in this particular matchup, Vertigo is going to serve them well as, you know, yes, M80 do play a little bit of Vertigo. It's not like they permaban it, but they don't have the LAN reps on it. You know, most of their play has been online against just regional talent. Whereas Complexity have had their chances to, you know, prove themselves against top international teams on LAN.
Well, they haven't, because yesterday they lost to MIBR, which
but overall for the year they have like a 19-7 record.
So what do you think happened yesterday with MIBR that meant Complexity wasn't able to? We say that they're one of the best teams on Vertigo, but yesterday they looked uninspiring, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it was that, well, first off, I thought MIBR played that map very well. I think Lukosi and Exit got to play to their strengths a little bit more on Vertigo compared to some of the other maps where they've had to kind of change up their roles a little bit. So I think that's part of it. And look, I think it's the same thing that we've talked about with Complexity time and time again, is that, you know, in those mid to late round moments when the pressure's on and you're in a 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 situation, that's where they can really crumble, whereas Made in Brazil's teamwork went really well. I think the other big thing that happened for Complexity on that map is I don't think they were expecting Made in Brazil to play that slow of a pace. Like, usually Made in Brazil is a much faster paced team. You get easier reads and rotations because of that. That time around, a lot of the lolling that Made in Brazil did, I think made Complexity have a tough time reading them throughout the game.
Complexity is one of the favorites coming into this. They were. Now they go up against M80, their kryptonite. They haven't looked great. Yesterday it looked quite shaky. Are you concerned about how this team is performing right now?
You're always concerned about Complexity. I mean, they haven't really given a lot of reason to people to have faith in them over the last year or over the iteration of this roster. I think the one thing going for them is they don't have to, you know, play in the same room as M80. So I think Floppy will have a bit of an easier time compared to last time. Lake was screaming at him and everything. I just don't like M80's pick. You know, Anubis, it's probably one of the best maps for Complexity. Sure, you beat them on it twice, but you could probably gotten it as a decider. I feel like, and just picking something else like an Ancient, I think would have been a better option, despite Complexity expecting it.
So our two casters, Sponge and Machine, are ready and waiting to take us into game, but we thought it might be fun to chat to them, bring them in. We're going to have a 4-man analyst desk. What's up, gents? How are you doing this morning?
Look at me, Sammy! Look at me! We can't really get too into it because we have got the game on our screen.
Finish them, Alex!
Oh, they will.
That's the Jason Lake.
Yeah.
So you did the Lake, I did the Jason. Sorry, guys, the game's live.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll be back. See you guys.
Hopefully the game brings the energy we just did.
I think so.
Otherwise, we might be in a little bit of trouble.
I'm excited, Matt, and I love what the desk is saying. What do you make of Yanko's take that, you know, returning to Anubis? You've already won it twice. Does lightning strike thrice?
I don't know. Once bitten, twice shy doesn't really play in this scenario. Look.
Why is JT on A? Is he always A? He's a con player, but he's hanging out here.
It's a pistol round.
Yeah,
Do whatever you want. It's freestyle.
And he's in. And so are the T's. Lovely start. Lake 1. JT back. He doesn't go down to Wreck, and Slack's going to test them. And JT and Elige hit them all. Headies plenty. Sin's still hanging around. He's not going to have much to do here. He's going to track the first nicely. Can't adjust. And JT has found himself a triple with that P2000.
It's a long way around for Swisher. Going to try and come in through the back lines. Picked himself up a P2K as the diffuser's coming through. It's the full 10-second now. They're not prepared, but he has to be noisy. Oh, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He's not going to get there in time. And diffused this round for Complexity. Okay. Well, look.
No harm, no foul.
Not the end of the world for Swisher. A plant, I think we should see the force buy come through for M80 into the second round of play, but taking care of business are Cole. And it's an interesting conversation, especially when you have lost the map twice to a team and now they're picking it into you. Whoa. That one looked tidy, didn't it?
Yeah, like I don't know who that favors, right?
I think it shows the confidence of M80 against complexity.
Like, we can do it again.
Exactly, right? And they're not afraid of Cole, but have Cole learnt from those two previous outings? I suppose that's the biggest question mark, as we do see the force by starting to manifest. Galil's Tech-9s and heavy towards B with 3.
I like their B setup, Chad. As long as Grim gets one, Double Dot can clean up the rest, and nobody's looking! Woof! That is disastrous for M80. Couldn't have gone worse.
Yeah, this is a great start for Cole. Should be able to get himself a Galil upgrade here as long as they deal with Swish. Last alive in consecutive rounds. Bomb down, enemy territory, 4 players on the other side of that wall, and...
Hey, yo!
Okay, that's a bit messy, gents.
It's a bit more than he was worth.
Indeed, he's had time with the Tech-9 to course correct. Even keep Grim on notice, but there's Floppy. And they'll be able to scavenge back. So M4's carried through into round number 3, and we should see the full eco.
But another domestic derby. I guess I should stop being so surprised when we're in the Americas.
RMR, right? Yeah.
But regardless, it is always an interesting kind of clash. The desk has already touched on it, but I'm sure we will continue to throughout this series, and with some incredibly high stakes. I don't think Complexity would be too upset regarding the head-to-head if this is the one they win.
Exactly. And it's all been this season. Obviously, Malbs was taken by G2, plugged in, and has been thriving. A couple of trophies for G2 since his inclusion.
But I think one of the, what with my Englishness and my penchant for the underdog.
And shit talk.
Yes, and both of those things are my favorites. So in combination, I definitely have a soft spot for M80, as well as just the fact that they have not backed it up, you know? It's one thing to chat smack, it's another to chat smack and back it up, as they have done so far.
I think that...
You lost Malbs, bro, and you're still winning.
Precisely. Lake is obviously the player that they've plugged in for Malbs. Now we've got 2 Germans, Sin and Slacks, both of which have been present at a major before, but with different teams. Sin previously with Big, and Slacks with Sprout, having to go back, I think, to Rio for both of them.
Maybe this is the new winning formula for NACS to be back on the map, is two Europeans.
It's always been imports.
2 Europeans, yeah.
Right?
Suspend. Oh, no.
Fozy.
Thank you. Sorry, Fuzi. I mean, I know you.
Love is his name.
Love.
Yeah.
Love.
So we got Swedes, we got Germans, obviously on the complexity side of the server, Norwegian of Halzerk, South African of JT. We should get Sam to critique your...
oh, yeah, she won't be happy with that. It's very District 9 after a couple of pints.
It's a great movie. But look, I want to focus in on Rek on this map. I think he's a key individual for M80, especially on Anuba. Seen him have some massive games and has a tough job of being this A anchor on either side of the server. Going to be working for space on the T side. Oh, wait, nice nade there from Sin. We'll chunk down JT.
This is forward.
They're going to push, and they're prepping for Rek's position behind the box. That's going to land on his dome.
Oh, they're really trying to flush him out, but he's got support.
Look at that support.
Slacks is there in time. Now, they know Halzerk was around. That nade came from somewhere, but he activates in mid. Catches Swisher trying to punish the gap on it. Through the smoke, needs to try and disrupt here. Halzerk eats the flash, and that's team play. M80 on the board as they take the A site.
Yeah, beautiful work. And I was touching on the players who have been at majors before, Lake, Rek, and Swisher. The 3 United States. What do we call them?
Yeah, United States.
Yeah, but
you can't say NA, can you?
No, because it would include Canada.
North America. Oh.
Dust is here. What's the term?
America.
But they can't be Americans.
No, American works.
No, but it does it?
Yeah, because if you were sitting there in Alabama and said, well, what are you? I was like, I'm an American. And they'd be really proud of that.
But there's North America and South America and Central America. Are they all Americans?
Technically, but I don't think any of them, like if I said, oh,
identify as American.
Yeah, I'm in Brazil and go, where are you? I'm Brazilian.
You're right.
The Americans would say, I'm American, and I'm proud.
I'm proud.
American.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Call them Americans.
Mate, I saw Cooper was watching. Cooper, let us know.
Yeah, Cooper, hit us up.
Hit us up, bud. But the coach, Def.
Yeah.
British boy.
That's right. We've got 2.
We've got some links, don't we, Alex? Def used to play for Complexity when it was this interesting mix of players. We're talking Rush, we're talking Ricky, right? Oof. We're talking Yay.
Yo.
Right, there were so many different players, but when Def, the coach of M80, used to play in the majors, he was part of Complexity.
Yeah, a couple of times we saw him in the major circuit.
3 times.
3? Okay, nice. T-Stairs smoke and nothing behind it. Cole, actually, I say that. They're going to go for something con here, look. Hauser flashing himself for a quick look and a glance, and T-Smoke will obfuscate his view of Canals. So a bit more of a slow default crawl. Info there from Elige. He spotted 2 pairs of legs. Floppy has the flash upon the call of Elige. Actually throws out the smoke instead. It's a very shallow smoke. Halzak's doing this with Grim support.
Oh,
ouch.
Damn.
Yeah, that's really quick. That's a really nice shot. The fact that Swisher gets away with his life is a bit of a luxury.
Kept on notice. They're still going to pressure middle. Elige.
Line. Oh, spotted. Run down. And wallbang down low. 17 points of health. He still gets a kill. He still gets 2. Outrageous from Elige. Floppy. Just to put the final nail in the coffin. Can he repel the invaders? No, he can't, or at least not Halzak. Swinging out a temple. Felt like a little bit of an overplay of the hand. He's given them an equalizing frag, and now they pivot.
It's open right now. The rotation point of JT. He can get there in time.
Util? Yeah, Incendiary. Gets the first. Doesn't choose to pull it out. Keeps his gun out and delivers a double of his own. Elige and JT with a pair of frags each. And it's up to Lake to come up clutch. You know he's going to have a good go. He's going to give it a good shake now. 30 seconds punching in the code. Not going to be contested. They start to crawl. Trade potential integral. Can he isolate? He can. Finds Floppy. Up and head-to-head versus Grim. And Lake does it again. Once more, clutching up against Cole.
Letting the fire out of the belly. They can't hear him, but he'll let the room know. Lake stepping up, and individuals within that round. JT with a double, the same from Elige, but it's Lake with the clutch.
Sir, I believe that's the first round that could have tilted Complexity, sir.
Right, well, we have to keep our eyes on that for Cole. The mental is always a bit of a question, not afraid to show their dismay.
Oh, it's actually poetic because it's Floppy and Grim in the 2v1. Elige gets 2, JT gets 2. That's a perfect little recipe for a little tilt snack.
Well, already finances with back-to-back round losses for Complexity starting to take a bit of a dent. Fortunately, able to pull in 3 M4s, 2 MP9s, a very workable round. We'll set the bar early. This is the CT side. So for Complexity, if they're getting 4 or 5 rounds, going to be quite content with that. M80 are the ones who have to put in the larger shift within the first half of play. Can they wrestle back as Elige got an insta from spawn? T-Stairs to be smoked off. Just helps to apply a little bit of pressure. Removes the AWP lines, forces the T's to have to play through, and Slacks does exactly that. Playing on a gap. Has he spotted this? Mouth not moving. Step down. Slacks with the opener. Grim down.
He's got 2 here. Takes down Halzak as well. These aggressive maneuvers costly for Cole.
Multi's on the menu early.
Yeah, it's Slacks' turn. He gets himself, throws his hat into the ring with a lovely and impactful double. I wondered about his pathing. You saw him kind of move around that smoke. He had a game plan to play around that T-Stairs smoke.
Felt very prepped for it, and also played up on that elevation as opposed to being a little bit down in the water.
Nice.
So premeditated from Slacks. Now on the back foot, going to have a tough time. Blocked towards B main, but no rush for M80. Still 1 minute and 8 left on the clock, so no dramas.
No glasses for Sin. He's gaming without his goggles.
Could be contact.
Okay.
All right, we'll have to
do our research.
That's for sure.
Some people play better with blurry vision.
Well, let's see if this round gets blurry, because it's not over just yet. Elige's drawn one back. Floppy now noted. That's traditionally the A defender.
It's the last of the util. So it's just going to have to be... I mean, it does really hinge on Elige getting some impact here. The bomb's heading mid. The smoke will fade.
He's always very stubborn in middle as well.
MP9 versus the rifles. What's he got? What's Elige cooking?
That's the bomb.
This will be a really big frag to post. Can he get away? He's asking a lot. And oof, nearly found Lake as well. Puts Lake on notice. They are smoked. Pushing through it is suicide. And so the bomb plant is guaranteed. JT pivots. He's ahead of the Floppy rotation. Lake and Swish linger mid.
Do you consider the save? Well, JT's considering having a look and getting smoked up. Has to push, goes down, and that needs to be the round. Floppy, only with the MP9, has to hope he can find a weapon elsewhere.
Bang.
That's 3 consecutive.
And that's going to be, you know, the economy of Complexity humbled. Forced into the MP9s in this one. And now only saving one MP9. Bleak.
So we're going to see with the 2,400 loss coming into the next, just a partial investment from Cole before the guns come out again. I'm still on Floppy, seeing if he can find anything. I'm sure his teammates would have been communicating where they died and where those guns could be, but he's just going to park himself back at plat and save, well, something. Something. This will be our 7th team locked in for the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
I mean, it is a perfect storm for one of two things to happen. For the 3 Americans in M80 to feel like they're really starting to self-actualize and reach their potential. And the other side of things is for the pressure to become too much. You're against a team you've beaten on a map you've won before for a spot in the major, your first major. This is where, if it's going to go wrong, it could. And especially in your own head. But for so far, so good. We've seen a clutch from Lake. We've seen multi-kill from Slacks in the previous. This is already looking like M80 are their usual selves, but very early doors. Very early stages of this best of 3 for a spot at the major.
Well, this is the type of round that you need to be converting to continue on that path, right? This is where you can get a little bit more flustered, the misplay, the overstep, that added pressure, which is essentially stress. So trying to avoid that as they are working on A main control. Blocked for now.
Yeah, but it's not going to feel good for Floppy. By throwing that smoke so early, he's kind of lost his weapon. In the sense that as soon as that fades, A is going to be just a fight or flight situation. Here's some activity though. JT starts to push, and just as he averts his gaze, rounds the corner into Slacks. Floppy gets proactive, has Halzerk partnered up with him, will be hard cleared here by Slacks, catches a pointy elbow on the jiggle, tracked by Rek. Halzerk just a P250, does very well to find the 1, but Sin quick to put him down in the dirt. A sights theirs, round is theirs 2, 4 consecutive now for M80.
And there was an M4 invested, and you can see that on Elige, so he's going to want to save onto that for the next rifle round. But just seeing if they could get a multi and unravel, and to be fair, Elige has had a few of them so far, so understandably so, is the X factor for Cole, the most experienced member. 13 majors attended, looking for his 14th and his 2nd. The complexity banner is Grim will scoop up an AK-47 and get out.
That's a win. I mean, it's a silver lining in a rather gloomy cloud in these last 4. How many was it for Elige? 13?
13, looking for his 14th.
14. Wow.
Everybody on complexity has been to at least 1 major. Floppy with 3, JT with 3, Grim with 4, has had 3 with complexity, 1 with liquid, and Halzerk 2.
Okay. But yeah, this is a complexity looking to stabilize.
Well, I think that it's more, right, if you're talking in terms of the game, yes, but in terms of the team as part of the org now, it's no longer under the funding, right, that they were previously, because of the merger, and FaZe were the team that were picked to stay on, obviously the conflict of interest. So now Complexity's back under just Jason Lake. It's very important for the org to get into the major and have the sticker money for the future of the team.
Right.
And if they don't make it to the major, you're going to be asking questions about, well, is Elige going to look for greener pastures? That's a conversation for another day, but the result on the screen today and tomorrow could be very impactful.
Oh, they blocked alert smoke. That's naughty.
Okay, Major-esque.
Yeah. Major-esque in pursuit of the major. I wouldn't fancy my chances trying to get past the Legion mid. He's just such a stubborn mule, as you highlighted previously. He doesn't give it up often.
Slower pace about this one.
Yeah. Starting 3B, and what is that from Swish? He just goes looking, and he does find one profitable venture set up by Sin's flashbang. And it has forced a rotation there. Actually, I mean, bang on here. Lake, if he goes looking, Sin as well. Maybe heard by JT. Relays that information. Grim will pivot on the smoke and temple, but pressure being applied here to A rather quick. Elige, he's in the right place to find impact once again. Crossfire established. Elige draws their attention. Floppy will activate. Slacks catches the A main player. It's up to Elige to live here. And he's done more than live. He takes another body, puts Rek down in the dirt. Slacks in a clutch, tracks the first. Knows Elige is close to the site. Only a Glock and nearly goes down on the mantle. This could still go wrong for Elige. He's getting run down. It's a pistol. I don't know if he thinks he's low, but Elige will punish.
I think Elige was out of ammo as well, so both of them down to the sidearms there for an awkward duel, but another Elige multi this time resulting in a round. And an important one to stem the bleed. M80 have enough cash for the reinvestment.
That looked like some real Anubis fundamentals, didn't it, from MAT? They know they've killed a B player. They know it's going to cause a reaction. They pivot into mid, no resistance. But, I mean, the fact that Elige manages to get himself the multi-kill once again, it's going to put them back into the driving seat, we assume. Still an MP9 for Floppy all the same.
There's some aggressive stance over towards A main, not wanting Swisher to have so much room. I wonder, look at this up-down setup here with JT on Jao Grim just ahead of him. Oh,
hello?
Might have hit his keyboard there, I think.
Well, that is a very good way to find an opening frag. You can see Halzok boosted up over the smoke by Flop.
It does look like it wants to be an A play again. The bomb.
Oh. They might try and slip past that, and they have. Just the timing window really favors them. And now Floppy gets a jump scare. Potential collateral. Swisher takes a leg shot through the body of Rek. Halzok racks him up! Triple from the Norwegian AWP. Puts them down to a disadvantage. Awkward now. Don't forget, Swisher got hit by the collateral leg. And so Slax's AWP is really going to have to be the one to open up the pivot into B. Smoked for now.
But take a look at the radar. They haven't actually taken a site call. They're still both passive towards Heaven. They're worried about a slip through middle. They don't know that any was pushed up, so it's lack of info. If Slax can isolate this fight on JT, the rotation's far away and the bomb can go down.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Ivy. It's going to be a question of how paranoid is he about Glyph. JT's got a really powerful angle for this. Slax, how's your pathing? Oh, hip, head. Beautiful. JT takes down the AWPer, and so does the potency of this round. It fades.
Crazy clutch.
It should be impossible. A fake, a swing, and a frag. JT wraps it up, puts a bow on it, but Halzok, he gets the firmest pat on the back as they convert. See that one again from his POV. That was the collateral I'm referencing, and then hitting this one as well. A quick scope is required for the third. Bang!
So much pressure, and Lake has to swing. At that point, you know that he's pinned. You were hoping players would have swung a little bit earlier, but maybe some flashes coming into play. Bit of a car crash in main. That's a tough round for M80, as they will be down to just the eco. And what we were talking about being par for the course or setting the bar of rounds necessary, Cole with 5 and likely 6. Job done. Icing on the cake with what they can add right now. And Elige, the mid holder, freed up to search for some eeks. These are everybody's favorite.
Well, not only that, it's a bucket load of information, isn't it? They're going to be tasty.
Tasty.
9 and 5 as it currently stands. So he's doing the hard graph. Now he's earned himself a couple of freebies.
Hi.
And goodbye. Takes himself one. Conservative approach, though. Will just underhand a smoke to really ruin their day.
He didn't play the pot of greed card.
Yeah, no. I was trying to find a way in which a clock gets a frag, but I'm looking at the mini-map, and the only thing I've got is Lake gets overlooked in Elige's smoke.
Elige may have been heard by Lake?
Yeah, potentially.
He did make an audible step or two.
But he's not playing this one too risky.
It's kind of wild because there was a gap left open for a lot of this round of Dark to be.
Yeah, hasn't JT been kind of...
Well, he only started to cheat back over. Like, Elige was so certain it was going to be an A play. Oh, dear. Ring around the rosy. Lake's gone back around T-spawn as Elige has hedged forward. Oh! And that's not a Glock. That's a Deeg. There's a kill.
I did not see the Deagle for some reason.
Maybe you need Sin's glasses.
I share, maybe. Or we can just share contacts. That'd be cute. Either way, this is still... I mean, more impact than I was expecting in this one. No, absolutely not. The multi-kills should be coming in. Elige's M4's found Floppy. Grim needs to clear this up. And how have 3 people died? How is Sin across? They're not planting. Yeah, you're not planting. Yeah, still, 3 frags is way more than they're worth. $700 invested.
Grim's aim looked like mine there. That was terrible.
Oh, mate. Yeah, that didn't look good. It didn't look good. 6-4, an attack pause from M80 going, guys, we did more than we were worth there. A whole lot more.
Well, let's see if they can tie things up at the half. Be looking for 6 M80. You're going to have to dig deep. And this is where you can get rattled. This is back to Yanko's discussion on the desk. Picking a map that you've played against them twice and beaten them on twice is one thing, but the fact that this is a map that Complexity is comfortable on and will be learning from their mistakes, this is where it can really hurt you, because there is a conversation the night before about what the veto is going to be. Now, whether that's with the whole team, whether that's with just the coach, the in-game leader, But if there's any doubt, right, that's where it can really start to
especially when
spread.
From my recollection, their Ancient's good. Like, it's looked good at times.
And they chose to ban it, didn't they?
Yeah, they've even won it in this tournament.
Who banned it? Let me have a gander.
It was just first phase. They could have picked an Ancient before Cole banned it. You know, Cole banned Mirage first.
Lurk Smoke highlighted again there.
Yeah. An angle for JT over the top of it. Swish once again heading that way.
Well, we all know how annoying this can be. So Complexity making sure they keep this vision and it's going to allow them a little bit more info across the map.
And immediately forces Elige over and puts Halzerk on the responsibility of mid. JT strafes out. Lovely headshot. Finding JT clean. Grim now feeling a bit a brunt of the pressure. Halzerk starts to cheat over. And so much time for M80 to piece this together. They can start pulling the strings and making Complexity dance to their tune.
Looking like a gamble from Cole. They'll need to reaggress. You can't just sit on the site.
Do they boost
Unless
it?
they're hoping for a save. This would be very late in the round to operate with this.
He's just going to clear. Swish learnt his lesson this time. And ooh, elevation, tip of their head. Tries to hand out some haircuts, but some dull scissors. Ooh, Sin going to be upset about that one. Yeah, they are going to continue to apply the pressure. Damage was dealt 4-on-4 as they look to crunch in. I say they crunch in. No, Swish is pivoting.
Well, yeah,
Slacks is
because they
going.
noted Elige and the AWP of Halzerk. That's so much information to players who traditionally are more floaty, rotator players already being on B. They just have to deal with Floppy on A, who's playing in heaven. They have a smoke for this position, but they're just running in.
This is a really compulsory trade from Swish. Gets tagged up as well. Floppy's playing this nicely. Staying dynamic, staying mobile. Will fall. Will falter. Bomb plant ahead of the smoke maybe from Elige, but with low HP, he's not feeling too keen. HE available, will clear and post. When you kill Elige, that will be enough of a distraction for Grim to activate. Grim is the win condition here. He'll wait for camera to take some friction, but that smoke has caused so much action to halt. Now walking through. Oh, a HE, Elige is alive. Oh. That's big from Grim. Huge from Grim. Now Halzerk's been given the M4 to try and take the space with their more HP, but still Lake and Rec hitting shots, taking rounds and trying to save this T-side half. They're already in the dirt, but this one, enough to dust themselves off in pursuit of 6.
Yeah, definitely so. Take a look at the finances left-hand side of your screen. You can see everybody for Complexity, worse for wear. There is an M4 invested for Elige, but the rest will just be finding themselves on pistols or MP9s. Curious to see if they go for just something hyper-aggressive out the gate, try and use the best of the ability of the MP9s. Even Util lacking to block. We're just talking 3 smokes, no incendiaries, 1 flash, a HE. Miserable last round of the first half as Grim will spot out that lurk smoke.
Okay, Rec. He's done well so far, and when tested, see how this one goes. Save from the flash. No, it's a very nice flash. Still catches him despite staring at the boards.
2 counter flashes just being thrown there from Sin. He was posted up towards Rugs the entire time as a contingency. So the support network saves Rec.
Nice to see Complexity, though. Their fundamentals sound on a lower buy, trying to have something aggressive early to try and manufacture an advantage. Window smoke arrives. Lake lines up for the doors. Molly will force Halzerk to react. He can play close to the wall.
Oh, you want to
Oh, he does walk straight into Lake. Lovely opener.
I can understand Halzerk's decision-making. Baited in by Elige's spam, but still ready for the swing of Halzerk. Floppy's turn.
Oh, Floppy's down.
Rec's turn, I mean.
Yeah, lovely work. You're not pushing that.
You kind of feel like you have to.
Kind of tried it, yeah. HE was coming as well, so down to 49 for Elige. JT late to rotate, 2 coming in through storage.
Oh, and look at the Lake late lurk through middle.
Oh, that's round winning.
That is.
Yeah.
6-6.
Like, good luck clearing this one, JT. Yeah, he can kind of sell it a bit. Yeah, he's not even holding for the info. They can be aware that cameras is a possibility. He hears him, gets an
impossible
sound cue, and look at that Rec. Rec's up a 3. And the final frag to come through is Slack. So, yeah, how do we categorize that half? I mean, Cole, they got the pistol in its conversions. It feels like M80 had a good T side, but the score doesn't read like a good T side.
If we're standing back and we're looking at in terms of the match, this is a great half for Complexity.
Right.
If we're looking at with the pistol loss, I think it's a recovery of a half for M80. But I think Complexity are the ones who are going to be going into the second half knowing that, hey, T side, this is where we can do, hopefully, some of our better work considering the context of the map. Close things down, go into our map choice of Vertigo, forget about what went wrong yesterday against MIBR and lock ourselves in for the major.
Yeah, for a lot of the kind of the poster children of the various regions at these RMRs.
Is that Child King?
I mean, in my mind, I was thinking about Dexter and the HLTV quote where it's like, oh, we can relax now. Like, oh, this pressure is off. Just because these are the games which can be really scary to play as a favorite.
For sure. I think the problem is, in World Counter-Strike, you'd say Complexity is better than M80. But in the head-to-head, M80 are better than Complexity. So you have that unfolding in front of our very eyes.
Weird little triangle, yeah. Okay, Sin, he's rocking a kit. Just keeping it simple. 4 sets of Kev.
Kit and a smoke.
Yeah, baby.
That perfect retake package. Well, let's see if that affects the CT side setup. Which will be the under-fortified of the two? It does look like it will be B. So Swisher playing retake. Yeah, and they're going to push fast.
Yo, info maybe. At least they can react away quickly. Sin will be there pressing his ear to the wall to respond, but Lake will continue to activate.
I feel they're going to be completely out of position if Complexity get going.
Sin's not hearing anything because it's contact A. Now the smoke arrives. Double smoke into the A side. This is nice from Cole. Oh! Turns around, spins on a dime for one. Massive from Halzerk.
2 players in A main to deal with this for Cole.
Still have that kit, don't forget. Will be probably very pertinent to this retake going well. Nice from Elige. Composed onto the... Oh, a second onto Slacks. And so the round fizzles out. Swish, what can you do? Nice find onto Flop. Knows Elige was there. What a shot. Finds another.
Smoking
quick flick,
kit.
one tap, smoking kit. This gets awkward. It can get very awkward. He has to choose his defuse angle wisely. Gets onto the bomb. JT's panicking. Gets onto the bomb. Gets onto the bomb. JT's good. And now the defuse unlikely. Swish trying to find the kit. Can't find the kit. Never mind. The bomb hits a shot. He's hit another. Oh, he has to hold it. And now it's awkward. Now on the reload, running him down. It should be all good. It's saved by Elige. Hectic pistol and yeah, a tough one. It actually felt like M80 miraculously gave themselves multiple opportunities thanks to Swisher.
Some great shots on the
really
USP.
Clean shooting.
That one had it all.
That was a high-octane pistol round, and that's both pistols going Complexity's way, but not without Swisher's best shots. Look at this one. Are you ready? Oh, it's slow-mo. Damn, looks good in slow-mo too. And he wasn't far off of hitting the double on main here as well. Hit a good shot into JT.
It's always desperate when Elige is having to come running into the site, reloading, while the guy's sitting the defuse with a kit in a smoke that's starting to fade.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for them. They just didn't quite nail the smoke placement.
Ooh, hold up a second. Swisher's dropped an M4.
There's more to be said about this round than anticipated.
Okay, well, Lake has been given the good graces of that M4.
Okay.
Can he get anything done with it? Because they've gone for a force M80. This is a risky move, if you ask me.
Oh, you want to talk risk? Look at this from Slacks. He's inspecting his MP9 as he jumps out the window. Lake combines. Halzerk trying to hit some taps without Galil. This could go really wrong. This could go south. Elige has been brought very low in middle from the spam.
They get away. Lake continuing to stand staunch, allows Slacks to back off, and now they can play this number advantage. I think the biggest problem is Swish is just working with a USP. So his contributions in the round, he needs to hope that he can trade a teammate, bait somebody in, pick up a gun at some point. Geeky little angle here from Rek. You can see the slither gap with the smoke at the ready. And they don't have, I think, the ability to overrun him.
Schloop. Oh. Not as geeky as I thought it was.
Well, it's kind of doing something.
Still feels like his death is imminent. Tagged up, some support, incendiary, one in the smoke. Oh, this is sketchy. That man advantage is going to slip away, and all of this distraction has got Grim activating up mid. No one's holding it. Halzerk takes down the supporting cast. Rek's a dead man, and this round's shaping up nicely for Cole. Flank held by Elige. He's low HP. Don't forget, he won't be able to take this fight so willy-nilly. Has to concede. A main. As the bomb goes down, and they're quick to take this pressure back. Long-range MP9 from Slacks continues to find some impact. No real hope in this one if Lake doesn't hit a shot quick. Looking to trade off of Slacks' swing or save? We're backing away.
Look, as I said, it was very risky that they went for this CT side of force buy, and now retaking without a kit, right? Low HP, a number disadvantage. You could have given everything over, and then you have to take the full eco into the next. At least this way, they have something to fight with. But with how well that round started,
you're mad if you're Rek, aren't you?
Yeah, you really are, because you thought that he had a great way just to play for info and block, but the fact that the smoke, he misses an unforced error. Obviously under pressure once he spots them, but still could have been the difference maker, and that's going to be complexity up to 8.
Oh. Yeah, that's not.
It's the little details in Counter-Strike.
I mean, I'm sure that is probably what, maybe like 5 pixels off. You know, it's not much. It's just that little lip. He's caught it with the smoke. And after such a lovely start as well, late double swing with Slacks out window, I thought it was inspired to throw some aggression into the mix as well. Destabilize, complexity. But yeah, we should perhaps praise the restraint. We'll see how praiseworthy it is into this one.
I think so. The fact that they kept their cool and didn't just try and like run in, they waited till the smoke start to fade, then they threw the fountain molly. Props to complexity, but another missed opportunity for M80 is B aggression for Lake, so they're going to use him as the tip of the spear again.
Okay, Lake. Okay, Lake. He's backing himself. He's backing his aim, and now spotted out a head-to-head with Grim, and his bullets found the head first. Freshly shaven.
But you know where the M4 is, so this should help inform complexity for the finish within the round. Floppy looking towards A main, just playing on the cusp of the smoke.
They've just showed themselves aggressive B main, and then 2 of them started piecing out a B. They're staying very fluid here. Swinging, audible, pressure into mid, and that's exactly what Halzak wanted. Receives them with a smile! Oh! Lake receives them with a triple. Grim's low. Grim is low, and he's gone down as well. Slack sends him 6 feet deep, and now up to Flop to save Cole. Eats his own nade. 20 points of damage. Bomb loose, round looking over. Dude, this was just 2 safe guns.
Yeah, you can see the tilt back in the chair there from Floppy as well. This is one of those rounds where the M4 was noted aggressive B main, and then they went for a move, but it wasn't immediate, right? You mentioned the fact that on the minimap, they were able to rotate away. Once the M4 is noted, you need to immediately be able to punish the space on the other side of the map. Sure, you might be expecting a stack or a group, but you've got 2 choices. You either punish once you receive the information, or you hit the brakes, you completely reset, because they didn't need to make the move at that time.
And that's also straight up star power from Lake. You've got the saved rifle. What do? You go B main and just say, come and fight me.
Exactly, and you have to use a weapon like that in a round like this aggressively. But the thing that I like even more is once it was identified that they were coming through middle, all of the players who put their body on the line so that Lake could come out safely. He wasn't the first individual swinging. There was players from Camera, players from Temple, and then he was able to come out and do the job. It's just a 1-round game, and I cannot believe that the force buy in the second round pays off in the third. Complexity now the ones on the back foot. This is some good Counter-Strike from both these teams.
Yeah, holy moly. This second half, M80 to get themselves on the board with just 2 safe guns.
How quick can they be
This
humbled?
is Pacey, they're testing Rek. He fumbled the first test. I say that as actually the wind taken out of their sails. Incendiary delays. Lake goes searching for Grim. Will they really get another head-to-head? Oh, he doesn't have the weapon to fight this head-on. More so just trying to keep him honest.
I think as well, that's information. It just seems like a default. Just one player, not much more information. So M80 continuing to stay agile.
Yeah, talking about agile, Elige is taking mid on his own. Silently contacting his way into middle. It's responsibility of Swish. Takes a jiggle out. Ooh, this is a dangerous game. You could die retrieving that. Sin. Info. Oh, he does get away with it. Okay, well, now some information continues to flow. Mid occupied. Occupado.
Drop and go B?
Seems like the plan. Halzak's moving that way. They've got to get past Lake, though, and he has still got an incendiary. Playing a jiggle incendiary defense. It's risky if you're up against that instant one-shot from the AK. Can Halzak hit it? No. The answer... No, incendiary to buy time for that rotation. Swisher gallops over. Slacks is there as well. Shapes up nicely. They still have to find the frags, though, and Slacks has gone down after 1. An important trade from Elige into the site. Lake puts down Grim. Lake forced wide. Halzak can't track him. Does find the head eventually. Swisher noted on the site. Flash and plant. Halzak trying to punch in that code. Swisher doesn't look like he's going to try and disrupt it. But look at the health for Cole. Elige, he's done well with low HP already in this match.
Strong post plant, B main, pillar, and dark.
Fading. Spotted, shoulder on towards the Ivy position, does isolate it nicely. Halzog finds himself the multi, Floppy as well to contribute and swish. This crossfire is going to be hard to break. The low HP on the Elige could lead to a quick swing. No, he nails it. He ain't scared. He ain't worried. 17th frag for Elige as he not only opens but closes the case of round 16.
Yeah, I really like the way they had that post plant set up there for complexity. Look, it's very standard, but I think that pillar gives you so many options to pivot off, stay alive, give information for your team to play off. A player in dark being Elige and 1B main, and the util wasn't there for M80 to block any of these key choke points. So well done, well handled, and it will be the second of 3 tactical timeouts in regulation. Def, the Brit, on the mic and needing to inspire them at this moment in the game.
Yo, he's more animated than I regularly see Def as well. I mean, obviously, it probably speaks to the stakes of this matchup as well as a bit of the rivalry perhaps growing, dare I say it?
I think the stakes, of course, right? Because tomorrow, if you find yourself in the 2-2 bucket of teams, even if you win the best of 3, there's an opportunity that you have to play in the 7th, 8th decider because only 7 teams make it.
And Liquid Furia are playing now, so the loser of that's guaranteed to be there.
Right, I haven't taken a look at what the potential matchups could be. I've kind of left it as a little surprise for the end of each day.
Okay, fun.
But yeah, you don't want to have to go into the final day of the RMRs where the pressure gets turned up to a whole different level. Have been able to buy again. AWP for Slacks.
Slacks A with the orb.
And you wonder, does he go aggressive or do they just lock it down and fortify with more bodies elsewhere?
They're going to test him. I assume a flash will force him off of the line. Has Rek as well and support. Oh, a dry swing? Dink? How has he done that through the concrete? Swish as well, testing B. Head-to-head between him and Grim.
Still coming main. Smoked off for now, but that will allow Basket's control. Lurk Smoke limped forward by Elige. More pressure applied as 3 players for M80 essentially defending this site. Sin's just on the jiggle to deal with mid in the interim, but no full commit from Complexity just yet. Plenty of time to change their choice.
High pressure.
You're going to have to fight, Alex. He can't play with the smoke like this and not go.
But he's got no support. I mean, with Slacks is so low HP, I say that Sin's going to come over. They're choosing to fight this. Floppy to swing off of Elige's contact. Nails the first. Now Floppy will activate, and now Slacks is dead. Oh, they're playing it beautifully. JT dead. They're pushing the flame. Sin, that 5-7 could have put in a shift. Grim's going to be overlooked, but still misses his spray. A messy one from Grimothy. But all the same, it is going to be a 10th for Complexity. And I have to say, they're looking like a very solid T-side here.
I think that round is the perfect example of how small the map can feel for the CTs if you don't have territory, weapons, utility to be able to kind of block and have informed decisions. Right, there was so much pressure A main, and they needed answers, and they had stacked towards A. They didn't have mid control. Imagine if they all just stayed very site-centric and they got split from middle as well as A main. They would have just been having to do 180s. So I understand the decision to try and aggress in, but it looked desperate. It looked flat, but without too many choices, what are they meant to do?
Yeah, I loved it from Elige as well. Like just, and Floppy, both of them. When the incendiary from Sin came, it showed their conviction. They knew exactly that this is the last dude. We kill him, we win the round.
And Elige, he wants to go to his 14th major. 18 kills, 9 deaths, wanting to take Complexity there. Halzog also putting in a shift 16 for him. Is this when the M80 comeback begins? It wouldn't be the first time. I think the matchup that happened at EWC where Jason Lake yelled out, finish them in the best of 1, was like an 11-5 scoreline.
Yeah.
So is this where M80 dig deep? Well, they've been able to convert around with a hero play from Lake. He's going to need contributions for the rest of his team. And again, aggressive out the window. This time he's down.
That's so crazy aggressive. Oh, man. And you got teammates with pistols. So he puts that M4 in a rather hard-to-retrieve location. Lurk Smoke, but ahead of it is Rag. Pokes his nose. Sin confirms mid has been pushed.
It's so early, a minute 28 on the clock, that Elige has all of that room.
Yeah, Grim's going to join him, hoover up that space that's been taken. That's not gone well.
Well, fortunately, we can see it shouldn't cause too much of an issue.
No, I don't think any way for this to be problematic for Complexity. Sin, yeah, I mean, confirms that Elige's continued his crawl. Now the A site's been lost in the 11th. Feels like a guarantee. Best case might just be retrieve that M4. Save Lakes. And that on Swish.
Ooh.
Applying some pressure here towards the heavens. Halzak good for it. Problem solved. Sin tasked with perhaps trying to find the second rifle, but it's not. He's heading beach.
You never want to say this when you're watching a complexity game, but they're looking comfortable at this point. You never want to say it.
Dangerous, Birchall.
But they are looking comfortable.
I would agree.
And Vertigo up next. Curious to see how that one unfolds. We've had so much Vertigo at the Americas RMR. I think it's the most played map by a country mile. I think it's been played 8 times.
But I wonder if that's also a product of, you know, everyone realizing that it's a very valuable weapon in your arsenal.
I think for underdog teams, it is hugely, right? To make sure that you have that to punish other teams within your region.
I mean, most teams, unless you're, you know, at the very tippy top of the pyramid, you have a permaban and you have Vertigo. It's usually both, and that's a very vulnerable punish. That's a gap in your armor that can be thrust within.
All right, 11-7, M80. If it's going to start, it needs to start now.
Yeah, right here. Nice angle from Slacks that's hard to react to. Yeah, Elige was too rapid. And now running into him. Damn, Elige really testing Slacks. This time he passes the test.
I think he felt that he had him ruffled.
Yeah. And
with that aggression, Elige has actually given an opening kill, to M80 to try to work back into this round. And this is where things can actually start going wrong for Cole. So can somebody else step up?
Yeah.
Grim says yes.
It's a big find. I put Slacks down. They now note that he's rotated off of middle. JT keeps the pressure on.
They missed the flash.
Flubbed the flash. JT has control of Con. Bomb's going A, though. This is great. How's Rek holding this? Is he even looking?
He's mid-focused.
Oy. I mean, he'll take a cursory glance. It's just going to come down to timing. I'm sure he'll have a little looky-loo. Now, the molly lands. Still focused on middle. Safe for now. Floppy in. Halzak overlooking the position, assuming it's clear, and he's been punished for it. Floppy has the bomb. JT finds them as they overreact, but Rek and Sin hold fast. And now into Floppy for a 1v2. This is everything. This will keep that comfort for complexity if he can come up clutch. Rek low HP. Going to be walking straight into Floppy's crosshairs. Sin silent as well. He needs to pick up the pace. The kit is present. And now he knows. Floppy heaven side. Sin will start to pick up the pace. Has that smoke in a kit. We've seen this before. On the pistol. Didn't manage to pull it off this time. Fingertip spotted. Floppy aggressive. Smoke out on the bomb. Trying to stop his cross. Sin nails the headshot. And M80 given a little bit of a lifeline there from their German in-game leader.
Whoa, that one right there. Floppy could have bailed them out of what was looking like a bit of a miserable round. You see Halzak just running in, not aware that camera was even a possibility. I imagine that's because the Floppy crossed for free. The lack of bodies spotted, and this was the opener. Elige a bit overzealous in that one. Grim gets one back, sure, but that was the kill from Rek. The round opens up. JT even gets a crazy double, but there's a third where that came from. And Floppy, this is where you really needed him in the clutch. Didn't play the bomb, wanted to take the duel. Well, win one more of those, M80. You break the money of Cole. You're back in this. Not again, Cole. I said comfortable.
Well, complexity by name, complexity by nature.
This is direct. Just going to set up for an A-go.
Rek has been having his issues. He's not throwing out that smoke. This is a little scary now. Might be too late by the time that smoke is released. Yep, Floppy's running ahead. He's punished for it. Grim will trade. Valiant from him. Slacks gets away with the first and the second. Not the third. JT flattens the AWP. Into the site for the 2v3. They can be really restrained on this retake. Sin clears the smoke. Confirms Halzak and JT side. Sin and Lake pivoting main side, so Swish will be the late piece.
Looking for the heaven fight.
Ooh, this is big. Halzak has to hard clear this and do so well. Swisher, distinct disadvantage with the FANAS. Lake nails an instant headshot onto JT. Hang on. No smoke, but still pressure onto Halzak. Can he do what Floppy couldn't? Looks like he's set himself up for success. And Halzak does his best. Clutches up, triple kill, and top fragging now for complexity.
Oh, Halzak, there's the impact that we're talking about. Halzak and Elige at the tippy top of the scoreboard. Massive work, and this from Slacks. You think he's done enough. The fact he jumps away, gets the second. He is under so much pressure, and this bomb site tough to retake. Gives M80 the number advantage, but Halzerk says no, not today, not on my watch. That's 12 for Cole.
Massive, massive. Just as we're, you start to see the foundations get a bit shaky. Cracks started to form. Can they throw the knockout blow cleanly? This is it, distinct weapon advantage. Close quarters, Swisher under scrutiny, does throw out his utility. They want to force him into these fights. He's got a safe haven just on the edge of jail.
Take a look at Cole's response, though. As soon as they're blocked...
Why are they so static?
What do you mean?
I'm just looked at the map. Sin, Slacks, Rek, despite all of that pressure, are actually just chilling.
As soon as B main is blocked in that facet, right, there's very unlikely they're going to push through. It'd be very... Especially considering the tell of MP9s. Right, so I like what Cole did. They went, they put the pressure, they forced out U2 very early in the round. Now they can finish B, not having to worry about so many nades.
Flirting with the A-main aggression. This cut of noise is scary. Ooh, lovely. Wow. Lovely work from JT. He's a well-drilled connector player. Switch has been working on this one. This is a powerful pop flash for the swing. Impossible to react to, but now he's tucked in, he's under scrutiny, some support required. There's Sim in the feed, only the one, needs more. Elige commits to the spray. Rek bleeding internally, it's not looking good. M80 hanging on by a thread, a single nerve ending, and there it is, a 13-8 scoreline. Anubis, it's complexities. For the first time in their head-to-head, it's the first step towards taking the major spot. M80 down in the dumps, 1-0 Cole.
Look at me, machine. We're going to talk about what just happened there on Anubis. Let's go right back to the first half. I mean, Dust, do you think maybe M80 gave Complexity way too much space on the CT side there?
That's tough. I mean, obviously they went down 0-3 because they lost a pistol in the opening gun round. I thought the fact that they were able to recover and still get, 6 rounds that half despite the 0-3 start was actually pretty good. They looked pretty well balanced. They were playing their defaults well. They were getting some good executes. Lake was having massive impact. So I really thought they were doing a good job. I just think that, in the past when they've played Complexity, they've been able to get like 7 to 9 rounds on the attacking side. So being limited to 6 because they lost pistol, I think was certainly tough. And then they just couldn't get anything going defensively with any type of consistency. And I think that was really the bigger issue, in my opinion.
Was there a way to change that first half for them?
I don't think so. I think you look at this game and there's not really any glaring mistakes you can point out to the teams from a tactical or a macro side of the things. I think just on the individual level, the Complexity players were a little bit better in some of these key moments, right? Especially on the CT side, a couple of rounds for M80 towards that A bomb site. If they're just able to get one kill extra, buy time for the rotate to come in, they have an opportunity in some of those rounds, but Complexity was just really on point on this first map.
Was there a way maybe, like you said, there wasn't something specific, but what would you have done if you were M80 to turn the tide in the second half?
I think it's tough because you look at they were mobile, they were dynamic, they were taking calculated risks, and then it's now you're making this play and we need to get this trade kill, right? Otherwise, just getting shut down and they can't get the trade, or the Opper has a good read where to position himself, can't hit the shot, right? I don't think there was much that you could have done to really change, right? It was just a little bit on the execution side of things where things didn't really go your way.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there were times where M80 did try to challenge and get a little bit aggressive at middle, or even try to, peek into water from B connector, but Complexity did a very good job of having their players positioned to watch those very types of aggressive moves and be able to counter them very effectively. Look, I do think that there was a couple of times where maybe their spacing was just a little bit off, but I really do think that this is more of a situation where you should be celebrating how well Complexity played their T side versus harping on M80's woes, so to speak. Like, I think Complexity, brought a nice full playbook on that Anubis T side. They played their defaults well. They mixed in some faster A executes. Elige had his way with the middle of the map pretty much every round, was always constantly putting pressure there, making it hard for M80 to make reads and rotations. And they got a great performance out of Halzerk on the AWP throughout the course of the game, which, he kind of struggled in their last Anubis map at the AWP, particularly defensively, but this map he was a stud. So, I mean, yeah, I think this is more of Complexity just playing good Counter-Strike than me critiquing M80 in some sort of way.
That's the problem with picking, their second best map. I mean, arguably, right? So I think the issue here is first that, and you can always point out they won both pistols, but I don't think it would have been a massive difference because you had in the second half M80 won that eco with 2 saved guns really, and then the round after is the one that you really need to nail down. Like that's the one you need to convert if you're M80 to give yourself some breathing room, put complexity on the back foot, but they can't win consecutive rounds in that second half, and complexity never really felt pressured in that game, I don't feel like.
I feel like the moment that really didn't click for them that they needed was there was a round where Cole were essentially kind of like on a force, and Elige goes for middle and he gets picked off by Slacks. It's AWP, and so it's looking like this is M80's chance to break their economy, get things going, but unfortunately they tried to get aggressive on the B side of the map. Grim caught that gave them a little bit of presence at B. They were able to make that rotation through Canal and run a really good B split. So I think that was like really the critical round towards the end of the second half that really kind of sealed the deal for Complexity in a way.
This is such a mean question, and I also think it's always difficult to answer this because we're not in the brains.
You're usually
of the
so
players.
nice. This is so out of pocket
unorthodox. What we're about to get here, I feel like.
So kind and caring and sweet. Do you think M80 made a mistake picking Anubis?
Yes. Yeah. I think their Ancient's way stronger. I mean, look, in the order of mass that M80 plays, their Anubis is not bad, and they've beaten this team twice on Anubis, so don't get me wrong, but I do think Ancient would have given them a bigger advantage, considering how weak Complexity looked on Ancient lately, than playing them on a map like Anubis, where Complexity has now had time to kind of look through the film and see what went wrong and the adjustments they need to make to beat this team.
It's like going up against Navi and picking Mirage because you're really good on it. Like, you have to take it somewhere else. You're making the best of 3 way too easy for them in that case. And Chad made a good point as well. It's not about the problem isn't that you beat them on Anubis a couple of times and now you're picking it again. The problem is more so that they're just comfortable on the map. So you're not catching them off guard. They're not going to be stressed by the fact that you picked Anubis. If anything, they're going to be more relaxed. And I think what we saw is a relaxed Complexity on that map 1.
I suppose there's also the argument that, yes, you've beaten them twice before, but that gives them more work to do. They know now how you've beaten them. They can prep better for you. We move on to Vertigo. Complexity's pick. They are one of the best teams in the world on this map. M80 is going to have a tall ask if they want to make it to Dust 2.
I agree. Yes, the Complexity lost to Made in Brazil yesterday in a very close fashion, and that was a little bit, I would say, unlucky in a way. Like, I think they should have probably won that one, but with M80, they don't really have a proven track record on this map outside of online regional play. I think that's the big thing that Complexity are going to have over them is the reps on LAN, the better results, the more comfortability. And so, yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I think, for M80 to come back.
I mean, that was the case for MIBR yesterday as well. No reps on LAN, playing weaker opposition. But I think a little bit Complexity lost that game yesterday. I mean, MIBR did a great job. But in some of the key moments towards the tail end of that game, some impatience from Complexity, maybe feeling like, the game is already in the bag, just wanting to end rounds a little bit too quickly, and MIBR outplayed them in some of those mid to late round situations. So if you're rewatching that game and you're Complexity, you're like, we threw that one. I mean, we should have just chilled a little bit more in rounds and we probably would have been fine. We sort of gave them some kills in key moments. So I think this time around, if they don't make the same mistake, the outcome might be much better for them.
I think this is going to come down to 2 really key matchups on Vertigo. I think it's going to come down to who was able to win the timing battle at middle between Rek and Grim, because mid is such a timing-based position on Vertigo that you can either exploit or it can backfire. So I'm going to be looking at that. And then the 2 star players for each respective team, Lake and Elige, A ramps their playground, both defensively and on the attacking side. So I feel like that head-to-head clash is going to really determine a lot of rounds. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards.
The head-to-head clashes you've just mentioned on both cases, though, would you not argue on paper Complexity wins those out? They have the stronger players?
I would say so, yes.
So this could be a 2-0.
Yeah, it could be. I think also M80 needs Slacks or someone to step, because Lake has been playing really well. It seems like key rounds, he was the one on the move, he was the one creating openings. It can't just be one guy, right? Like you need a little bit more contribution in that department, so someone needs to step up on the M80 side.
Complexity is 1 map away from possibly guaranteeing themselves a spot at the Perfect World Major, but we've seen them here before, and if you're a Complexity fan, you know that they have a tendency to disappoint. There is a chance M80 could even out the series. We don't know how it's going to go. We just want to watch the game, which we're going to do right after this.
But one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
High is off to Shanghai, and one of these two teams is too. Will it be into Complexity taking the first map in this series and Anubis going their way? Chatty B with me. What are you saying about a 3-map affair?
I was going to say one of them's going to say bye, but they're just going to go to 2-2.
2-2. So not bye, but it is a high to Shanghai for one of them.
And it'll be stressful for one of them who has to play again tomorrow, and potentially 2 games. But look, Shanghai just around the corner, even though that's exactly where they are right now. But the major, this is what it's all about, the qualification. We are looking to lock in our 7th team. We're the Asian RMRs, now we're in the Americas RMRs, so we're adding more and more names to that list of 24. And Vertigo fans rejoice. Everybody celebrating at home. They can't quite believe it, just how many games of Vertigo we're getting.
16 of you rejoice.
Yeah, and that's great. I'm sure all of you are watching right now as well. But this map hopefully replaced after the major by Train. Look, choo-choo, all aboard.
I'm excited. I certainly am. It's a hype train for me, not only for my weird relationship with Vertigo, I do kind of like it, but also just the fact that M80 and Complexity, their first game delivered, Complexity have started to shake off this little bit of an M80 rivalry. This has been a domestic derby that has been favouring M80 historically. Yet to see Complexity take a series against them, but here we are.
Yeah, well, the map's the best start.
And there he goes. Nice start. First bullet out of Halzerk.
Yeah, well, there are some P250s in the mix, and they are in the hands of the 2 heavy hitters, Elige and Halzerk.
Yeah, our 2 top fraggers from Anubis.
And it's Lake, the other one, in the dirt first. Now, this is the first time we'll be seeing Vertigo in an official between the two. It's always been Anubis or Ancient, so something a little bit different. But still one of the holy trinity of Once Upon a Time. Is having to work with the man disadvantage at M80. They were split in a 2-2 formation after Lake's death, but now searching over towards middle. Looks like Complexity with the A space are going to be setting up for an A execute. There's 2 smokes, 2 flashes. There's no mollies, but they're just going to allow Elige to keep searching to his demise.
Yeah, that's fantastic usage of Slack's USP. They're in the right place for this A exec. Will they try and disrupt? And yes, they will. A gap in your smoke. That's so easy to punish for Slacks. Nails the shot onto JT. Halzerk and Grim. They're counting on Grim's flank doing some work, and it looks like he's got one.
Penny's going to drop for Swisher.
Okay,
Maybe
clean,
not.
converted. Now a second compulsory as he does try and whittle away at that player on the headshot, but Halzerk goes down and Grim noted. It's a hard clutch. It's asking a lot of Grim. Sin puts him down, and M80, despite the 4v5, overcome Cole in the pistol.
Just questionable by Elige to continue with the search. I don't know what the call is, obviously, but the fact that they get the opener, they have the number advantage, and they have utility to go for a finish, it seems a little bit silly to go for that pick before the util comes in and give away that opening. Now, here it is. Bang!
Oh, that's fake.
Huge shot from Halzerk. And not a bad one from Slacks either. So Orpers on either side of the server finding damage with the pistols. But that feels like a squandered opportunity for Complexity as far as the pistol is concerned. Will be an eco for them with a flash in the hands of JT. So a B pop after the incendiary. I believe that would be Rek.
It is. Up close and personal.
There he is.
Yeah, I was just looking at his name. He's got a sick name. Ethan Serrano.
Serrano, I knew you'd be here.
Yeah, legit. Well, that was the flash. So not too much excitement here for Complexity in this one. I say that as actually Elige does take down Rek, overlooked as they try and run down the FAMAS, turn the flash, safely supported. Elige makes that MP9 work. Now Swisher's low, saves himself with a USP switch up. And Elige knows he's already done some damage, but from behind, Lake will strike. So relatively costly, relatively successful as far as Glock ecos go. 2 kills, could have been 3.
So just looking at the finances, Slacks will likely drop an M4, Swisher the same, I would presume. At least they could have. So we'll see how the buys do shape up. But this is where... Okay, so an MP9 for Rek being a B defender. Swisher did drop the FAMAS, and he'll take an M4. Okay, well, I guess because it's the AWPer of Slacks, maybe they want residual cash for him in the future to bring out the AWP.
They're starting 3B, no one mid.
I like it with the MP9s.
Yeah, okay. Take full B lobby control.
Full Geronimo there as they just drop down.
Oh, this is not going to be easy to break through.
This is... I think what a lot of people dislike about Vertigo is just how these smokes can negate a lot of space to be taken. But we were discussing the smoke yesterday being thrown to be pried around for A searches for the Ts. Elige trying to do exactly that. And does Lake pedal all the way back? He will. So the fact that they go aggressive, they're locked down lobby. Look at how much time they bought off of the clock. We're down to 1:15. as Rek is just going to jump spot. Doing it silently as well because he's pressing himself into the wood.
How is Swisher jiggling mid? I'd just like to see his protocol on that info. He was just spotting from the way back CT, now falls into B to provide the backup. So you can see that they're very well drilled here. Slacks fills that gap, puts a lot of pressure onto Sin if there was pressure on A. Now Swish lining up something.
It does feel like this has to be B for Cole. They don't really have many options.
Oh, flash and go. Messy spray. Rek allowed to retreat though. So confirmation, information, and he gets away.
Another flash from Lake. He could go again, Rek. 38 seconds.
Have another go?
Well, they've seen enough of B, but Rek's still forward, so that's heaps of information that it should be an A finish.
Yeah, Legion's saying, I've got top ramp, no one's here. Sin's passive hold on towards the catwalk
angle. Has no
angle.
support, though.
It should be coming. It's not. Okay, this is a bit of a misstep from M80. It's going to be a retake. So long as Sin doesn't cause too much damage. If Elish is overlooking this angle, but no, he'll check it.
Dink.
And
1
wow,
HP.
What? He's been robbed. He's been robbed. Team Flash.
Bomb going down.
Eats that bomb down. Planted. Just with enough time to spare. Bobby and Halzerg, just like that, combine a wave of T-frags to put Complexities first on the board. Rek to be overlooked here by Grim. That's just the one kill.
That happened very quickly, didn't it? And I think M80 were just doubting the reroute completely. They were so stubborn with the B side, they thought, okay, well, we blocked them. Surely they're not going to run all the way back and go for the A side of the map, and they did. So, well done from Cole.
And that's a product as well of Elish still being there and doing so completely silently, right? He hasn't thrown a little like, oh, I'll fake A with a smoke, or I've made a step short. He's just held onto it, and it gives him that pivot. Actually, this is going to get costly. He might get another here.
Great if he could take the AK. I think Elish might just want to survive.
Yoink.
So, yeah, Rek will upgrade a rifle. Can drop an M4 into the next. So Swisher could get a drop. Lake can by himself. Slack's the same, and Sin, the in-game leader, could operate with an MP9 or a FAMAS of his own design. So there is the ability for M80 to go for a buy. So important save there for Rek. We'll see how much that bolsters this next round of play. But yeah, the seesaw is one of the biggest factors that you have to keep alive on a map like Vertigo. If you're ever looking for a proficient Vertigo team, it's teams who can seesaw effectively and aren't afraid to rotate. Completely different complexion to the round.
That's an aggressive CT maneuver. Grim.
Oh, what?
What was that? I think that was a jiggle without any info for Grim. Rek gets the confirmation. He converts, and now your head's sticking out of the smoke. Oh, sitting ducks complexity.
I would love to see that from Grim's POV,
Same.
because it's just a complete silent crawl on middle. It felt like Grim had noted something. Elish's going to be dead. And it's about to be a spotless response from M80.
Yeah, lovely work from Rek. Jiggling so close to the wall for Grim, his face is still staring at the
But he was lining up utility.
And then he had like
so maybe the smoke at the same time blocked B, which would have cancelled his util set for another 20 seconds. And then by doing so, he's gone, well, I may as well check and see if someone's pushing. But Rek had already pushed.
Yeah,
and Rek wasn't even looking in that direction. He was looking at ladder room.
But he got just enough in the peripheral vision to spot that leg. I do think it was just like a little bit of leg.
Usually is.
Yeah, the Victorians watching would have gone crazy for that.
Well, Complexity are going to have to see if Hauser can hold on to this AK. They have swarmed the lower deck, limiting the options of where Hauser can find himself. Worst case, he goes down after time. That would be a classic
Which
Hauser
is actually very,
slam moment.
yeah, very feasible. Very realistic. Looking at just how surrounded he is right now. They've already swept through spawn, so they know he's not spawned. So if I'm M80, I'm saying probably B lobby.
Lake is gonna
he's
find
waiting.
him.
He's waiting. Is Lake waiting deliberately?
But they don't know exactly where he is, so he's just going to shoot him.
Oh, a couple of seconds on that, and it would have been an absolute nightmare for Halzerg, but all good in the hood, gets his cash.
Yeah, there's a disparity in the finances for Cole as well, 3.6 and 3.4 on Hauser and Grim respectively. The other three with that 1.9 mark due to the loss. But so set up the util. Oh,
he did see him.
So he just caught it. And, okay. But you could see he was lining up the util, then took the glance, and it was already happening so quick. So that's just frustrating for Grim. Oh, they've gone a hero AK.
What? On your AWP? I thought you wanted an AWP. G?
Yeah, and also there's no head armor.
Yeah, oh. My. But actually, they're 5 AKs. Doesn't matter.
Well,
for some reason. Somehow, that's fine.
Well, that feels nice for the CTs.
Yeah, 5 AK-47s. That is beautiful. You're just missing the AWP for the Royal Flush.
Yeah, I imagine they just don't want M80 to build too much economy, but this feels like it is going to have bigger ramifications for Cole unless they can get a few kills and maybe a plant. A round win would be something special.
This is a tough angle to get past on the best of days. Swish. Yeah, Dix. Oh, sorry. Ducks, dips, and dives away. Freudian slip. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, we tried A. We get B a look. Now we go back to A.
Yeah, I've seen this strategy before.
Alexi B would be proud.
A very advanced strategy. How's their A setup looking? It's not just Lake, right? Sin's okay, yeah. Okay, so this is a nice passive crossfire. You've got everything covered.
And it's beautiful because there's no execute possible.
Right, you're guaranteed to get the information. The question is just don't give up a kill.
Oh, they're doing the boost.
Actually, probably the perfect counter to this. Hello. Oh, he's just about lived 14 points of health on Lake.
The boy who just about lived.
Yeah.
Harry Potter sequel.
Yeah, that's Harry Potter. Run boosting for a bomb plant.
Hold up.
Yep,
Oh,
hang on. Alarm bells ringing. Eco victory. One frag away. You had 5 AK-47s. They had 1, and you're still unable to convert. What a lovely and inspired round that is out of complexity. That's massive. TC can't even hide his excitement over that conversion. That's crazy.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
That is truly ludicrous.
Oh. The devil in the details, the harass of the AK, lightening up a few of the players' HP for the later round, the boost, the information, the grim mid-lurk, JT on the Glock.
If you'd have showed me that setup, you know, like if we just paused at that, you know, we're looking at Lake and Sin setup, and you're saying, yeah, no utility, I would have put good money on them being unable to lose that round.
Well, that shot definitely helped. And then JT.
What's that? Parkour. Oh! Huge.
We thought we had wild rounds yesterday.
Yeah, look at his face. I mean, just genuinely shocked.
That's a tilter. Yeah, that is a tilter.
That's a pause. I mean, tilt goes both ways. Mathematically, categorically, and metaphorically. Okay. Oof.
I thought like yesterday's crazy rounds when we were doing the Case game was something to behold. Red Canids versus Case. If you missed it, there were some funky moments, but that might be the one.
No,
that's the case.
That's at the top of the table right now. That's crazy.
Especially with so many players staying alive.
5 AKs, bro. You were set up for the CT half of your dreams, and now nightmares for Sin dead. JT down. Good work from Lake, but look at Elige. He's actually pushed this far forward. Lake is not ready for that, and Halzerk is for Slacks. Oof, maybe take another one, boys. That's going to leave a mark. And so will that double from Rek. Hang on. He's gotten away with murder there.
Round's back on.
Yeah, comms are picking up. No bomb plant yet. Grim scoops it up. We'll throw out the smoke to try and make sure that's a possibility.
They're worried, but there's been a full
relocated.
reroute. They had so much time.
Yeah. He's exposed. No bomb plant. Overextension, though. And Elige will catch him. Looking to come up clutch. This will be the twist of the knife. Tilt losing the eco. Now Elige overlooking the position, and he goes down to Swish. The twists and turns continue on Vertigo.
That was a 4v2, and the second kill from Rek, that's a full accident. He's backpedaling with the M1 still down and gets a headshot, and then Grim's planning in the open.
He can't. It's one of those things where I think for Cole, time stood still. They're so focused on Ellie. The fact that you're planting like that, 10 seconds has passed. They can be heaven.
Just so quick with the reroute from Rek as well. He didn't miss a beat. Gets those 2 kills and is immediately pivoting. Wow, okay, this game.
Okay, now Tech9s for 2. Grim and Floppy down to just the sidearm. Lake's hearing a lot. He's hearing more than just one. He knows the pressure is on. He's going to be swung. And Halzerk gets away with it. Down to 7 HP. Will throw out his utility. And swung on now by Slacks. Takes his place. Keeps control of short and staying proactive here. Smoke is tempting for Slacks, but he wants to fight. Throws it out now. Elige progressing up Crane around the CT smoke. Forces him into a wider angle. JT down low. Slacks the same. Elige, Chaos, Pandemonium. Why is no one holding that? Screams Elige. As he was just turning his back on it. JT late to the angle, and M80 now just need to get past Grim. How easy will that be? Okay, bomb down under CT control. They have confirmed that they know where the bomb is, and Grim last seen on Guardian B. How can this go wrong? Surely there's nothing for Grim here. I mean, they don't look like they've got the best trade potential, but they are side by side. They are. Isolating this duel requires Grim to pre-aim exactly this position, and finds it. Awkward now. Sin trying to catch the timing on the walk clear. He's done it. He has done it. And now tucks sandbags. This is huge. I mean, Grim's not going to expect this.
Unless he goes around Crane side wide.
Yeah. 19, though. He starts feeling flustered about that bomb plant. And now he peeks in. Sin converts it. A valiant attempt from Grim.
Sin has found himself in a couple of 1v1s now across Anubis and Vertigo, and he's been able to come out on top. So important from the German to find that frag, because it would have been crazy to have 3 rounds in wild fashion unfold. So no clutch this time round.
I can't work out. Oh, Elige literally just looked away, and JT was reloading. Yeah. Oh, Counter-Strike. You cruel mistress. Oh, it was just... And that's the moment he chooses to push. And, of course, as Henry G would say.
Well, Complexity was celebrating. They thought they had actually tilted M80 off the face of the earth. They're the ones now taking attack timeout, and TC down the end with JT, just trying to screw the head back on tight.
Yeah, I mean, Floppy looked tilted before the game even begun, but I think that's just him. Chilling. Nonchalant would be a word to describe it.
Yeah, he's one of those characters that tends to keep the emotions quite flat. Which
is good and bad, you know? Like, it's good to have a Counter-Strike player that doesn't go down, but obviously the absence of the up is felt at times.
We do like the ups as, well, Complexity, force buy. They have shoved all in.
Oh, sorry.
They're going B-Rush.
Yeah. And Swish has got a nade with their name on it. Oof! Categorical
you hate that for Complexity.
See you later. NT in the chat.
The rounds were feeling close, and then you go and do this.
What a lovely HG. Write that one down. Any Bianca's watching? That is a perfect reaction. It really, not only does it ruin their day from the damage, but it slows you down as you're walking into this wide open vantage point for the CTs. That's massive.
I think if I'm just going to reflect on what that timeout would have been, hey, their money's still not great. We're in force by territory. We could do one of those set strats. But the fact that they just get shut down in that fashion, that's worst case, because now it's just going to be Deagles across the board. 7 seeming likely for M80.
Isn't this the map that M80 started really weak? They lost a boss on this? Yeah, Vertigo. 13-7 they lost a boss on this very map. Which they gave the interview saying that's not going to happen again. Well, it looks like this round could go a little awry. Elige with a scavenged M4 and a nice opening onto Slack. Still a mammoth task.
Okay, nothing makes sense on this one.
No, but I'm ready to accept that.
And that's fine, but it's so hard just to look at a round with only upgraded pistols and no armor and go, they have a shot, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't say it with conviction.
I suppose, yeah, well, why not, I guess.
You clear mid.
They're playing 3A. There's a gap mid right now.
There is a gap mid right now.
Swish can be under a lot of pressure. It will have to be acknowledged at some point. Sin searching forward, so they want info. Rek and Lake will be back in time.
Just in time. Just in time. But you push in to the Desert Eagle. Grim has hit the headshot. Now Swish has to save him. Swish has to save him. Nice work from Elige. That scavenged M4 does convert. 4 bullets. Opts for the Tech 9. He can work with 11. Mantles up, but he's going to punish Lake as well for the jump in accuracy. Massive round taking shape. Can you save him, Sin? You talked about his clutches. But this one is asking a lot, even in the absence of the Kevlar. It's the crossfire that's tough. The kills themselves should come relatively easily, but he's taking his sweet time. He's hoping for an overextension. Complexity know the clock, their greatest ally. Walks through. Elige, perfect pre-aim, baits the shot. Sin goes down, and Complexity steal one away. A proactive, aggressive push from Elige spirals into a gaping void in middle. Bang!
It's quite a few rounds Complexity have found successful openers over towards A. Think of the pistol round, that's 1, but there's been 2. Halzoke just running up short, the same for Elige now with the Tech 9. They got a kill on a player peeking from Crane. So M80 have been hemorrhaging opening kills over towards A in a few of these scenarios. Whether or not they're always converted on is a different conversation. But neither team able to really separate themselves again. The drop down B. Floppy will punish this. Rek dead, leaving all the pressure on Swish. The smoke will buy him some time while the other three stay stalwart over towards A, but
yeah, you feel silly. Upon review, Rek's going to feel silly just because that was one of the 3 M4s. In an irretrievable position. So you're blocked, but that still works nicely for the boost.
yeah, it obviously limits the amount of angles that the B player has to worry about. So if you're Elise, you don't want to jump up because there's a higher probability eyes would be on your position.
Oh, Lake, an audible rotate. Grim relays that information. Swish trying to delay as best he can. The incendiary buys further time. Grim trying to apply the pressure. That's a big find. That's a big find from Sin and Swish. A very fast flank from Slags. Is Halzak going to be ready for this? If they can kick up enough of a first, if Lake and Sin can distract, that's a frag! Halzak addresses it a moment late. And now he goes down. Now the pressure's coming from 2 fronts. This is hard to manage for JT and Elige. 7 bullets on that A4. This is awkward for JT. If he doesn't find the first bullet accuracy, if he doesn't find that first bullet headshot. No kit, though. Smoke buys time. Sin, audible, moving around those generators, trying to distract, and just the bullets come back to haunt him. A 1 versus 3 for Elige. He's making it look easy. Contract, jumping M4 time.
I think he's got it.
Oh, what a round for M80. They will steal one back. This, like you said, nothing makes sense here on Vertigo.
Down the wire.
God, down to the green light. Oof. Oh no, his gun just got jammed.
Well, he's...
Oh, you... Okay.
It's all right. He got an M4. I guess he wanted to spam smokes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's smoke spam in mid. Who was that? Is that Sin?
Sin, yes.
Sin onto Grim.
Just laser beams Grim.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it is indeed. And then JT running out of ammo. Look, there it is. Should have had that kill.
Yeah, he should have. And you never know if the player notes their ammo or not. Like, it's obviously a conscious decision unless they don't know.
You're also someone as a teammate who it feels a bit risky to say something.
Yeah, yeah. At the time. Halzak contested. They're going for a bit of an A-ramp aggress. We haven't seen this from the CTs, and you are peeking into Elige. Sin pays the ultimate price for it. Down and out early, but damage inflicted. Halzak, some speculative wall bangs into the tarpaulin. And Slack's re-aggressing into that AWP line. Oh, dangerous game. Dangerous game. Elige is walking through that smoke, and Slacks goes down. This is falling apart, and he's got his nades out. He's got his nades out. Rek, a couple of nasty deaths, despite being a high flyer for the boys. And Elige pieces out. He knows the damage is done. The round is won. Lake with what? 30 points of health. Wait, why is no one holding this? Elige is. Okay, everything's fine. Selfless as well from Elige. Opts for the MAC-10, given the low HP. His impact has been felt. It's been done. Still gets away with 1, but the round still falling into place nicely. Swish again just continues to trade places, take that space. Oh, that's suboptimal.
Yeah.
And you know that there's going to be someone activating B. It's Floppy, who gives him a way back into the round.
Crikey. Elige and Halzak are
What's he done that for? Oh, a second later on that HE, he kills one of them. Now he's second guessing. No, he won't. Now confirmed. Elige gets across. Low HP will swing wide. Keeps the pressure on. This is tough for Swish. Low HP. Nothing for him here. Halzak's posted. Converts the round. Complexity's 4th. That could have been a very awkward team talk if that round did go south.
I think so far, so what, we've had 11 rounds of play. We're about to go into the 12th. I think 8 opening kills have gone in the favor of Complexity.
Doesn't read that way, and you look at the top of the table.
And they haven't even managed consecutive rounds, which is probably why we've seen some of these over-investments, because they've always kept M80 in a position of breaking their finances, and they've done it on the final round of the first half in pursuit of a spot at the Major. Just 1 map away, a Colt. Right now, just 9 rounds.
That's going to hurt. Slags double naded down. JT and Elige bring an opening kill. What's that? Another opening kill for Colt. Should transpire into a 5th. An interesting smoke.
I like it. I think it gives them the capability to progress over towards Sandbag side, and then that opens up just more angles.
It does open up angles for Sin.
That's like the one thing that you have to consider with that smoke, and Elige wasn't ready for it.
Uh-oh, now the boost is connecting as well. You can't lose this one.
This is insane.
Yeah,
this has been the craziest half of Counter-Strike I've witnessed in a long time.
Oh my god, they could still lose this though. Hang on, the West B. Okay, Grim starts to activate. It is open once again. M80 just giving mid to Grim. He can't quite believe his luck. Lake pushing out ramp, will have a fast flank. Sin starts to move. So the penny is dropping. An audible rotate here from Grim. Relays that information. Ready for the pre-fire onto Swish. Massive from Grim. And he knows where the other is. Swinging through with a 5-7. Puts himself at range. A massive round saves them. Grim pulls up his socks. Finds the triple. Overlooking here. Overlooks Lake completely. Floppy will go down.
This again.
Rifle falls into his palms. And now we're on.
It's in his wheelhouse.
He can do it. He's already had a clutch so far on Anubis. Here on Vertigo, yet to see the Lake special. Walks through the smoke, held by the double stack, and oh, not an instant headshot, but it's a Grim round, a massive round to make that fifth a reality, despite some hectic exchanges at the ramp to start.
What a game to recap, right? You just look at a few of the different ways that these rounds unfolded. The pistol round was a 5v4 number advantage for Complexity with utility they didn't use that Elige then oversteps and makes it a 4v4, and then it becomes a pistol round with a conversion there for M80. But then there's like a Halzerk Hero AK without head armor that softens them up, and JT gets 2 Glock kills within that round.
Yep.
It's just been a kooky experience.
It certainly had a bit of everything. Yeah, very entertaining, to say the least. Probably not to play. I feel like this is a high stress environment, no doubt, with it being the RMR and with it being a 2-1 game.
Well, shout out to Jason Lake's heart one time. I'm sure he's watching on as this is all unfolding. A bit of lore on Complexity. Obviously, we've got the ancient history with 1.6 and obviously the different players that went through that roster, like Fraud Ward and Fallen was a part of Complexity once upon a time. But Cold were at the very first major, DreamHack Winter 2013 in Jönköping. Have only, well, we've had 22 majors. They haven't been at 50% of them.
Bang.
Well, because Complexity in the early days ended up going to Cloud9. So then it's been like a long rebuilding project since then with different iterations of rosters. Some have been international.
But it's still a household name. Despite it kind of blows my mind they haven't been at half of them. But yeah, Complexity. Looking to put where Complexity belong. By in the organization standards, by the community standards. They are expected to be there. And now their domestic rival standing in their way. Young American talent partnered with 2 Germans. And Grim to be tested. Nice little setup between the 2 of them, and brave enough to go wide. A flash to facilitate. Lake is sticking out. Your forearm betrays you. Pushing in now. Sin. Oh, hang on. Sin and Rek getting a lot of work done. Now Elige under pressure. He's a dead man walking. Sin finds it. 2 on 4. JT needed a quick click. Doesn't hit it. And they're not rushing this. They're not going to overplay their hand. You've got 60 seconds. Audible on the bridge. It's a fake. It forces Floppy and JT to start to move. Does JT second guess? This Lake's going to be heard to really confirm their suspicions. Does he get spotted? Yes, he does. Is he alone? Is he alone? Floppy doesn't know. JT's here. Confirm now. Smoke's there. Spots 1 tracking. Now they know they're split up, divided, and looking to conquer.
Through the smoke!
Oh, Floppy hits the shot. Can't track. Sin misses his. JT gets it. It's a 1v1. How has it come down to this? Lake will save him. But good God, the pistol continues in the same trend we've seen in this first half.
It's not clean. It's not pretty, but it's entertaining.
I know a girl just like that.
I can't... what's Swish doing running through that smoke?
Oh, my God. Bro. Oh my God. I'm exhausted. I can't believe that.
I would hate to be the coach. What is going on?
Okay. Okay, more to come. More to come. He's lining up nades. He's going to have his back turn. Halzerk can't finish it. Now Floppy's fighting. This is crazy. A straight up bare knuckle brawl. MP9 onto B lobby. He's got both. Okay, I'm going to relax. I'm going to take a breath. Counter-Strike. A nice strategic, slow, methodical video game. And what you see is what you get. Pandemonium. Appropriate.
Appropriate indeed.
What with Shanghai and all.
Oh, Lake's just done some housekeeping, threw something off the map. 3 heading towards B, Floppy for more.
You boost this, you are playing it.
Oh, sound cues, boys!
Oh, boys. 5 alive.
He's over the
5
MP9
alive. The MP9 ace for Flop Dog. Denied by Elige. Hoover up those AKs if you can, boys. We get, what, Galil, AK. Yep, lots of Galils. Okay, that's a big upgrade for free as Complexity steal away the second round.
All right, this could be the tide shifter, the game changer. Complexity, as mentioned, everybody in this team has been part of a major before. They know what it takes to qualify for M80. It's not the same pedigree. Swish, Rec, Lake, all looking for their first. And in the head-to-head between these two, M80 hadn't lost the map this year, but now they're one in the dirt. The pressure's starting to show, and a chaotic game of Counter-Strike for everybody to enjoy. The force bite. A chance to throw one back. Elige, aggressive, of course.
This couldn't be better. A is mine. A is clear, and you're walking into the crosshairs of Elige. Halzuk, the unknown entity, smokes them off on useless. And Swish's top of his head, spotted by Floppy. Nice find on the double stack. Brave enough to mantle up. Now Halzuk, we discussed his positioning being overlooked, but hang on, Rex Halzuk. Oh my god, wait. Okay, hold on. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hang on. It's not so fine. It's not safe. Rec. Elige down. 2v2. Sound Q on the bridge. Floppy's pushing B lobby though. Rec has the bomb on his back. Sin. Okay, hang on.
Floppy should win the round from here. You wouldn't expect a player to be this far.
There's no way you're clearing this. And even if you do, you're dead. You got no HP. And so the bomb falls. Sin's been heard. Floppy just needs to live. And now he's been put on notice. A quick Tech 9 can finish the job. More than AK bullets. 17 points of health for Sin.
Has to go B.
Needs to clutch up with 20 seconds. These decisions made for him. JT's already over here and just needs to put one bullet into Sin to finish the job. Exposed. Not ready for this one. Well played by JT. Complexity. As you said, the tides may be turning as it comes down to a 1v1. And M80's hopes of making the major in this best of 3 hinge on converting Vertigo.
Tomorrow gets very stressful. The details, I'm sure, the desk will be informing as the day goes on, but tomorrow is one that you don't want to miss. 7 teams from the Americas RMR have an opportunity to qualify for the major. We've already locked in 3. Pain on top of 9Z to start the day. Wildcard, they've already grabbed their spot. Can't be forgetting MIBR either, who are the ones taking down Complexity and putting them in this very position.
It must have just felt like most poetic of opportunities to play against a team you've never lost to this year. For a spot in your first major for the 3 Americans.
Floppy's getting to farm in this second half.
Truly. I mean, you saw that crazy shot he hit on the pistol that could have very well catapulted them into control, and 15 frags for him puts him at the top of the tables with Elige. Previously, Halzuk on Anubis. They're taking it in turns to be partners in crime with the superstar. And an 8-8 scoreline. After a 7-5 half, a run of 3 after losing that second round. The pistol for M80 as we discussed, but now a run of 3 for Complexity, and the guns are back out. B lobby flash. Floppy mantles up, spots the toes, gets out.
I think one of the positive signs, if you are a B anchor and you've been farming as you have been so far within the second half, is you're full of confidence. You don't feel like you've been dictated to in the duels. Anything that's come your way, you've dealt with. So actually that makes you puff up your chest a bit more and are willing to take the fights on your own tempo. And I think in CS2 we're seeing more than anything. And if you're the ones who are proactive, you're the ones who are making the decision, you're likely to be the ones winning those moments. So a positive sign for Complexity as M80, risk-averse, are going to just allow the utility to slowly subside. Platter to yellow Molly to help for the A-ramp scaling. That's what it tells Cole. That's what they're learning and piecing together. Halzuk on the jiggle with the incendiary to block. Elige, his partner in crime, throws out a very interesting looking smoke to block out this ramp control.
You'd be scared to round that corner. They're not at all. Sin's going to throw his smokes regardless. Molotov on top to stop the push.
That's what I'm talking about.
Swish, Floppy, this proactive B defense. Pays dividends once again. Commits to the spray on Elige, puts him very low. Floppy didn't see him. It was right there on his screen. Teammate or radar, reveals it, and Rek still gets him. Opens up the avenue into B. JT pivots fast, as does Elige. Halzuk holds on to mid. Slacks deleted. Clothesline by Grim.
Great shot. Important. Grim's had some impactful rounds this map as well. One of the conversations that tends to happen regarding complexity, because we will be seeing an M80 save, is the consistency around Elige. Well, right now, Grim's had some big moments. You've got Floppy showing up in this second half of play. It was Halzuk on map number 1. And when teams talk about can complexity be elite, well, it's those names that need to show up on a regular basis to help the superstar, the veteran, the heavily experienced 13 Major looking for his 14th Elige. And Cole, they're not far off now. Two saved guns, have to be partial investments behind it. That means no loss bonus for the individuals that held onto their weapons. That means there's going to be future issues, assuming they don't convert this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we start to see the complexity pedigree. M80, couple of slip-ups against buys like these. Will Cole weather this storm cleanly? Boosting up the AK-47. Floppy so far has passed every test on B. Rek, elevated angle, lovely adjustment. Floppy, nimble, down to Sin. It's the double. How has he gone and got to? Second guessing their decision, though. Looks like they're actually going to capitulate a little. Hoping for mid to find some rotations. They know it's going to cause an over-rotation. Glock is not the weapon for the job. He gets it done. Slacks. Body shot whittles away at Halzuk. Elige, noted, he's the A player. The A player is CT. They scream. They decree. Lake catches JT. Now the B site's open as well, but the bomb's heading back towards A. What do? Lake's worried about Elige. And now a headshot required. He's the one to hit it. Lake secures it, and a must-win round for M80 to make it 9-9. The opposite of what Sin's saying after that double. Yeah,
huge for him, isn't it? The massive impact on one of those saved rifles. I was talking about the worst case. Well, there's best case for you. And we add another one of these crazy rounds to the tally. These low buys, these ecos, these saved weapons making impact throughout as we continue to lock horns between the two of them down the stretch.
Just as I was thinking we might be seeing, complexity prove that they can handle it better.
Well, if they bounce back immediately again, I still think they retain that driver's seat. It feels a little bit similar in that sense to Anubis.
Yep. Elige, couple of speculative shots. Slacks on 50. Lots of chip damage both ways. Yeah, he's just going for it. Lake just walking into the line of fire. Damage onto Elige furthers the low HP of the superstar, but gets his frag, gets away. And as we've seen on Anubis, Elige rarely struggles to find an extra contribution on the low HP. Grim lining up for this smoke towards the lip. Going to create a waterfall down.
Good awareness from Elige as well to consider the scaling through the smoke.
Yeah, done a double peak, multiple elevations. You saw how hard that was for Lake to actually, never mind pick a target, but take one.
Bogdan's Law coming into play in true North American fashion, so Elige will be gifted that thanks to Halzuk, now operating on the A1S.
Yeah, that smoke combined with that flash is going to have you very scared of ramp.
And again, this little trickle smoke from the crane dipping down. As nobody home for M80, they are turning, never mind, around and back to A. I thought they would consider the B bomb site. 45 seconds.
I mean, with Elige low on the AWP, it is going to be a really important round for Halzuk to do his job.
Well, look at the util that's been held onto for M80 for the finish. There's plenty of smokes and mollies to make this work.
Halzuk's being proactive. There's no trade potential, and he goes down empty-handed. Grim cheats over from mid. That's forced JT and Floppy to address this as well with 20 seconds left. So here we go. The execute comes in. How do they handle this? A lick of the flame. Elige the Immortal. Somehow, heart still beating, but now quickening in pace as he's posted on towards Catwalk. Rek gets the bomb down on new default, spots out Elige. One bullet would have done it. Sin. Now he's not going to be able to get anything. That's a disaster. He could have just pulled the trigger. A messy one. Falling apart at the seams. A clutch demanded a swish.
Doable.
Yeah, especially with JT low. Oh, but overlooks it. And low HP. The recurring theme in this round. As JT with 16 to spare makes 10 for Cole.
And that's where that heaven kill, you saw the body, you took the shot, the difference maker, it could have been right there and then. M80 can't get it done. Elige's opener and they convert the round. Sin kissing Floppy. He'll be regretting that one.
Sounds like fun. Oh, but not for M80.
Oh! From the last round where he had the hero double.
And that molly put Elige on 1 HP.
Yeah.
If he's dead to the molly, he doesn't get baited into floppy. Just crazy scenes. Can we take a break? Okay, we have called a timeout. Thank you.
This one will be called from M80.
Okay.
Well, the bomb went down, so they're looking at the finances. There is enough to bring out a couple of AKs. Maybe more than that. Swish has actually dropped one. So we might even see rifles across the board for M80. Manifest, yeah, they've pulled it off. Galil in lieu of the AK. Swish operating without head armor. It will actually be a factor because there are 4 M4s.
Looking to take B lobby early. Try and ensure the pressure is felt. Oh, but JT, what are you doing? Oh, it costs him his life. Swish somehow couldn't track him. That was an opportunity, a real opportunity to find an opening for Swish, and he's had a messy one.
Another opening kill for Complexity. They're just racking him up.
Yeah, huge discrepancy. Oh.
Just the basics, some of these little details, the pressure for M80.
Oh, it's being, I mean, it's visible, isn't it?
They're on the precipice, they're on the cusp, but... Oof.
Okay. I mean, now you have to overcome a man disadvantage. Walking into the line of fire of Halzerk and Elige.
These are insane, the opening kills. Floppy's 6-0, Elige's 4-0.
And the score is 10-9. So it's not out of the wheelhouse of M80 to turn these kind of rounds around. And a missed shot from Halzerk on the quick flick. Could have been very nice. Elige looks like he's been completely overlooked. Why are we not worried about Elige? You should be. Double kill. More could be coming his way. Supportive flash, but he's not going to overplay. He's happy to sit. They don't have the util to flush him out. His existence alone delays them. And now Grim can pick up the pieces. Sin, the 1v5 demanded of him, baits out the shot from the AWP, which is nice. But he's for the repeat. Trying to punish on these taps. He doesn't have the time to take every duel carefully. 1300 on him. He's still looking. Doesn't want to die after time. Wants to go down. Grim provides. Okay, we've got our Complexity 2 rounds away from the major.
You've got to feel like it's done at this point, don't you?
I'm starting to. If anything, maybe I'm finished. Complexity now, it feels like, you know, you're on the green. I don't play golf. The ball's near the hole.
You just got to putt it in.
That's what I'm saying.
Great work from some of those names again. Just want to highlight it once more. Floppy with 19, Grim with 17.
And openings,
yeah, the opening kills, of course. M80 just having to operate in a partial investment. Next round, they will be able to get out the full buy thanks to the loss bonus completely building out for them. Is going to be a B Expo. They've thrown Yuta towards A. Here's JT up close.
He's so blind. He's so blind. Swish. Oh, can't finish it. JT, great supporting cast. He's doing a lot of work and he's set Floppy up for success. Look at him go. Flattens M80. This is his site. M80, every time they come and knock it, he's got the pepper spray. Fuego. 12-9.
I'm curious if Complexity just play really in their face, because right now, in what was a one-sided rivalry within the region and the year, Complexity are going to get the last laugh. At the culmination of 2024, qualifying for the major just around the corner. Couple weeks' time, Asia into Americas into EU, and then it all kicks off. Complexity, this will be one way to put a smile on Jason Lake's face.
They're stubborn about early B control. Slacks haven't said his name too much here on Vertigo. T-side AWPing not always too easy, especially when ramp is being fought for tooth and nail. Elige and Halzerk have been making a very strong case.
When you consider the type of fights that they're taking as well, you know, it's not necessarily always long down the ramp. It's a bit more jarring, forcing them into these angles that favor the CTs. And holding on to the util on the CT side, 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. I still see a bunch of incendiaries and smokes. Ooh.
Angles available.
Yeah, I don't think that's landed as intended.
1 minute and 5 complexity frags away from the major, from stickers, and knowing you can go to bed happy. Go to bed knowing your name will once again be in the game, and you will be attending the last event of the year. KRÜ does deliver the first. Lake provides the trade. M80 stubborn here, heading in towards the B site. JT and Floppy once again to be tested. JT, does he swing through? Does choose to isolate, but Swisher this time bests him. This is a fast flank from Elige. This could be enough. They're not ready for him. Elige tames the spray. It's only Lake left to play, and Complexity securing the perfect world. Shanghai Major, it's in. It's theirs. 2-0 as they slay their demon. The rivals fall into that final 2-2 bucket. Complexity best M80 convincingly.
And there you have it, Complexity guaranteeing themselves the spot at the Perfect World Major yet again, taking a spot 2-0. I think that's every team so far that's qualified has done so in fine style, just like that. And I think Sponge summed it up best when we were watching Vertigo. He said it's not pretty and it's not clean. It wasn't, but it was enough to get them to Shanghai.
Indeed, and that's all that really matters in the end is getting the job done, putting that W on the board, and getting into the major somewhat stress-free. Because, I mean, if you fall down to that 2-2 slot, first of all, you're not guaranteed. You might have to play the 7th place decider. And, I mean, there's a lot of great competition that's going to be in that spot. So, yeah, definitely great job for Complexity to get the job done on their map pick. I think in particular just comes down to just having such a dominant CT side. Like, M80 could get nothing going on the attack.
Yeah, one of the stranger maps of Counter-Strike that I've seen in MR12. No surprise considering it's Vertigo, right? But it did feel like teams were winning more ecos and half-buys and hero AK rounds than they did gun rounds. I mean, it's just mental how many crazy rounds we've had in one game of Counter-Strike.
Why was Complexity's T-side just such a head-scratcher, Yanko?
I mean, it's just some of these rounds, like we were playing against pistols that you're struggling to convert in gun rounds. You know, it felt like M80 had a couple of good setups, but I think it's always strange when a half goes this way. Like, you can't find anything in gun rounds, then you have, you know, an eco and you win it, right? And you're like, okay, now we have it, then you lose a round to a weak buy and it goes back and forth. But they've shown great mental force. They lost both pistols in this game as well, and in the end didn't look like they were struggling all too much.
Dust, are you, I mean, they've qualified, and I know
Sure.
we should be celebrating that, but for me, are you not a little bit concerned about Complexity's Vertigo now?
I mean, yeah, it is a little bit concerning considering how strong they have been throughout the course of 2024. I mean, coming into this RMR, they had like a 19-5 record. But then they came in with 3 losses in a row on the map, and then they lost another one to, MIBR yesterday. So I do think it's something that they're going to have to keep an eye on. I think fortunately for them, though, once you get to the major stage, I think a lot of teams are going to be banning Vertigo. And so,
Fortunately for them, I mean, aren't they going to be in a problem then with their map pool?
It is a little bit, but here's what I'm going to say. Complexity, whatever time that they spend after this now, whether they decide to stay in China until the major starts, whatever the case may be, they either need to hammer out their nuke T side, figure out something to get that working so that they can actually handle it when it gets picked against them, or something else in the map pool is going to have to change for them, because I do think there are definitely some vulnerabilities out there. But in the end, one good thing going for Complexity is that it's not just been the Elite show throughout this RMR. Like, you are seeing the others step up. In particular, Grim, I think, has been doing really well the last few tournaments. So that's a good sign for Complexity. And they also looked more confident today. I mean, even when they were winning some of their games earlier in this RMR, let's be honest, like, they looked a little rough around the edges in some of those round ones they were getting. And yeah, there was a couple of sloppy rounds here in Vertigo, but I felt like the first map they looked really confident on Anubis, and they were a little bit less chaotic in those mid-round moments.
Do you agree? I don't know if I feel like they look confident. I worry that they look a little bit shaky.
I mean, they looked all right. There you go.
Yanko, we'll answer that
Palapi.
in a bit. Pala's going to chat to Grim. Let's
Palapi.
find out what he has to say.
You've made it through to the opening stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Grim, how does that sound?
Honestly, it's pretty amazing. We really wanted to work hard for this major, and we definitely accomplished our goals at the RMR. Could have made it smoother by beating MIBR, but at the end of the day, we will take it.
Can you talk a bit about the energy in here right now? Because, of course, all of you as the players, coaches, you're related, then you've got your staff coming in. It just seems everybody is very relieved and very happy.
Yeah, I'd say everyone is really happy to make the major, and yeah, we were trying to give it our all in that game. Make the energy needed, and lose some dumb rounds, win some more, and just bring the hype, and yeah, everyone's happy.
Guys, why are you giggling back there? All right, what? Grim, what's happening back there with the boys? I couldn't hear.
I don't know. They're always up to something.
They are. Well, at the moment, you're all up. You're all up some winning right now, which is good. Let's talk about the pathway through groups. So 3-1, a pretty strong record. How would you rate the performance so far?
I'd say like an 80%. 80% for me, just because we could have beat MIBR, but other than that, I mean, I think we did pretty good.
Okay, talking about the most recent matchup against M80, I think it was a pretty strong performance. Yanko on our desk said on Anubis he liked the way you guys looked pretty relaxed. Would you agree in that first map, that you guys were feeling relaxed and comfortable on the server?
I'd say there was definitely some moments of not relaxation. We were freaking out a little bit sometimes, but after we win those crazy rounds, we gotta like stay composed and reel it in. I say we did a good job of closing out in that aspect and staying composed. So yeah.
That's interesting because on the flip side, I was going to contrast to Vertigo, where that was definitely crazy at times. What are your thoughts on how Vertigo went?
Well, I'd say on our T side, there was a lot of rounds that we could have won that we didn't, and things just didn't go our way. Obviously, losing Pistol didn't make us start off the half well. But I'd say, yeah, I mean, I think the boys did a good job of staying in it on our T side. And on CT, I think we just kind of took over and, kept the momentum going and didn't really get the foot off the gas. So good for all of us to do that.
Is this going to be a key moving forward for you and the team, Grim, to remain consistent, to remain locked in and try to find that consistency?
I'd say so, especially, staying calm in games like this that could stress you out a lot. I think we did a good job of that today, but obviously there's more to work on. But, I'd say definitely how we played today is how we stay more consistent, making sure we stay calm in those situations, make sure everyone's still talking. And, as long as we can do that, we will be more consistent.
Grim, overall, I think it's fair to say it's been quite a tough year for you guys as a team and a roster, but a result like this is huge. How do you rate your chances going into the opening stage of this major?
I'd say we have a pretty good chance. We've been playing pretty good in practice. Like, some interviews come out that we've said we've been playing like the best we have all year in some of our opinions, and I agree. Obviously, we had some, mess ups in the RMR trying to qualify, but other than that, I think that we can, now that the stress is gone for qualifying for the major, we can just full forward on, focusing and getting better and practicing, and I think we have a good chance.
Final two questions. Firstly, what's the plan now? You've made it. What are you going to do? Rest, relaxation, I'm sure some practice as well?
Yeah, we're definitely going to practice going into the major and just get a lot more scrims going in.
Guys, hey, I told you before, right?
Mike has a flight booked to Japan. I don't know what
Wait, TC, come and say that in case we didn't get it on audio. What was that, TC?
I'm just saying this guy's got a flight booked to Japan. I don't know what he's talking about in practice.
Nothing's booked right now.
No, I think it's well deserved. Look, as long as the schedule is fine with you, then I think he's allowed to go off to Japan. All right, anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, Grim?
Thank you for supporting us during such turbulent times sometimes, but hopefully we made you happy today and can continue to do that going to the major. And thank you again.
There we go, everybody. Complexity making it through to the opening stage.
My favorite part about that interview was TC calling his player out. Oh, we're going to practice. Don't. You've already booked your flights. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. Obviously, we need to celebrate the fact that they're going through North American representation. Of course, there's lots of Cole fans as well for Elige, a big moment. So all in all, I think a happy time. I have some questions some concerns, but I don't actually want to do that right now because they have qualified. We have a whole major to bring those up. Let's talk about M80.
Let's look at the bright side of life a little bit for complexity. They're there, The RMR is more pressure than the major. It sucks that it's that way. Shouldn't be that way probably, but it is. Especially for these orgs that, someone like G2 didn't make the major couple years back, didn't change anything for them, right? Life keeps moving. Astralis, we saw it probably put a dent in them, but for complexity, I mean, it might change the complexity of your, I hate myself, of your lineup, right? I mean, you might not be able to keep some players, might bring you down a peg. For some of these orgs, it's like the money, the change from the stickers and everything, it just means a lot. And it really, we saw it with Greyhound, now FlyQuest, it basically shut the org down, not being able to make the Copenhagen major. So it can't be understated, the high pressure environment for these teams. So in any fashion, just
doing it. And I mean, against a regional opponent that you've struggled against, do it in a 2-0 fashion. And Complexity that we've criticized this year a lot for having weak mental, throwing away rounds, spiraling out of control, to, you know, tighten up first, but then not let some of those tough losses get to them and be able to grind out games and bounce back after yesterday, a game in which they were a favorite against MIBR and lost 2-0. I think that should be praised for sure.
Can we chat about M80 as well? Because obviously coming into this, I think a lot of people felt that they could be the upsetters and they had the potential, but I worry that we haven't really seen them firing on all cylinders during this RMR.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation because M80, I think in a lot of people's eyes, are one of the kings of the NA region. You know, they won the last season of the Challengers League, and they're going to be in EPL next season because of that. They've, you know, won the Thunder Pick and, you know, Esports World Cup qualifiers. They have constantly been, you know, toppling other teams in the region. Even at EPL on land, you know, they were beating Complexity. They were beating Imperial. They got a top 8 finish at that point. And you're thinking, man, the fact that they lost Malbs and were still able to keep such a high level of play up with Lake was actually something that was making them look a bit optimistic, in my opinion. And I do think that there's still a chance for them to still make this major. I mean, yes, they did lose to Complexity, but I do think that Lake is slowly but surely getting better and better as he gains more and more experience to be a star rifler for that team. He had big shoes to fill on Malbs left, and while he's not Malbs, he's still a very competent player, and I think that they have some other good role players as well. So I do think there's still a good chance for them still to make it through, but that was a tough one because it felt like they had their chances, right? Like, particularly on Anubis, that is a map I felt like they could have pulled off. They didn't, and they had their moments in that first half on Vertigo where they were putting themselves in a good position, but they just couldn't come up with anything on the T side, which is a little bit damning. But no, I don't think it's over yet for them.
The chances are slimmer, though.
Of course,
the opposition gets a lot tougher. There is a FURIA or Liquid waiting for you.
Yeah, and you know, some other teams as well. I mean, 9Z is still in there, although they haven't been too hot today, have they? Imperial, right? Like, good team still waiting in the wings. But yeah, I know for Complexity, it's also like they played one nuke and Anubis in Vertigo. I don't know how they got away with, like, you know, 2 Anubises in best of 1 as well. So it's always, we talked about their map pool and, you know, their nuke sucks, but where are their Inferno and Dust 2 at? Like, that's going to be interesting because teams always put a lot of work on the weaker maps. You know, in theory, they probably put the least work on Anubis and Vertigo and try to strengthen their other maps. So I think that's a sort of a good sign for them. They didn't have to show anything on those maps going into the major, which is going to open again with the best of 1s. And for M80, yeah, a little bit of a mistake, in my opinion, in the veto that, you know, had to play sort of from behind from the get-go or start on the back foot. And it's tough, right? Now in this bracket, you're going to have to grind it out. I think they still have it in them, but we didn't see their, I don't want to say A game, but probably not even their B game today individually. Just too many opportunities being passed up these rounds against Pistols time and time again, against weak buys. You know, I imagine that there was probably a lot of stress going on in the comms, you know, and something that you need to learn from quickly because you don't have, you know, it's one next loss and you're out.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the Complexity map pool thing, I think you're kind of spot on because obviously they don't play Mirage. Obviously, their nuke is incredibly weak. I think they're fine on Dust 2 and Anubis. I think for me, the other problems are their Ancient and their Inferno. They've shown weaknesses on those 2 maps as well. So there are a lot of holes in that map pool that they're going to have to tidy up very quickly if they want to be competitive at the major. Because, yeah, sure, people let Vertigo through. They can use that to their advantage, and they can go toe-to-toe with almost anyone on Anubis. But you can't really say that about any other map in the pool. So they're going to have to quickly figure out which direction do they want to focus on and really dedicate to that to be able to be ready for the major.
Final thoughts on Vertigo. I mean, for the hardcore fans that have woken up to watch this, Janko, anything that they can take away when they take a look at how Complexity played that?
Say again?
So for the hardcore fans that have had to wake up really early to watch Complexity, when they take a look at Vertigo, anything that they can take away that you think is worthwhile highlighting for them?
From this game?
From this particular game?
Hell no.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Definitely not. Let's play a round. We have a round, though, that will illustrate the madness of this game, right? That was just crazy to me. And some of the maybe deficiencies in key moments from the M80 players, right? So the game is tied. Elige
aggressive play towards ramp. I mean, aggressive play, just early duel towards lamp, gets a kill, low HP, they're going to swap out. 5v4, Halzek is going to go for an information play, right, on his own, try to just find something for his team, dies. The 4v4, here comes the execute from the M80 side, right, not a lot of time left, gotta plant the bomb. Complexity at this moment is rotating over, they're bringing more bodies in, right, good job from M80, throwing in the util, they're going to get here, try to plant the bomb. Sin is going to go up close under heaven, right, he hears a guy unloading with the M4, that's Floppy, he a little bit fakes the movement, prompts Sin to walk. He saw Elish, doesn't shoot. Here's the movement, tries to go through the smoke, you know, instead of just taking the kill. And that death there, he was really could have been the difference maker in that round. Swisher almost wins a 1v3, can't convert, and you feel like this was what put the nail in the coffin for M80, right? Just also for Sin, I think across both maps really struggled to, you know, get going, and it's unfortunate. You can see how Floppy, I don't even know if that was on purpose from him. It felt like, you know, maybe he wanted to go the other way, peek with his teammate, like, actually, no, it's better that I just go this way. And unfortunate for Sin, he could have gotten a double kill and secured the round. Instead, another one goes Complexity's way.
2 North American teams, 2 South American teams qualified, less spots available. There is one more available today, though. FURIA up against Liquid. We're going to take a bit of an extended break, and when we get back, we will find out which one of the favorites is heading to the Shanghai Major.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
It's day 3 of the Americas RMR for the Perfect World Major. We started with 7 spots for this region. We are down to only 3 remaining. One of them is about to be claimed. The chances of going to the Shanghai Major are becoming less and less. And that is what is so nerve-wracking for the 2 teams you're about to watch. Favorites coming into this, Liquid and FURIA. Dust and Yanko are here to break it down for me. Both of these teams had a bit of a rough start to their RMR run, losing in the best of ones to relative unknowns, if we're honest, Yanko.
Well, come on now. But I think the funny thing is they both had an identical road so far at the RMR, right? Lost the opening best of one in overtime, double overtime, I think, even for FURIA, right? And then bounced back with 2 very dominant wins in best of ones, right? So it was rough start, back on track, and now, you know, going head to head up against 2 of the probably strongest teams in this RMR for one of those only few remaining slots at the major.
And it's a best of 3, Dust, so that changes the game completely, because best of ones are kind of open-ended. Here, it's going to come down to who has the smarter strategy and who plays the better counter-strike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, best of 3 is where you're going to be able to put your best foot forward. You're going to be able to make sure that you are able to get to a strong map right away that won't get banned out in one of the 3 bans your opponents gets in the best of 1. And so, yeah, this should be the chance where the better team should prevail. And, you know, what's interesting is that for all of Liquid's issues, you know, they haven't really lost to teams that are ranked at or below their level. They typically have taken care of business in those games, and they have already beaten this FURIA team twice at the Cologne play and in the Cologne main event. So I think Liquid comes in with a slight edge, just head-to-head, but FURIA comes in with maybe the edge of just good recent form. Like, they obviously had an incredible run on Rio and home turf at the top 4 finish and looked like they were really picking things up with their new lineup. So that momentum could carry them through in this game.
You mentioned Liquid's issues. What are they?
I think Liquid's issues is really multifold, unfortunately. You know, for one, I think that Yakindar has been a consistent issue for this team for quite some time. He seemed to have a slight uptick whenever Twist took over the IGL role. But in reality, if you're looking at all the entry riflers of like all the top 10 teams in the world, Yakindar has by far the worst success rate of any of them by like a substantial margin, which is a huge problem because they need to create openings. And what I think it's done is it's put more pressure on Ultimate, this new opper who has not been at this level for very long, to have to kind of take over the reins and go for like these really aggressive op plays on T side to create openings that Yakindar's not finding. And we've seen him start to slip off because of it. So yeah, I think it's an issue where Twist is obviously going through the growing pains of becoming an IGL. Yakindar is struggling to be that entry fragger for this team. Twist's individual level has fallen off through the IGL process, and Ultimate is kind of hit or miss at this point. So yeah, they have a lot of different flaws.
I think for them the problem is 2 of their only really aggressive players are both struggling, right? And that makes everything more difficult. You have less opening kills, less rounds with advantages on the T side, same on the CT side. You're forced to make moves more often. These teams are really good, you know, at anticipating. They know you're playing from behind, so that's tough, right? It goes without saying that Yakindar having some better games or Ultimate and finding some of those openings makes life much easier for Twists to call, and their T sides have been a bit of a struggle lately. So yeah, it's one of those domino effects where if it just starts picking up a little bit, it can snowball and Liquid can go back to looking like the team that we saw early on in the season.
I mean, some positives are this though, right? I mean, I think that NAF and JKS have been really good role players for this team. Particularly NAF can be a star rifler with limited resources on the extremities of the map. I do think that at this RMR so far, it seems like Ultimate's back to his old self. Now that he's not having to play top 5 teams in the world, he's having an easier time being effective with the AWP, and same could be said for Twist with his fragging. You know, he's able to do a little bit better against this level of competition versus all these top international events they have been playing at. So I think that that's all kind of come around, and you know, I do think there's a few maps out there that they actually are very proficient on. Like their Ancient and Anubis are 2 really strong maps in their favor, and they have shown the ability to beat some really good teams on Dust 2 and Inferno and Nuke as well. So it's not all doom and gloom for Liquid is what I'm trying to say. And I think one of the big talking points for them is that yes, they are losing to FaZe and over again. They're losing to other top 5 teams over and over again, but they're not really losing the teams they shouldn't lose to, which is good. At least they're kind of maintaining that level.
Do you think that Ultimate style of play is easier to read for more experienced players like a Fallen?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, it's clear that he's just an aggressive player, likes to re-peek, likes to go for moves, but I'm also not buying 100% into this. Oh yeah, people know he likes to re-peek, so they're just countering him. I mean, you can't do that all the time. In a sense, what if an op re-peeks or if he peeks aggressively into a rifle, you're telling me just because the rifle knows it's coming, they're going to win that fight most of the time? I don't think so. A little bit is just missing some shots, right? And when you're an aggressive player, you're usually in a position where you miss that first shot, you're dead, right? And that's been the problem. Like, you push through a molly, try to get a kill, buy time, all of that stuff. You get the kill, you've turned around in your favor. If not, it's probably over right then and there. And it's funny because we have, the quote-unquote least experienced player against the most experienced player and the oldest player on the roster in Fallen. And I think for this FURIA team, it's just been great to see finally playing some proper Counter-Strike and seeing how these guys, can perform and do well. Even someone like Skulls, who struggled obviously on Team Liquid with the previous iteration, and just things making sense when you watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back to that op head-to-head we saw, I think the big factor that you also have to consider, though, is that Ultimate's a really strong rifler. That's something that Fallen doesn't have. And I think that's what plays to Liquid's favor, is when you don't have the economy to afford AWP, that doesn't really harm Ultimate very much. You can be a nice entry rifler for the team next to you, Kendar, to take a little bit of weight off of his shoulders. But kind of going to what Yanko was saying about FURIA, what they did at Rio was a fantastic run. They beat Nouns Esports, they beat Navi, they beat FaZe in a best of one. Case Torado's still one of the strongest riflers in the world. He gets to be more active on this team now that it's not Art just being a lunatic throwing rounds, and you're seeing Yuri still play at a good level. And they have a little bit better leadership just in general with Fallen at the helm in comparison to Art too. So it certainly has some things going for them, as much as I've been saying that I kind of favored Liquid in this matchup a bit.
Does it matter if Fallen's not such a great rifler when he's surrounded with the firepower that he has? Because this FURIA roster, if they all clicked, is, I would say, pretty damn scary.
Doesn't matter because we have the Fallen flashes. You can always be in the back and set people up. I mean, yeah, this is the best FURIA has looked in a while. Liquid coming from that World Finals where, it was a disaster really, and then you're sticking around in Asia trying to get practice, right? How productive could have that been? So we get the veto in, I think. There's not going to be any surprises here, no Vertigo, no Ancient. I think it has to be Anubis for Liquid. And then for FURIA, maybe a little bit interesting. Like, do you want to go for Inferno, maybe as a little bit of a punish? Do you want to go for Nuke as your most played map?
I like this.
Or Dust 2 was the third option for them, I guess, even though you wouldn't think of it just looking at the statistics.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like this move from FURIA because the last two times they played against each other at Cologne play-in in the main event, they picked into Nuke, which is, FURIA is one of the better Nuke teams in the world, but their Dust 2 is also a really good map. So I like that they changed things up, took Nuke off the board, a map that Liquid's been beating them on, put Dust 2 in there, which is a little bit more of a toss-up. And then Inferno as a third map, I think, is also a bit of a toss-up.
It's a bit surprising that Liquid goes for Inferno over Nuke in the end, right? Like, maybe that's some of that confidence in the preparation, the work you put in, despite the wildcard game. I mean, they lost that game on the CT side, which was a little bit surprising as well. So yeah, a little bit of a change up from FURIA with the Dust 2 pick.
Yeah, I like this Anubis pick from Liquid. I mean, they have a 10-2 record on the map. They've beaten Navi multiple times, Vitality multiple times, Spirit. This is a map that they've really thriven on despite their overall results not being great. Meanwhile, FURIA, not much of an Anubis team. Haven't really had many reps on it with this 5, and even with the core of the team, have never really had much of a resume. So this is a great starting off point for Liquid to, I think, kind of get a foothold in this series right away. And then you have Dust 2, which is kind of a toss-up in my opinion, as a second map. So this is playing in Liquid's favor to me. Like, nothing about that pick man changed my mind.
Based on their form here at the RMRs, both of these teams, how does it look when we move into the server and we're playing on these maps?
I don't know. I think it's just we're in for a good game, right? I think Liquid has a clear advantage on Anubis, and FURIA has a slight advantage on Dust, although Dust is tricky. Like, you can get shot down real easily if you get into a hole on the T side. I wonder if Liquid is going to play a little bit more double op against FURIA. They have this default heavy style, very patient. Again, like, that's just the school of thought from Fallen, spending a lot of your utility in the default, making sure you get map control, and then you can play with those rotations, which obviously puts the pressure on the communication for the CTs and just the poise, right? So you definitely need to have that if you're Team Liquid to have success in this best of 3.
I think for me on Anubis, it's like both these teams are very capable of playing a default very well. Both of them understand the meta and the fundamentals of being a good Anubis team. I just think Liquid's a little bit deeper. They have a couple little trick plays that FURIA don't have that they can go to. And I just think in general, when you're talking about where you can put pressure on the map, I think, you know, they have a situation where Naf is very good at being a B extremity player who can also help them entry on the B site. You know, you have someone like Twist who can create pressure at middle. He can be right there with Yakindar to help go for those trades, you know, on B splits or going up through middle. And I just feel like their track record has shown time and time again that they are the more comfortable Anubis team. And I think that it just bodes so well for them going in this opening game.
Do you think it goes to 3 maps just because both of these teams have so much backroom stuff, so much experience, they've got so much tape on one another on these maps, that it is going to be a really close tussle as to who grabs that major spot?
I think either it goes 3 maps or Liquid wins 2-0. I feel like FURIA, it's going to be really tough for them on Anubis because, yeah, you know, you have this whole thing, you're studying the opponent and everything, but the reason why a team is really strong on a map isn't that they have these pocket strats or a couple of moves that, you know, you can counter or see some things that you can exploit. It's just the comfort level and the understanding of the map, right? It just makes their reactions more natural and quicker. Players are on the same page, even though they're playing on different spots on the map or across the map. Like everyone understands, aha, this happened, this is what we should do now. And Counter-Strike, a lot of times it's just about timing. You know, a great move and a great call executed 2 seconds too late can turn out into a horrible call and look terrible on the screen, right? So I think that's what Liquid has going for them here. And FURIA, of course, there are no slouches on it, but they have to have certain things go their way to really be able to take Liquid down here.
I think the additional thing for me about Anubis for Liquid is the fact that they're evolving on this map even. Like even just as recent as watching their match against Vitality at the Blast World Finals, yeah, they lost the series overall, but while I feel like FURIA has kind of found a way to play Anubis and they've kind of stuck with it, I'm still seeing Liquid add plays to their playbook and come up with new things. Like they are very much students of the game and not just resting on their laurels, trying to find ways to expand and have more options. And so that's another option for me.
It's time to get into game. Machine and Sponge are ready. Sponge, I actually have a thought for you to ponder. The last time I did an America's RMR, it was for the Rio Major, and I spoke about how Fallen was going home to retire. That didn't happen, and now with Train coming back, do you think that that's it? He will never leave us?
Fallen never retiring isn't something that I had on my bingo card for today. Jason seems to think he'll extend his career by 3 years.
Okay.
Let's see how the map evolves. They've taken away some sightlines with the AWP Sam, but look, we want to keep Fallen with us. In this America's RMR, he's played the most majors, 15, looking for his 16th. He's won 2, right? Some headline names, Fallen versus Twist, in-game leaders, 1, brand new.
A very tenured veteran, and you could say the same about the majority of that Liquid cast as well. Twist in particular, who's now calling the shots in pursuit of a major. FURIA start on that T side. CT start and a CT frag. Yakinda opens up our best of 3. Takes off the head of Cello, and he hasn't slowed down. Continues to try and force this fight middle. It's Fallen that's tentatively flirting with a re-aggress from top B. Support in Twist. There's a Goosh. That'll do. That might humble the mid. And it looks like it has done.
Right, important to push Yakinda off that line because
Serato.
Yeah, he does have a lot of room because of this gamble, but they're playing retake B. Look at Naf's position. You can see this towards CT. So they're more than happy to give up this site. I think the biggest problem is going to be the retake itself. They'll need to get a wriggle on once the bomb goes down. There's no defuse kit, there's no smoke, and right now that's exactly what's manifesting. Digits punched. Molotov for Yuri.
Playing retake without the kit. It's a ballsy call. Liquid 4v5 on the way back in. That smoke buying time, and that's of the essence. Hang on, Twist does punish Fallen. Overextension perhaps off the back of the flash. Still winnable.
Halfway gone.
Still winnable. Time on their side. Serato alive. This is all could potentially collapse as the clears comes through. Missed shots. Ultimate 1. And Yakinda another. Yuri needs the multi. Time. And needs to get on that bomb now. JKS with just a second to spare. Liquid starting.
Yakinda doesn't quite believe, running all the way away to make sure he holds on to the arm. And down to the wire.
Okay.
JKS just gets the defuse, the pistol round, and the game can't quite believe it. It kicked us out.
0.5 of a second.
I think
Truly.
Lakes was 0.7.
Oof.
So JKS is just closer. But that one really coming down to the wire.
Yeah, is that a little avant-garde, the idea of playing retake, going for such a gamble maneuver without the kit smoke as like a kind of backup plan?
Well, I think they were trying to force the hand with the aggression. If they'd played passive all over the map, right, then maybe you're thinking, okay. But they took the initial fight. That was Yakinda with the opener. And that pressure applied forced Furia in towards B. But they did get the bomb down. They will go with the force buy. Lurk smoke. How do Yakinda and Naf respond to this?
Really prioritizing their utility here.
This is B Poppy. Rotating back over is Ultimate.
Yakinda up close. Naf to swing on the contact. Ultimate as well already there to bolster the numbers.
Segregated.
Here we go. Now, Ultimate, good find first. Yuri brings that bomb through jail, now committed. Yakinda comfortable, and Liquid the same.
Shut down.
5 alive. Furia's force buy falls flat. Ooh, alliteration.
Damn.
Call me Dr. Machine.
It's that second coffee for the day.
It is. Oh, it was a good one as well. I'm caffeinated and I'm motivated to see if this one goes 3. I like the discussion on the desk there. I think Yanka was making a lot of really astute observations in particular about, you know, what makes a team good at a map. I think that's nice. It's not pocket picks. It's not pocket strats, rather. It is just about kind of a ubiquitous understanding amongst the 5 players on this map in particular. Liquid have been looking strong.
Get it with a jump spot.
Hup.
Hello.
3B.
Good bit of information, so that one can pipe down the channels. But these are the 2 favorites of the Americas RMR, both with very similar fates. Losing the best of 1 openers, being thrown down, and potentially the wake-up call immediately, but battling back. Just 2 maps away, either of them from locking themselves in for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I'm sure both of these teams would love to be there. Thanks, Captain Obvious, as Ultimate will grab another kill. But I think where I was meaning to go with that is in World Counter-Strike, both of these teams should be there. But we know that tomorrow is going to be quite dastardly for one of the 2. And Liquid need to get back to the majors. They weren't in Copenhagen.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
The very first time Liquid as an organization showed their face at majors was all the way back at Cluj-Napoca 2015. Since then, they've only missed 2 majors. One was Krakow, and one was Copenhagen.
But the Copenhagen one really did leave a lasting mark.
Precisely. The team with Cadian and Skulls, Skulls the guy on the other side of the server, that started to go down the gurgler from that point. The fact that they had to do all this travel and then the hemorrhage of the team. Cadian back on Astralis. We'll see him in just a couple of days' time. But Liquid have done another rebuild. And think about it, we had the Rainwaker version of this roster, we've had the Skulls and Cadian version of this roster. Obviously, Yakinda's been here for some time, but that's when we had like OC and Nitro within the team. Right, exactly. So there's been, Liquid are looking for a recipe for success, and they've put all their money behind Twists. They've allowed him to make this his team. He was part of the roster that won the Intel Grand Slam. And now he's the in-game leader who gets to call the shots and pick his pieces. He was the reason that Ultimate is on this team. And Ultimate looking for his first major.
Yeah, first major for him, and a player that has been unable to replicate his initial explosion of form in the most recent affairs for Team Liquid. Taken to the interview just saying he's not trying to change too much, doesn't want to, overcook it in his pursuit of a return to form.
I was saying that earlier with him as well. When you have an AWP come to this level, hold up, flash, and down. Yakinda goes to the death of Yuri.
When you have an AWP coming to this level?
Yeah, you don't want to take away their confidence, but if their confidence continues to hemorrhage opening kills, that could be a problem. Ultimate looking to draw one back.
Oh, that's a freebie.
Fallen, not expecting it.
No, I mean, that, and I think he was probably expecting Yuri a bit more active on the line, but now it's actually Ultimate. Is he brave enough to...
I think you'll hunt him.
You're crazy! Yo!
Reload.
Ultimate on his last bullet, pushing in for the frag. Pulls out Yuri. Now pulls out his USP. You've done enough, mate. He still wants answers, and it's a risky maneuver. He's been slapped on the wrist there by Cello.
Are they going to save? We're in a 3v4 situation. They have to go A.
They're running A. There's 2 players to receive him. JKS, this is his domain. He's going to catch a timing swing, or is he just going to dig his heels in? Yep, lovely, lovely work. Wraps it up, puts a bow on it.
Oh, beautiful start from Team Liquid. This is going to be the 4-0 start with Skulls just to retain an AK-47 to his name.
I also wanted to add a brick to that wall you've been building regarding Team Liquid and the narrative is that for Twists, coming into this RMR and then losing your opening game, it was like, is this happening again? Are RMRs a problem for us? I know perhaps maybe it's a bit over-dramatizing the situation, but I can just imagine that's like the first way to kind of start undermining your confidence.
I think the biggest issue in recent history with Liquid has been the fact that they weren't able to take down top 5 teams. They felt like they could beat everybody else, but then over at Blast not long ago, they lose to Vitality with a stand-in, which is still Vitality, sure, but that's the type of game that could have really helped the confidence of Team Liquid. So the fact they still lose, that's that's like a punch in the gut. Then to come to the RMR and then to lose to a team in such fashion and be, oh, well, this is a team that we should be beating. But you can explain it away. You can bring up best of ones. But I think for FURIA and Team Liquid coming into this event, for me, they were the locks. They were the teams that felt like absolute guarantees. And one of them will be in question come tomorrow.
Yeah, only 3 spots left. The Americas RMR and Team Liquid and FURIA are both, I would imagine, fervently in pursuit of it today.
I just think that wildcard game for Team Liquid as well, they were up 9-3 first half Inferno. So, you know, the fashion of which they lost the game, it was a classic Liquid choke, or at least it felt that way.
Yeah, well, FURIA and Liquid both starting a little slow here at the RMR. Returning to form with 2 wins already. Ooh, double flash, but no push.
And they've been doing a lot more of this. They try and set Yakinda up as the aggressive prong across the map. Like, this is JKS's domain, but Yakinda is the point man, and they send him forward when they want to take these maneuvers. So this is Liquid's wheelhouse of Anubis.
How far do you push this? Because obviously that close rugs angle is a bit of a scary one.
The fact that nobody's watching and you've poked your nose out that far, you keep going.
Yeah, this is a real powerful position now for them. Now, up mid run boost is a very interesting choice. Gets him across that sight line.
Turd for sure.
JKS knows. Or at least jiggling. Temple. Look at the passive hold. Look at this.
Hello, come on in.
Oh, bro, they're so ready for you. They've just posted ultimate up, holding the... Oh, okay. I mean, at least the trade, but Twist, a very windy day on that spray. Still ultimate catches the cross. I like the setup. It's a little innovative. Haven't seen teams with that exact reaction before, and Fallen just caught out. Woo. Unable to catch the cross. Nice jump to pull the AWP. And yeah, Yuri actually catching one to make it more than just a plant, but perhaps. I say that. Yakinda's quick to test onto this Tech 9. Comfortable spray and good flash. Will be popping. Yakinda's quick enough to react off the sound cue, but a 1 versus 3 with Yuri. Can he do it? Does have no bullets. Will be run down. Can't get the Tech 9 out in time. It was threatening. There's a universe where Yuri gets that Tech 9 out a bit quicker.
Yeah, it was... pretty sweaty for a moment there. JKS will head over and scavenge the AWP, so with the finances, that's a nice little boon, right? They have so much money, but the fact they don't have to reinvest is great. But that one got very close, didn't it?
Yeah, the philosophy, though, of they can have mid, you know, the old adage, they can't plant in mid. You're sitting there, you're in CT spawn, JKS, as long as he's got the info on cam, you've got to hold.
If I'm Twist, I'm probably taking a tech, just checking my mouse. That's not what we want from RVD.
No, most definitely not.
But a 5-0 spotless start. We've done this every time we've done an Anubis. It is a T-sided map. I know it's Liquid's choice, but the fact they already have 5 out the gates, this is a great start. From this point on, 6, 7, 8. They were not dancing, or maybe they are, dancing to the Major. That's a very good opener. And they're doing the same aggression again.
What a magnificent start this has been.
Woo, catch that.
Yeah, wow, nading rugs. That's like high-level anti onto Keserato. Puts him onto 50. Now Yakinda actually probably favored in this head-to-head should he take it. Instead, just gets to waltz on out. Now that crossfire is unbreakable. You can't go canals. It's rugs to A or nothing.
So JKS gets to look at T stairs. Yakinda worries if Keserato slinks down from rugs.
That's a
fake smoke.
Yeah. Yakinda ahead of it. They are going to test him. Interesting. Is there a flash coming? Yuri. Oh, toes.
Hello.
His booties has been spotted. Hello. Adjust. Ready for window. Very hard spray. Just on that narrow gap on the window. Cello's legs exposed, and he does put some bullets into his shins.
JK's currently on an island. We might see Team Liquid be aggressive towards B.
Look at them. 3-man dark push. Ultimate posts up, and the rest can walk.
But the bomb can still pivot B. Look at it.
Interesting. Bomb is moving that way. But with Cello and Skulls mid, it's an interesting division of FURIA's resources in pursuit of their first gun round. Twists! Ooh, yeah, quick, nice snappy shot from Cello. His first 2 contributions, and it may very well translate into their first gun round.
But that's Ultimate. The mid player.
He's not looking at main. Oh, he is. Okay, has the cross. That's important. Here it comes. That's the pivot. He is alone. It has to be Ultimate to destabilize. With 18 seconds, this kill is huge, and he puts the bomb on the floor. Awkward now. Miss Molly makes it awkward for Ultimate. Still has a line for the cross. 10 as that smoke blooms. God, they've run that clock down to its finest of margins. Just under the back. 1 millimeter off of winning the round right there.
That's quick on the flank.
Hang on. JKS coming in from cave. 3 different points of entry.
Uncomfortable for Fallen.
Yeah, uncomfortable for FURIA. Flashes him off the line. This time announcing Ivy's being occupied. 2 on the back plateau, 1 jail. Oh, Fallen has to hit this. Who moves first? Ultimate clears him out, wins the AWP head-to-head once more. JK has to clear out, gets the info, still gets the shot. Skulls can't come up clutch! It's enough to deny. Liquid keep it going. This CT side still undefeated.
Damn, a couple of close ones back-to-back, isn't it?
AWP Dark grabs it, and we are cooking with gas right now. Anubis just looks like it is so in their wheelhouse, and none of these aggressive moves have been spotted, punished, or failed so far for Liquid.
The fact that Cello gets that double, that's enough with the bomb pivoting back towards B, but this is important from Ultimate. I can't believe you almost found the kill through the smoke as well. That would have been huge. Catching Fallen opens up the site, allows NAF to clear close, then the platform kills to follow. So great round from NAF. Does touch on it. NAF on the T side over towards B is one of the best extremity players.
Oh, they are so locked in.
This is direct.
It is, and JKS to be tested. He will not have an immediate support. Twist will try and get his booty over there. Now tucking in. JKS, a good HE, could be well placed. Blocks his teammates Incendiary, will not delay as they intended. And crossing through, Fallen pulls crosshairs away. Twist down after one. This is the best we've seen from Furia. They've already forced a huge rotation. B vacated. JKS alive. And they cut noise. Cello to activate and search in mid. Really uncomfortable now for Liquid. Fallen calls his troops towards the A finish. JKS hears this. Tell, nice find from JKS, but an immediate necessary trade from Fallen should lead to a bomb plant. Not rushing things. Keserato the mid lurk. Late to the party, will have camera on lock. They're aware of the possibility. Info there. AWP shot missed through the doors. Gets the info on the retake. HE's not bad. Second arrives, gives a lot of it. They can inform their setup as well. Like, you look at the setup from Fallen and Cello.
8 bullets for your Kinder.
Yeah, he'd have to hit a lovely pre-aim onto Fallen. And instead, it's a comfortable one. High impact round from Fallen here. His first 3 frags, and it is going to lead to Furia's first.
A bit of a fumble from the defense on A. JKS under pressure early. Twist coming over to help, but yeah, body block of the molly as you had highlighted, giving Furia a way to apply that pressure.
And that's Fallen, you know, that's a proper IGL move, isn't it? He's got the MAC-10, he hears that they've fumbled their util, he can see they've fumbled their util, and he is just holding W in towards Pillar. Causes of the fluster, causes that opening to take shape. And so Furia, I mean, that's a compulsory T-side round. A whole lot more of that required.
Yeah, you need to win this gun round and likely the next. I assume that unless Team Liquid get completely wiped, there is going to be enough for a residual purchase of some variety. Ultimate will definitely have enough. You Kinder the same, and NAF should be in that ballpark. I think it's Twist and JKS who we'll need to ask questions about, but that's a conversation for 1 minute and 50 seconds time.
Ultimate had the best B spawn. I'm interested to see if he's going to post up for an aggressive pick. Nothing coming his way early. And so he brings the fight to them. Fallen is posted on this. A boost for the clear. Fallen needs to win this shot. What a flick. Signature Fallen wrist breaker. But Yakinda, not shy, goes wide, catches skulls, puts us into a 4-on-4.
The fact that Yakinda has swung after that. He's actually picked up the AWP. This is a B split.
Nose on the screen.
Oh,
still can't hit the shot. There you go. Onto Yuri. Another from Dark. Main under pressure. This is a B finish, and it's aggressive. Yakinda makes the AWP work for him. A bullet spare, and he hits a third. Miraculous from Yakinda. Oh, filling the feed. He's done it with different guns. Starts with the M4, swaps to the AWP, and ace with a smorgasbord of weaponry. Yakinda comes up massive for Liquid.
Yeah, take a look at Ultimate. I'm the AWP now.
Yes, for real.
Yeah,
M4
I still can't
AK.
get past the fact Ultimate goes down to Fallen and Yakinda swings. He's like, well, this can't be for naught. I need to trade my brother.
An ace. Ooh-wee. After a Fallen opener, just like that. Yeah, massive. Absolutely brilliant. Not deterred by the missed shot either. Goes for the re-peek and nails it.
And both of these teams on a similar time frame, right? Skulls joining out of the player break, and well, the same with the formation of Team Liquid. It's just they've had a whole lot of new pieces and the in-game leader as well coming into the mix. Right now, Liquid with a massive lead.
They've worked it out. Twist starts to get over to B in time. NAF playing a passive hold, just playing for the retake here. And Twist, what? He actually pushes the temple molly. He wants to fight. He does isolate skulls.
They're in.
Yeah, HE to clear. They've got another one of them. Fallen. Ooh, I thought he was going to go down again on the cross.
Round 2.
And he might. Oh, they missed the HE. Awkward now. Well-placed utility will make things a bit frisky. Yikinda comes in from dark. Not so ideal this time. Cello still has B main control. Asking for flashes. JKS has a smoke kit.
Could block B main with the smoke from JKS. There's also one available on NAF. Yikinda too.
JKS avoids Fallen's crosshair. Fury ready to swing. Nails it onto JKS. Yikinda very late. This is a very late retake, and they're losing all their resources. They do need to save that AWP. But Furia victorious in consecutive rounds.
Good grit from Furia.
And a real nice direct approach, you know, like 3 main, 2 dark, nice and quick.
Yeah, so it's gone. This is where it's going to take a bit of a dent, right? So we were talking 6 consecutive with the pistol and the conversions for Liquid. They lose a round, then they bounce back thanks to Yikinda going huge. Now they grab another. And if at the tail end of the half, they make Liquid teeter, which I think is why we see this tactical timeout. Mytho with a chance to get on the microphone just to discuss the finances. You want those extra 30 seconds, say who's going to drop what utility do we have? Do we have to have some emissions? If so, do we need opening moves around that? But I can see that it's going to be M4s for everybody. It's the util which will be slightly lacking. But B seems to be the go at the moment. So do you want to try aggression again? Right? Do you want to, because Yikinda pushing A main, it's gotten them a lot of space. But by playing retake on the B site, we saw it on the pistol round, we saw it again now, the Tech 9 round as well. Furia are able to punish over towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it's actually going to be interesting to see whether they return to the A main pushes. I mean, that would have certainly been a counter blow.
Well, Yikinda was there coming dark, right?
Just very late.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So taking their time. But if you're going to play retake B, you need to wait for the util to start to fade before you can run in.
Flash off the line, Ultimate unable to post, and they do. Fallen is calling it a first
heavy
game.
Mid.
So boost for the info, and then what contact?
I imagine you're hoping that the conditioning, because they've thrown B lurk smoke again, is 3 players B, but Liquid aren't falling for it just yet.
That smoke's really cancelled their plans, or has it? Cello, he's going. Threw off the flash. Smoke doors, nice from Twists. Ahead. Oh, he's done well. Adjusting to Cello. Still there's Yuri to be worried about, and now they can fall into that more passive stance. Twist on that on CT. Smoke on Temple. JKS is going to be feeling some pressure very quickly. Through that smoke feels like a death warrant signed, but the flash is brilliant. Ultimate good on the trade. Can't hit the second immediately, but Twist can. Comes in from heaven to supply support. KRÜ and Yuri, the 2 fangs of Furia, looking to take a bite out of those 2v3. Bomb loose on A last seen. Naf has it.
Both of them turning and acknowledging potential other ports. Yuri investigating Temple, now going to walk into Naf, who's looking the wrong way. Yikinda as well.
What is going on? No one's considered this as a possibility. Now Yikinda, the penny drops, and so will he if Yuri connects another 2 bullets. KRÜ main, 30 seconds. Naf has this main player, and he's got him in his sights. Head on the crosshair. Yuri alone. Unlikely for sure. Twist confirms our suspicions. An 8th on the board for Liquid. They are flying so damn high on the CT side.
Impactful 3K there from Twist. The initial one on mid to alleviate a little bit of pressure, make Furia frazzled. Rotating over to help out Ultimate as well, who's stuck over towards Fountain. And then a third and final to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. We'll catch it again in the replay. So Ultimate deals with the leak, but this one, because they could have just really focused fire. So Twist, great round from RVD.
And I presume that it was Twist solo mid. He just had a second smoke thrown to him because he did the close smoke and he smoked doors to isolate.
Now look, if you're going to be starting the AWP over towards A to really be dealing with baskets, you want that player to donate utility. Right? The thing is, JKS is there as the supportive element to help between A main and middle, but you need Twist to be bolstered with a little bit sun. So you know, that's one of the key factors. The fact that like we haven't had dropping of nades in Counter-Strike for the majority of its lifetime, and now it's in the game and it's being used at this super high level. It's just the evolution. But 8-2, 8-4, or a 9-3 available.
Minor thing, likely not going to be too pertinent, but Yikinda and Naf no helmet up against Tech 9 and Galil in the mix for Skulls and Fallen. Maybe something worth noting as we see our 11th round transpire here. T-Stairs smoke lands, and 3 members of Furia are heading that direction.
Sorry, Alex, a 10-2 is also available. I just got to make sure I cover all the bases.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Diligence.
So much damage
Where
done?
did their health go?
I'm not sure.
JKS must have done some significant work, but nade's a bit premature. Now you're feeling like you have to push. Twist is brave enough to do so. Ultimate's there as well. Support. Nades out the smoke. Has a sight line here on bricks. Good shot from KRÜ. A second, asking a lot. He sticks around in the flames, singes his boots, but still finds Fallen. Hang on, Yuri could do something with this.
Skulls is in Narnia.
Yeah, he's not really playing just yet. And now Yuri manages to catch ultimate searching. Naf should be able to find him here. Mantles up. That's brave from Yuri. 5 bullets, needs to reload. Now Skulls' position is noted with the flashbang.
Nice little team flash. Yuri saying thanks for that, mate.
Skulls, you got to smoke. Throws it heaven. Plant safe. Naf walking wildly into the site. Yakinda and Naf, with Skulls so low, it really falls to Yuri to at least get one here. Has to find it. Answering questions. Naf gets the info, gets the headshot as well. Naf looking dialed in. Flash for the swing. Skulls doesn't have the health and he can't touch him. Barely a bullet connecting as a 9th. We talk about Anubis, we talk about the CT side difficulties. Not for Liquid, not today.
I just want to remind everybody that Liquid at the World Finals in their opening game played G2 and won the first map 13-0 and then ended up losing the series. So even if you are a Liquid fan...
Why have you done that?
Well, I want to be realistic.
Yeah, but let me enjoy Anubis.
Oh, you can.
You can say that.
I'm not saying don't enjoy it, but at the same time, be ready for the potential heartbreak.
Well, that is one of the more heartbreaking ways to lose a best of 3.
They're just going to rush A again. JKS is getting abused.
Yeah, trying to target a weakness, quote unquote, air quotes. I don't think JKS would see it that way. He's ready to punish. Not gonna flub their util this time. He does deliver. He steps up, delivers a triple, repels the invaders. Job done. Round 1. How dare you?
Third time they thought that was gonna be the charm. Locked in now.
Yeki's got their way back out. You got nothing here, fellas. I can't quite believe a double-digit CT haul. Certainly not how Furia would have liked to have started this one, as I put my Captain Obvious hat on. Ooh, that's going to relieve a little bit of the pressure from behind. Still, you're smoked off. Taking down Yakinda's one thing. Ultimate has their rotation still under lock and key.
Yeah, they'd have to jump up Rug, so you're not too worried about it, really. It's a long rotation.
Bomb still there, JKS flashed in, love it. Could it be 5? It is! JKS and Yakinda. 2 aces for Liquid, 10 rounds for Liquid, one hell of a CT start.
Well, at this point, pistol and it's done, and I know we talk about the importance of the pistol rounds here, but Liquid really should be able to run away with things, and it's about just focusing with these next 60 seconds. It's not the traditional halftime break, so things will kick off much quicker. And we were doing a bit of an ace count yesterday. I'll take another look. We can add these 2 to the tally. So there's only been 4 so far within the Americas. We can make it 6 within the stage of just one game.
1.5.
I think Yakinda's probably the most impressive I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, just like you said.
Urban had a big one yesterday, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, that was a good one. That was really impressive.
Was it Urban? Or was it a 4K? No, I think it was against the Red Canids.
Yeah, because that's when we brought it up. That's when we were taking a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that you're the base of the boost, your AWPer gets owned, and you have the audacity to just wide swing into the unknown. That's sick. It's really impressive. One hell of an ace from Yakinda, and he's looking like he's in good fighting form. Of course, the desk highlighting that he is a volatile presence in Liquid, but I mean, he is a win condition.
Can I bring everybody back down to earth again? Personally, I think here it is, the JKS ace. You can't rush A for a 3rd time, he says, as the first 3 come early and the last 2 very late. But here we enter the pistol round. Look, let's see how the pistol goes. We can continue this conversation on map 2. Maybe it is just the shutdown. Pretty technical pistol. 2 mollies, 2 smokes, even a decoy in the mix, and a static start as Team Liquid set up and wait for pushes. 2 towards mid, 2 towards B, and 1 over towards T stairs. Feels like a fake, doesn't it? Like, I know the bomb's here, but yeah, it's to draw rotation.
And in this blind spot. Oh, now they know. Now they know. B is the go. Angle just on the edge of the smoke there. Doesn't manage to catch the dark progressions. Now Skulls with those dual Berettas set up for success. A huge flashbang and a huge flank. K Serato racks up a double. Perfect. Perfect handling of business here from Furia.
Nightmare scenario for Liquid. You want to get the bomb down at least, right? The fact that you don't get any kills, sure, but getting the plant would help them facilitate a force buy. Naf's going to try his very best, but I don't think FURIA are going to allow it. I think one of the biggest points of scrutiny for Team Liquid has been about the T side. Obviously, Twist's new in-game leader calling in some of these games, in some of the heartbreaking losses, just think of the phase one. And then in a few other moments, you have what seems a bit disjointed. Yakinda ahead of the pack in rifle rounds, and then the contributions, because people categorize JKS, NAF, and Twists on the more passive side of riflers. Now, we have seen some changes in recent history to the way these T rounds have been approached from Liquid. There's been some changes on Mirage as an example, and I expect to see a couple more across different maps. Maybe Anubis will be one of them, but this tends to be a map that they put in their cupboard as a strong map in the early stages of this roster coming together. So let's see how it progresses if and when we make it to Dust 2 and Inferno. But great work from Skulls. KRÜ dropping down, munching up 2.
Yeah, it's a nasty choke point to be so blocked in.
You can see the theory behind the round, but
I didn't note it at the time, and that's to my discredit, but Fallen's flash getting 3 assists as well must have been perfectly timed in sync with KRÜ's drop. Lurk smoke lined up by Naf and thinking twice about it.
Yeah, and this is where you can start allowing FURIA to work back into the game by going for a force buy like this. So late on the lurk smoke, potentially to avoid it being blocked, but also changing out the progression of the rounds. The current utility and everything, I feel that they are going to try and split A through middle. Another lurk smoke drop towards B. So likely to keep 3 players planted, as we've discussed plenty of times. Fallen's going to push it. I love it. I love it.
Reaction.
Sector clear. You can now rotate potentially a 3rd man over. Here they come.
Yeah, it's going to be a race now.
Oh. They're going to pop through it. They're going to come through
Running through the camera smoke. Cello and KRÜ need the multi-kill and delivering the first cleanly. Yakinda does actually fight back. Oh, a messy spray. KRÜ's let it go for a second and suddenly the A site's vulnerable. Rifles retrieved. Twist and Yakinda equipped. Charging him with the MP9. A good control from the Tech 9 of Ultimate. Skulls a multi. Hang on. It's up to Skulls to go crazy. And he's pushing into JKS. Yakinda's the one to find it. 16 frags for Yeki.
Damn. Like you can see, they were aware of the flash coming in late from JKS because they played off from heaven. They weren't just sitting in the open. Flash comes, then they step. It's just 1 kill not being enough, and the Tech 9 train pulls into the station.
Massive. I mean, what a dream. You get a 0 kill, 0 plant pistol. You force in and you pull it off in that capacity. It's, I mean, perfect.
Even with Fallen playing ahead of the second lurk smoke, I thought that it's just the timing, right? The second lurk smoke lands, they push, and the mid rush is already on. So that quick, rotation couldn't get there in time. A force back for FURIA for their map life. And already on a map that is T-bias, it couldn't be tougher, could it? 5.7s, P250s, not a dig in sight.
One of the more standard, slower paced rounds we've seen so far here at Anubis, knowing that their finances for FURIA are F-word.
Fragile.
Thank you.
I think in that first half, a couple of those rounds, we did have the big Yakinda moment. There was the NAF retake from B main. A few rounds that Liquid pulled off. If FURIA win those, we could have been looking at a completely different complexion of a half, maybe a 7-5, maybe an 8-4, a whole lot more workable, but feels like we are destined for Dust 2 in a moment's time. KRÜ going down as the first casualty for FURIA. Bomb heading over towards A. It's just Fallen playing back sight. I was going to say Molly on NAF, but he's on the other side of the map, of course, as the B extremity player. Oh, missed the flash.
Fallen, though, it's not the best weapon for the job. But he's made it work. He catches Yakinda.
Yeah, if you go overlook, that's one way to get a kill.
There's the first, there's the trade, and a 12th round. Locked in. Kevlar and a P250 for Yuri. full investment from FURIA, and therefore, I mean, it does feel like just the red carpet's rolled out for a clean conversion. Just looking at NAF on the map, just making sure.
Yoink.
They save it? Yeah, no one's going to be able to stop him, so he will get away with a nice upgrade. A Galil for free, keep it on the Kev. It might be one of the best weapons they have equipped.
It
our
definitely
final round.
will be, considering the fact you get 1900 loss, right?
Yikes.
It's worst case scenario. Pistol win into second round loss when you were already on the cusp of losing the map. So it will just be pistols with armor and util around it again. Yuri will be able to whip out head armor behind the Galil if he really wants. We'll see what his decision. No, okay, he's just going to stick with the Kev. He's gone for util. 2 MP9s, a 5.7, a P250, and a Galil walking around number 16.
Yeah. Bit of a joke. FURIA aren't laughing.
Now it's a quick one, but confident stuff for Liquid going into map number 2.
Oh, the up down. They just fell off of it. And now peeking back in. Skulls makes good on it. Punishes NAF. An opening kill for FURIA. Lot to be done here. Shoulder was spotted. Visible. Cello. Towards Cam.
Gloves and Eek does ultimate, but I don't know if these classify.
Yeah, this is for the first map. Putting you just one map away from the major. Completing your RMR campaign. Good tracking. Forces fallen into the open. JKS gets punished though. This flash looks like it's going to connect. KRÜ doing the flashbang dance.
Coming through the smoke.
Needs this ward. Well played. Yuri makes that scavenge Galil work, and FURIA are working back into this game. Akindo and Twist doing what they can. 2 AKs.
Still plenty of time.
Yeah, that's the main factor, isn't it?
Well, these two have a good relationship. The 2IC, second in charge, Akindo. Big contributions alongside a Twist in the way that they want to approach the game with this new look unit. Let's see if they can pull off a 2v4 to get the job done. Very noisy.
Yeah, whether that...
Very... It's because there's no info on B for FURIA. So KRÜ's push has actually left A completely unfortified.
And they'll just walk in.
So Twist still has this smoke. Once they're in and it's clear, does he block? Because they will worry about A main. Oh, he's actually doing this. Yeah, that's how worried they are. 9 seconds, bomb will get planted.
Here we go. Yuri on just 1 point of health. This is a really uncomfortable retake now for FURIA. This advantage
all through
doesn't...
camera.
Yeah, it feels like it's dissolving before our very eyes. And Twist proactive. He might even clear out towards Canals. Be able to help Yakinda here as he has confirmation that Cams is being crawled upon. Yuri down, no trade. Where is it? Dips back under cover. Yakinda still needs answers. Doesn't know Skulls has got so far out, but KRÜ down, and it's going to be 13-3. Anubis is theirs. Liquid, a dominating start in pursuit of a spot at the major.
Well. 1 map away from the major for Liquid. And this is the conversation that has been ongoing for a long time around this player, Yakinda, and his lack of form. When you see him stand up and perform to the level we expect, he is the difference maker in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. Look at how easy the game looks for Team Liquid when your aggressive players are playing well, both of them at the same time. You know, your entry fragger and your opper, opening after opening, time after time, Liquid playing from ahead and just completely dismantling FURIA on this first map.
I mean, they gave them the absolute damn business on this game, let's be honest with you. I mean, 10 rounds on the CT side. I think Ultimate and Yakindar had the entirety of FURIA covered by themselves, fragging-wise.
But this is like the stuff that you're like also, why are you doing, you know? But that's why people saying, oh yeah, he's going to repeat. What are you going to do about it? Like when he's hitting his shots, it's very annoying. And that was Liquid being in a 4v5 in the first gun round. So from the get-go, they set the pace.
I mean, look at it. When you got fucking Yakindar style on you with an AWP, you know you got problems with it, all right? That's all I'm going to say, okay? Like you can look back at that first half. Again, multiple aces were had. JKS even had himself an ace anchor in the A-bomb site 1 round. So, I mean, here's the Yakindar opening that we were talking about. Maybe he misses the first one, but man, does he not come alive on the second and third. no scope there on the other one guy. This is his ace in the end. I mean, just bonkers stuff from, you know, the CT side of a map that is often more T-sided than anything. He was able to really just put up a grand defense.
And I'd say in the past, Liquid on this map, yeah, their CT has always looked strong, but they normally, not normally, but occasionally they've fallen off on the T side. Didn't see it this time. They kept that momentum rolling somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you win the second round after losing Pistol with this scoreline. It's pretty much over. You get a couple of quote-unquote easy ones against the weaker buy for the CTs, but yeah, it was just feels like the game was pretty much over after the first half, right? We saw some of the highlights, but also a couple of nicely timed, aggressive plays from Team Liquid, you know, with the Kinder ultimate going outside water on A and getting good information, finding some good kills, and FURIA just couldn't really get a hang of that T side at all.
Was it a matter of just the aggression kind of putting them off, or was there something else that FURIA could have maybe done to change this in their favor?
I mean, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, FURIA has the fundamentals of Anubis down. They understand how to play a default. They understand how to come together as a team and execute sites, but they don't have the level of adjustments that you need when those initial plans are not working. Their playbook's not as deep as Liquid on this map on the T side. And look, when you have, you know, obviously Ultimate popping off with the AWP with aggressive maneuvers, you had the, you know, pushing extremities at time. You had JKS playing very smart on the A bomb site, had an ace one round, or at the very least was always there, you know, buying time for rotations. I mean, they were winning in every facet of the game. Clutches, opening duels, op battles, you name it. It was Liquid winning it. And I mean, we'll take a look at the player versus player here. And yeah, I mean, not surprised to see this discrepancy. You know, Ultimate does come into the server as a superior sniper. There's no doubt about it. And certainly that's the way it played out on this game. No, you know, no exception.
I think FURIA were just not sharp enough. I mean, Fallen has 6 kills, 3 of them came in one round. Sure, it netted them a round win, but so many rounds, starting from the pistol, right? Close post plants, clutches that they couldn't convert. Almost any of those after plants had a couple of 3v3s. Couldn't get it done, and a little bit of his, you know, it was Liquid's pick, obviously. You pick to start on the T side, and when things don't go your way early on and you're getting shut down, right, like you're the one who has to come up with the answers, and because you're on the T side and struggling to do so, right, the player's not really helping out as much, puts you in a really, can put you in a really big hole.
I want to relive the highlight for me from Anubis, which of course was this ace from Yakinda, just because I feel like we do go hard on him a lot. So to see this sort of performance is always just, it gets me excited about the future for Liquid.
Yeah, it's always just tough on like if he's going to be able to keep it up or not, right? Because he obviously had such a slow period, you know, with the KDN lineup and even the lineups prior to that. It seemed like he had a slight uptick when Swiss took over the IGL helm, but then he kind of fell back into some woeful ways. But you can see from the eye test that when he is feeling it, when he is in his groove, he still certainly has the mechanics to be an X-factor player for this team. And, you know, obviously whenever he's playing up against, I don't want to say lesser opposition, but he's not having to play against the elite teams of the world, right? Like your Mouse.
He's playing tier 1 teams all the time. You said. I'm going to put my sponge cap for a second here, right? Like
do the Australian accent while you do it.
I can't. I only have this accent. I think for this one is like, if you're looking at this, it's like, well, this is an outlier, right? Like when you talk about the performance from Yakinda, like you're going to probably not expect him to have a similar game on the second map for Ultimate, like so and so. So that's why if you're FURIA, you're thinking, okay, they just had like a great game. It was their map pick. We didn't, you know, first map of the series, we came in cold, didn't really play our game. So now we can sort of settle into the best of 3.
So we go on to Dust 2. I mean, if you pull up the Yakinda Ultimate performance, this is what we were saying, these aggressive players, you don't think we see the same when we move on to that second map?
I think Dust 2 is going to be a tough one because, yes, Liquid did beat them head-to-head at Cologne in an overtime game on Dust 2, but in general, FURIA have the better track record on Dust 2, no doubt about it. I mean, you look at that Rio run, you know, they beat FaZe, and they were able to get a win on Mouse Sports to help propel them to a top 4 finish there. And not only that, they've also had wins earlier in the year against, you know, Eternal Fire, Virtus Pro, you know, they've put up a pretty good track record. They've been one of the better Dust 2 teams of the year with this 5. So I think they have a better chance to put a good foot forward, but it's really just going to come down to, can you thrive in the scrappy chaos that is Dust 2, right? All the spawn-based plays, all the aggression. On this map in particular, what I want to see is Quesarado come alive. This guy is your star rifler. This is the man that you rely on time and time and then get you wins. And this is one of the maps where Quesarado is more of an active force on the map. He's not playing the extremities. He's one of the main guys trade fragging. So he obviously had an off game on Anubis, but hell, everyone did. It was such a one-sided, loss. You can't really pick any one individual. So KRÜ needs to come alive and be a star for his team if he wants to try to keep their major hopes alive in this series.
I think for me it's Fallen, right? Because some of the success in Rio came from him finding impact on the CT side, even though he struggled on the T side. And obviously for that you need a good economy, preferably a good start to play from ahead and feel a little bit more comfortable going for some of those aggressive plays, going up mid, even taking fights, going up cat quickly and things like that. So yeah, need some of the players to really show up on Dust 2.
I'm going to go back to that original question, though. You don't think Yakinda and Ultimate keep that aggression going on this map? Are we going to see them a bit more
I think they keep
subdued?
the aggression. I just don't think they keep necessarily the success rate or just the output that we've seen from them on Anubis.
So a little bit of hope and dreams for North American Liquid fans.
And I mean,
there.
it's always like the reason why they might not replicate it is, well, you might not start 6-0 again. Like when you have good starts and you're playing from ahead, there's some anti-ecos in there. It opens up the playbook for you more. It's easier to be aggressive when you have a buffer and you have a strong economy, right? So just naturally, I'm not saying they're going to disappear off the face of the earth, but I don't predict the game going the same way for Liquid, for them to be even able to replicate this level of performance.
I'm kind of curious about Liquid going into this Dust 2 defensively, because they actually made a big change at the Blast World Final where they actually swapped Yakindar's and Twist positions. So Yakindar, who had previously been more of like an A player, is now more of a B rotator, and Twist is actually more on the A side of the map and middle. So they're making defensive personnel changes on the map, for one. And then for two, it's going to come down to how the anchoring works on Dust 2. Again, we know how spawn-based B executes can happen, how these spawn-based long A control plays can happen. So that's going to be, JKS on the A side. It's going to be NAF on the B side, going against guys like Yuri and Skulls. And I just think that Liquid had the better anchors defensively to handle those high-pressure spawn-based plays. So even though I think FURIA has the better resume on Dust 2 overall for the year, just the way that I'm seeing things being pieced together lately, I think Liquid could 2-0 this series pretty easily.
When Liquid made those changes, how did it work out for them at Blast?
We don't need to talk about that. I think the bigger sign for me is that at least they are not being complacent. Like, they realize where their shortcomings are and they're trying to figure out ways to solve those problems. And I think that is the bigger thing for me. We saw it on Ancient as well. They threw some new plates with their playbook. Didn't have to use them today, right? They just stomped on the CT side. But I think that I'm just happy to see them motivated to try new things. Like, obviously D2 has been a weakness for them outside their win against FURIA at Cologne, so they knew they needed to change something, and hopefully it'll bear fruit.
13-3 to Team Liquid. They are one map away from securing their spot at the major, but FURIA wants to fight it back. Dust 2 is coming up next, and we may even see Inferno. We're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
So they've got antlers and a lizard's tail, and they're kind of hot doggy men. I'm still trying to work out exactly who High and By are.
They are the mascots of the Perfect World Shanghai.
I know who they are, you're right. What they are. I'm still trying to categorize them. Lizard,
What are
deers.
What is anything?
We are nothing but men, and we're here to bring you the action for our second map of this head-to-head between Liquid and FURIA. Liquid, a very domineering start to the series. Chad, do you feel like that that kind of is something we can grow to expect in this series, or is that just a flash in the pan, wipe the slate clean, we're going 3?
Nothing is certain when Team Liquid are concerned. I think they fall into that category at the moment until they prove themselves consistently.
Yeah.
And at the moment, they've been able to have blowout openers, but not follow it up in, well, remaining maps. I used that G2 example from the World Finals. Now, I'm not sure if that's to do with like an intensity thing or they were just handedly beat, right? Because both of these teams, as mentioned, on similar trajectories since the 5-man rosters we see together in the server today, even with the coaching staff for both squads, has come together. It's only been out of the tournament break. Now, for FURIA, the question is more for waking them up as opposed to can Liquid continue? Because if FURIA, Yanko said he didn't, as far as firepower was concerned, they weren't hitting as hard. Now, there was some rounds that were kind of close and the clutches came in. Dust was summarizing the fact that everything was going in Liquid's way, like the AWP, the clutches, right? They were locking them down on all facets. And of course, Twist Mustache. We see a lot of this at the moment. I believe it's November, aka Movember. So I wonder if that's why he's doing it. I'm sure we can find out.
Yeah, or maybe he just kind of, it's a captain's stash, don't you think?
A captain's stash. Well, there's plenty of those going on with the FlyQuest boys who also qualified, right? Just to get everybody up to speed. We've had the Asian RMR come to its conclusion with the Mongols, Rare, Adam, and FlyQuest. Quite diverse. Mongolian team, Chinese team, and Australian team.
Bang.
Right, so I think
Asia
everyone's actually
and Oceania.
quite happy with how that one panned out, especially with Drillers not making it. And Wildcard, MIBR, Pain, and Complexity, the match that we did just before this one, are the current members from the Americas RMR that are qualified. We're going to lock one more team in today. That would be 8, if I've done my maths correctly. So one of these two teams would make up the 8th team qualified, and that would be 1/3 of the teams for the major already sorted.
Oh, we're on our way.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm trying to think of some other fun facts that we could have for everybody, because we like facts around here.
I like facts. I think the fact of the matter is, you see what I did there, is that Ultimate looked like his old self in that first Anubis game. And
People say just farms tier 2 noobs, though. Do you think FURIA are tier 2 noobs?
I don't. In fact, I think he just farmed a very competent team. I will be honest, though, it did feel like on that T side, albeit we didn't get to see, it flying particularly high, it felt like a lot of their calling was very one-dimensional.
When it was direct is actually when they had some of their best success, like the fast A plays or at least the fast A basket pushes that didn't always result in an A finish. But I think that's where they were able to do some of their better work. Maybe that's the remnants of art still playing into the likes of your K Seratos and Yuris. Here's one for you. All right, we've got Skulls, who's been at 1 major. That was with Pain. We've got Cello, who's been at 4. K Serato and Yuri, who have been partnered up for forever now. 7 majors apiece. Fallen with 15 and 2 major wins under his belt, so that's not too bad.
Can't really mess with that.
On the other side, Ultimate 0 majors. Roland from Poland, only just making it to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, even though he was part of an AGO roster. Fiku had actually...
That had a go.
Yeah, Fiku was in OG, and he was playing in higher tier, while Ultimate was still, rummaging around the Polish scene. Yakinda's been at 4. JKS has been at 8. Naf's been at 10, and Twist has also been at 8, and he's a 1-1.
Champ.
Yeah, not too shabby
bad.
with FaZe Clan.
Antwerp.
You look at, we've got, as mentioned, organizationally, Liquid, they've been at 12. They're looking for their 13th. And I think the big thing is returning to the majors after not making it to Copenhagen. For an organization like Liquid to not make it to a major, that's a big deal. It's kind of when G2 didn't make it back at Rio as well.
And I'm sure a contributing factor to the discomfort that was felt by Skulls on that roster as well. Everyone needs a scapegoat. And perhaps that was exactly where he ended up.
They still have a nice relationship, especially the remnants. Like you see when Edward's around, who's I don't want to just, I always mislabel him, but the mental coach, sorry, Edward.
Holistic wellness.
Yes, indeed. But like Naf and Skulls were having a bit of a chit chat in the game prior before, quite nice. Always smiling as Skulls. He's a friendly chap. Very well spoken, and I'm glad to see him going, right? Because when he was on Pain, right, it was like, okay, now he's in Liquid. This is a big jump up. It's not the first time Liquid have used Brazilians. It didn't work at all with Kaden and Skulls over there. But fortunately, he was able to find himself on FURIA. And just to let everybody know, we're not waffling for the sake of it. We are waiting to get this underway, and it looks like both teams have just readied up. So in a moment's time, Dust 2 should be kicking off.
Chad, you've played a major with a member of Liquid.
Yes. Yeah. We played 3 majors together, Justin and I. Well, that's kind of crazy. Out of his
how many did he
8
have?
majors, I played 3 with him.
Boom. Isn't that cool? And now we get to watch him lock himself in for another.
Well, let's not.
Potentially.
Let's not.
I said potentially. Of course, a map up, but we're headed into Dust 2, folks. Anything can and will happen when Liquid are involved, and FURIA just going to have to demonstrate that their individuals are online if they want to be able to take down Liquid, especially if Yakinda maintains this form. I do think that is a question. We're going to have to see if he can have a similar impact. It was a real fantastic hot start from Yakinda on Anubis, but coming into Dust 2, let's get this started at a T-start for Liquid. And on the defense are FURIA. Ultimate lines up his smoke for doors late as Yeki and Naf take early upper control.
Thank you, Chev. In case you guys weren't sure, wedge yourself in the box, aim there.
At the dot, the second dot next to the padlock.
Second dot next to the padlock.
There's 2 dots, the bottom dot.
The bottom dot.
Left click throw.
You've heard it from Alex. He threw it yesterday successfully.
Thank you.
Can confirm.
Serato gets a little flash of Yakinda, and oh, it's baited util. There you go. I think that's kind of mission accomplished as far as they're concerned. And now second dot, left click throw, and Molly towards short will nullify Cello. Oh, that's baller. You have a sightline. I say he, Yuri, but not going to have anything to report just yet. Yakinda close doors has his flash and a decoy, interestingly enough. Maybe that will be utilized as a fake flash. Cello.
Hello.
It out. Yakinda's getting a lot of information. That's the second member of FURIA he's seen without going down.
They're going mid to B. Good setup for FURIA to deal with this.
Got the smoke on twists. Trying to get across cap 40 seconds and...
Oh no.
Gathering.
They're going A.
Yeah.
Not the mid to B after all. Too much resistance.
It was just that, I mean, blocking that smoke really slowed them down. They've got 30 seconds to finish this round now, and admittedly, hang on, wait.
It's only Cello on the side.
Is it just Cello? He's going to I mean, the fast flank short, CT smoke in, fast flank from Fallen missed. He's missed his chance. Now they're pressuring Cello. High octane action onto the A side. Cello, you need a headshot, mate. He's getting overrun. 3 bodies. No one's going down. How is he not dead? JKS finally puts him in the dirt. And the bomb will be planted. Liquid making it very uncomfortable for FURIA. Yakinda extends that track in the head of Serato as the final frag required. As Liquid look to get another strong start. Boom! Twists puts the cherry on top. T-Pistol in the bank.
Okay.
Team Ace in the bank.
Yeah, and considering the few issues that they found themselves in, still able to be successful in that. FURIA blocking that smoke, really causing a bit of a pause. There's the NAF opener. Cello just needed something, didn't he? Just 1 kill may have been enough to make this feel a whole lot more doable. And snappy from Twists.
That short flank becomes a whole lot more potent when attention is drawn and they're delayed by that Cello frag that didn't come through.
Oh, 5 rifles into the next.
That's enough. Yo, you've seen a lot there.
I'll take that. And housekeeping done by JKS.
Very nicely done. Does that efficiently, safely. And that should be the only thing for FURIA to celebrate.
But they're not in the B bomb site, and FURIA have already rotated back.
Yeah, they're doors now. Ultimate, audible. Oh, good shot onto Fallen and tracks another. Spots the cross of Yuri.
He knows 2 crossed.
They've whiffed their smoke.
Hello?
Cello's alive.
They may have think that it burnt him. Oh, it may not matter. JKS just kills 3 running through mid doors, but we'll stay on Cello cam. This is called the USP down, dinks up strategy as Twist will finish him off, and it'll be 3 players staying alive. The rifles to be invested. There is no AWP available for Fallen unless Cello wants to operate with a glass cannon M4.
Just a genuine curiosity.
Oh, he is going to operate with a glass cannon M4. Are you joking me?
Yeah, you are. You're not messing around, Cello. That's.
I was being facetious, Cello.
Yeah, but I mean, Fallen in a win condition, clearly, in the FURIA book.
Just to note, they wouldn't have had that AWP if Cello didn't get that kill in that round.
Good point as well.
So let's see how much difference Fallen can make. I can't believe this. This might catch Liquid off guard. Yep.
Just like that. He's got an AWP. He's got an AWP. Twists, finds out the hard way, and now on the repeat, Fallen could be in trouble. Ooh. Yeah, what a shot. Yakinda, perfect. Perfect pre-aim. Crosshair placement looking good, and so is Yuri. Look at him go. He's actually just wall-banged JKS, or rather smoke-banged, excuse me, and takes full deep long door control. Bombs at T-spawn, so that's what Nafly's working towards, but you can see he's concerned about the potential for Yuri to have pushed further. Hasn't done so. This investment into the AWP leads to that opening, leads to
fake smoke.
A fake smoke on long side. I don't know if NAF's going to be buying what they're selling. Mid to B smoke to feign and perhaps force a Yuri push, but either way, Cello and KRÜ got a strong setup here.
Yeah, they're going into the lion's share of players. If Yakinda can make it out mid to B, they can't really pivot back because of this push.
NAF?
Oh, he just glanced. Spotted him now.
Huge, massive frag from NAF. Okay, Long no longer such a threat. Still, though, Yakinda is investigating, and that's the rotation. Skulls gets the info with a safe little strafe. 25 seconds, they're running into Skulls. They're running into the former teammate, former Liquid member, and he's managed to deliver a big find onto Yakinda. NAF's low. Ultimate with a lot to do. Time against them. Skulls sends 3 back to spawn. Locks in Furia's first.
Important shutdown. And can they get the AWP? No.
Oof.
Response time not there. Unable to scavenge it back for Fallen.
It's like a second thought. You're so focused on like the round conversion, and suddenly it's the AWP. Oops.
Well, look, it is very fortunate, right, that they could get dropped that AWP because it did help them get the opening kill. It made a big difference to the round. Really slowed things down for Team Liquid. Good attempt, but Skulls getting the first round on the board for the Brazilians.
Yeah, and I mean, you can take the Twist's death and the way in which he went down as confirmation that they were not expecting that. An AWP into the third round of play.
So, just take a note of this. This is pretty much a full eco from Liquid. They have 2 Deagles in the mix, one for Yakinda, one for JKS. JKS obviously with a whole lot of extra cash than everybody else, 4.3k.
Yeah, I guess facilitating ultimate into the next with 1600.
But next round, they only get the 1900 loss bonus.
So it's still kind of suboptimal.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what the buy looks like. Probably just Galils as JKS takes a pot shot. Wow, Yuri just steps straight back into the fight. JKS has seen enough. In a round like this, you just want to allow the Deagles to have as many fights as possible before everybody goes down. You can also treat it as, it's not a good name, but the Milkman round of getting all the CT utility burnt.
Yeah, you go to each door, you know, go to as many doors as possible.
You're taking their milk, though.
Yeah, you're like,
which has different connotations.
Yeah, it does. And we are broadcasting on the internet.
Well, what are people who milk cows called? Don't say farmers. I think it's robots now, actually. I think it might just be robots.
Lacto extractors.
Lacto extractors. Oh!
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Here's the digs.
Yuri. Yeah, it's fine. Little bait, little switch, and KRÜ puts it all together.
Guys, if you know what the term is for the person who milks a cow...
Milkers. No. Nope. Not that.
Not that at all. All right. Well, AW Twist is scouting? Scout AWP combo.
Oh, he changed his mind.
He did change his mind.
Yeah, fair
Oh,
enough.
he threw the decoy, then sold it back.
Oh, you rascal. Oh, I love it. Counter-Strike's cool. Counter-Strike is cool.
Cheeky.
Yeah, hoping you peek into the scout. Not today. Interesting. Fallen, and he's worked it out now, for sure. That scout's a little too stubborn on the spam.
But I guess they don't know that there is an AWP.
That's for sure. Lovely bit of juggling here from Skulls. Gets himself a second smoke to just continue to maintain that deep B smoke. Nullifies Ultimate's AWP. Now you see what he's done there? So he's put a Tech 9 charm on the Tech 9.
That makes sense.
He's a logical man, his Twists.
Matching sets. We all play better in Counter-Strike with them.
Yep.
Slow rounds.
I picked that
AWP, after the smoke fades, gets a chance to pick on in.
With matching socks. He's been waiting for this, and it's brought a lot of time off the clock here. Furia in a real prime position. Just about that first engagement. How does it go down? Cello playing close doors, lots of info. Here's the nades released, has vision, has info. Twist, this is the flash. Cello turns and ready. Yeah, this Tech 9's not getting anywhere. JKS a belated, baited trade. Hoping Cello overlooks. possibility for a second man as they do start to test skulls. Look at this, Fallen perfectly ready to provide the support. The smokes have really rotted the clock, and now Yuri's even flanking. Liquid empty-handed here on this 5th round of play.
Save that orb, get on out. They're pinned. They might go down after the time.
Oh, this could be really cutthroat here from Yuri.
Take it away from Yuri. Punish
Jumping,
him.
gets the info at least. He can have an informed decision for the final 5 seconds of play, and then the rest. Oh, ultimate. He's hit the shot. Does go down before time, but not the same for Naf. He's a dead man walking. Oh, he holds on. He holds on. Oh, Yuri, in the very last second, sends Naf to spawn with $700 in his back pocket.
Look, the round got exciting after it was already over, but look at FURIA just keeping B blocked. They had that round under wraps completely. So the T-side start for Liquid looking pretty miserable. The pistol was great. The follow-up was an eco, and now when the guns are out, FURIA looking a whole lot more comfy. Sure, we're only 5 rounds deep, but at the moment for Team Liquid, having a tough time. Oh, it's going to be a B pop. That nade's going to do some damage.
Bang. Oof. Catastrophic damage. Skulls farm it up. Picks himself another triple. This time up against unarmored opponents. It's only one. It's Yakinda. And they're going to clear ya. Just like that. Premature taps.
Yeah, you knew. You have to stand up at some point. KRÜ takes him down on the 4th secured. FURIA flying, and Cash starting to build on the CT side. A little bit residual for the likes of KRÜ. The rest, well, just in touching distance of an extra buy if things go down against them.
Can you try and put yourself into the Liquid shoes for this one? Attack pause, 4-2 scoreline. FURIA feeling quite comfortable so far.
So we need to look at the spawns first of all with Dust 2. That's going to be a key that will play into this call. Yakinda has a good long spawn, and Twist can also set this up, but the other 3 are a bit more disjointed. And what that means is the flashes and potentially the corner smoke might be slightly delayed.
Right.
And there's also the 3rd man follow through is going to be tougher. And at this point, you could actually run a standard default round. You know, get the likes of Ultimate set up with the AWP, get your map control in through the lower tunnels. But this would actually be a very good moment if I'm FURIA to throw some either short aggression or lower tunnels aggression into the mix, because Team Liquid have to settle into the half at this point. So Mytha maybe just making them aware of CT maneuvers.
I don't think it's a coincidence that we're seeing a lot of decoys for some reason. I don't know what their plan is. Yakinda, he's trying as hard as he might to get out on towards the blue bin. Molly's not there, so safe haven. Hard fight, good flash, down he goes. KRÜ and Yuri combine for another opening for FURIA, and that's what I'm going to check right now.
Yeah, and that is a prime example. And I know Dust 2's a little bit different. He had the spawn. It could have been any player, but that's one of the things. Like, there's no follow-through. What are you meant to do off the back of that Yakinda aggression? Well, Yuri knows. Push, take the gap, take the space, and he can hear an awful lot from this position. Is KRÜ going to... He doesn't have a flash for him. Oh, I think KRÜ just shot Yuri as he swung into the fight, but JKS a dead man again.
Yeah, taking a look at opening duels as well, just 1 for Liquid so far.
You can't have your long anchor. I understand the number disadvantage going down in that fashion. Your job is just to sit outside long and be boring, right? You're the deterrent for the push. And it's twice now that he's died outside of long.
Which really is going to kind of reduce the potency of your short occupation. It's Twist and Ultimate there now. Naf wanted to be there. Unable to do so, has to pick up the bomb. He did make an audible weapon drop. Now it's up for Yuri to interpret that as to whether or not he lingers.
But a save again, guys. Well, you have no map control. You're in a 2-man disadvantage.
No time.
There's still a smoke on Skulls. I understand that he's over towards B. They've thrown a mid to B smoke, but Twist is going in zone. There's 20 seconds. Guys, what's going on?
Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. Naf, sure, a great individual shot, but that flash has got his name written all over it.
Dead.
KRÜ closes, and Twist with 10 seconds left. There's only 1 for him there, and jumping into KRÜ, 7 seconds, getting shot up from every angle. 5, a convincing 5 from FURIA.
Yeah, that's the key word. 5 on the trot. 2 rounds with only 1 casualty. So again, just the conversation about the money building. And Liquid took a timeout going into that round, and it was pretty rubbish, to be completely honest. Yakinda not going behind the blue bin, standing in the open, no support. The flashes were there, couldn't find the necessary fight. And the round at that point already feels over. Well, it might be another poppy round with Tech9s again. Let's see if there can be any more inspiration from Team Liquid, or if this is going to be the classic dominant on map 1, absent on map 2.
Pushing, well played from the HE. Spam does connect further, chipping away at them. Cello this time going to be there, ready to deliver at least one. Ooh, Nav, only the one. Yuri keeps him humble. They test the rifles, and Furia, they've got the right bodies in the right place. One back from JKS, but Yuri, he keeps it tidy in his domain. 4 down, doubles his kills, farming up the Eeks.
I get that's another situation that I have a tough time, right? Trying to validate. So there's obviously a plan. Look at the residual utility. Like there's, well, I guess it's a Molotov on JKS. I don't even know where that was meant to be destined for. But
yeah.
like the fact, look at how one by one they're swinging around this corner, and it's definitely not looking like the same team as Anubis.
Yeah, that's actually a perfect cam to highlight the little details of the way Furia were playing that one. Falls back into the smoke, throws out the HE, connects up to the USP, keep the pressure up, support Keserato. 6-2, Mytha, is he on the mic?
He is. So a second timeout has been called from Liquid, and it's important because if they can salvage maybe 4 rounds within this T-half, look, it's not great, but it's workable. And I think to go from, again, recent history, dominant first maps, and then the follow-ups falling off, it's something that you want to try and avoid. But if we change the framing and we stand on the Brazilian side of the fence and look in, this is exactly what you would hope for the flagship team. Your number 1 Brazilian team, or at least it should be. Pain are the ones who have locked themselves in. MIBR as well.
This is a...
You need Furia there, don't you?
This is a confident AWP's maneuver, but so is this from Fallen. Scope may have been heard. And Flash is good. Ultimate finds the head-to-head. Does get that. Now Keserato under pressure. Ultimate misses his chance onto Cello. He's playing a very aggressive game here, Cello. Peeking, baiting, testing the AWPer. And he gets a frag. Gets JKS. Gets away. Keeps it relatively interesting and threatening. Despite the absence of Skulls and Fallen. Now vacates B. Looks to rejoin the forces for the finish. Keserato as well takes the place of Cello, responsible for this doors. And a cut of noise. Ultimate not being given any indication.
This is very JMS. They could really just park Ultimate. Oh, he only has 1 bullet, so would love to get a reload in while he has support. But the other 3 riflers can group up and try and do something as a unit. If they're able to trade out onto this A site, the round is theirs to take.
I mean, Yuri is really just asked to do it all here. Naf late long. Yuri typically there. And that's what they'll be saying as well. They have to play this right. 30 seconds as they start to put together their finish. Yuri looking to try and destabilize. Pick his moment to strike a clean headshot onto Twists. A rough game on Dust 2, but Naf will find him.
Important kill for Naf. Alleviates so much pressure.
He gets another there. Bomb goes loose. Things get awkward.
Considering how low your Kinder was and Ultimate with the AWP, I'm not sure if you got a reload off or not. May have done now. Yeah, you can see. But Keserato and Cello will be going for the save, even with residual cash, the likes of Skulls, Yuri, and Fallen. The half's not over just yet. So wanting to get as many CT rounds as humanly possible. AI could get more, but... There you go, they're broken through, they get their 3rd. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, OBS. Got to pay attention to those details. The change of AWP, I believe, is what was just being highlighted to me.
Yeah, I was just admiring Keserato's M4 craft. It's
he is a skins guy.
He's got a goofy howl. I don't know if that's a technical term, but he's kind of put a googly eye.
Oh yes, on the
on the howl.
On the very. Now, if I'm going to see it from a player's perspective, I would say that last round was the first full quote-unquote gun round they've had, because the others have had like a Tech 9 or a Galil. It hasn't been a complete full buy.
Right.
So it's been the first full buy with all the utility, all the AKs.
And they didn't run out of time, which just seems to be a bit of a tough one with the way Furia are defending.
Head-to-head with the AWPs again.
Interesting smoke. Not the corner smoke we grow to expect. Fallen AWP finds the head-to-head this time, so revenge for Fallen in the previous. Ooh, they're going for a short aggress. Check this one out. 2-man push. Audible. Kinder posted Xbox.
Big nade. Decent damage. Long is where they need to investigate, but look who's here. Keserato rotated over to plug the gap.
Ooh, Keisarato's going to have his work cut out for him here.
I think he's got 2.
Yeah, it does feel that way. JKS is going to have a perfect first bullet. He's not ready for that. Walks in, twist, that's important. A massive trade to keep our hopes of seeing another Liquid round. Skulls, however, pushing in towards upper B.
Great info play.
Yeah, that's going to inform Cello and Yuri. And they look to re-aggress again. They are just constantly fighting for this powerful region of the map. Yakinda about to be double swung. He gets ahead of it. He gets ahead of it. Can he tame the spray? Cello does manage to put the bullet into his head. And now Fallen's got your cross. Molly hoping that's going to make Fallen miss the shot. The black smoke of the HE and a missed shot indeed. He gets across. 20 seconds. Gandalf occupied. This is so hard for Liquid. The clock against them now. Cello and Gandalf. Short is occupied. Orb has your cross. What is Nav supposed to do to provide support? A fake. 10 seconds, you're faking? Oh, and he gets the Gandalf player down. Doesn't have the time for the repeat. No time for the round. Skulls is going to win it. The pacifist clutch. And a 7th for Furia. The clock, just as I said, it wasn't their enemy. It once again returns.
Damn. For wanting to get it done with the bullets there, Liquid. They almost pulled that one off. It looks silly at the end, doesn't it? 7 now for Furia. And they bounce back after Anubis. Absolute drubbing. And they are now the ones in the driver's seat, looking to take us to that 3rd and deciding map of Inferno for the spot in the Major.
Ultimate getting aggressive with his orb. He likes this rush Sui. Anticipates a short swing. Not this time. Flash from Fallen. Blinds out the AWPer. Cello. Anti for now. Fallen housekeeping. That door's pushed. Starts to surge. Finds ultimate again. The most tenured veteran at the Americas RMR. Puts the rookie in his pocket.
Had a couple of them now. I know he's only got 5 kills, but I think 2 of the 3 head-to-heads has gone in Fallen's favor. And this is looking great for an 8th round.
Oof,
Twist gets nothing done. It's just 1 by 1. They never feel like they really have any space. Furia are dictating on this CT half. Naf and JKS. Last 2 remaining.
They are comfy right now. Furia got their feet up. Got their slippers on. And what are you supposed to do here? Your only option is to try and...
Save
again.
I mean, been such I think if you compare the T halves, at least there were moments of excitement where Furia were able to change the pace and put themselves in positions, and Liquid had to work hard on retakes with like trading and some tough rounds. But for Furia, they feel like they're in control. They have such a great understanding of what's happening throughout. So some very good shooting from Fallen and likely calling as well. And a pretty good spread of kills. We've got Skulls on 10. He's had some lockdowns on B. 11 for Cello. 9 for Yuri. 7 for Keisarado. 5 for Fallen.
Yeah, everyone's put in the shift. I mean, they came long. Yuri answered. They came mid. Fallen hits his shots. They came B. Skulls was there. I mean, the CT side is definitely something to be admired by Furia here. And it's the most obvious that it is their map pick. In the same way Liquid's Anubis looked very much in full control.
They have long spawns again. This time the cavalry a little bit closer. Maybe we just see them try and shove all in for a long play.
Well, yeah, you also highlighted that 4 would be, I think, in your words, workable. We'll see if that's even attainable as we head into the final round of Furia's defense. And Fallen's found another. Strong openings from Fallen, albeit just 6 in total. In this half, he's been present at the start of these rounds. And then his teammates have been comfortable to the finish. Keisarato, HE does significant damage to ultimate. On the edge of the smoke, and such good damage. Keisarato reads them like a book. Perfect combination with Skulls. Liquid left wanting. And ultimate, yeah, just pushing into smokes. Keisarato can't believe his luck. A second kill comes his way, and Naf resides himself to the impossible. A 1 versus 5, Cello and Skulls looking to try and hunt him down. Skulls goes down, and, well, looks like Keisarato will leave with 3. Gets the double digis, 9 for Furia. as this Dust 2 is looking like it's flying the Brazilian flag.
Yeah, I feel that if you have, two one-sided maps on their picks, and then Inferno is the third and decider, surely it has to deliver.
I would expect. I'd hope. Actually, I'm not going to say I expect. I'd certainly hope so. But I mean, this is just a demonstration of, just how well matched these teams are if they can give them the same treatment back.
And Yikinda definitely has cooled. He's had 3 kills so far, but only 4 for Ultimate, another factor on map number 1. But they were also on the T side. Now they swap over to the CT side. That's where they got to kick off their campaign on Anubis. So let's see if they can replicate some of that form. You win the pistol, Furia Force, you win that. The Furia Eco, we're talking 9-6. First gun run rolls around, you win that. 9-7, Furia have to partial buy. 9-8, the game's back on. There is a way back into this.
And do you recall the Copenhagen 2024 Americas RMR?
I think they lost to Complexity, didn't they?
They did, but do you know who put them down in the lowers?
Furia.
It was a Furia head-to-head, a Liquid, quote-unquote, upset on Mirage. And they find themselves locking horns once more. That was, of course, with Art in the roster. That was with Skulls on the Liquid roster. Gaspacadi and Muller pulling the strings. Twist now trying to make that a different result. And Yikinda's going for an Aggie push-up mid. He's not alone.
Oh, they blocked the smoke as well.
Spotted. Okay, yeah, goes both ways.
I suppose. Bit more pace to Furia's pistol.
A little bit of something to work with. Oh, Yikinda gets gooshed. That's a nice one on the Glock. Just running headshot. They clear it out. They confirm that those aggressions have receded. Oh, Ultimate. USP connects in unison with Twists on mid. Fallen and Skulls put to the sidelines, and Cello on that Xbox now spotted out. Ooh, he's quick. I think he was the guy to hit the goosh as well onto Yikinda, so maybe he can finish what he started on this short re-push.
Yeah, still very, very winnable for Furia now that they've leveled out to the 3v3. Actually, I would say more winnable for Furia, the fact that Yikinda is so low. Stiff breeze will blow Yikinda out of the server. Naf and JKS are the two that have to get this done.
They were in 2 mines. They opt for short, and that is the one that's occupied. Yikinda, though, so low. Naf
needs to hit the first, then Yikinda can get the second.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, bait. Yaki can't do it. Short collapses. Furia. They've done it. They've turned this pistol around.
Yeah, I think the JKS head tilt back in the chair knows how difficult of a 1v3 situation this is going to be. The first found. Quesarado low. Yuri on half. The Fangs looking for the pistol as JKS looking for them. The bomb to be planted, and now it needs to get a move on. Molly will delay.
Yeah, the no-kit 1v3.
So that's essentially 10 seconds burnt off of the bomb.
Yes, to be quick about this, and it's not going to have to be very accurate shots. They are both on site, but double peak, double trouble, double digits. Furia 10, Liquid 3.
All right, fantastic work from Furia to turn things around after Anubis. Go outside, shake it off. They do have very experienced players as well. Fallen, he's been able to take full control of this team. It wasn't just the removal of Art, but it was also Gary's no longer the primary coach. He's still part of the staff, but this is where they brought in the new boy, Sid. I'm probably butchering that. I'll butcher all the Brazilian names. I'm very sorry to the Brazilians. Force bite. You win this, game done. Well, you win this, all the game is done, Liquid.
Yeah. 3-man lower push.
What was this about?
He's giving him a flash to set him up. Twist will be anti, but Yeki and Ultimate could both eat this. Turns around, can't get his crosshair in the right place. Ready for more. Cello, huge haul. Gets away with 2. What's the Furia reaction to this info that there was such a huge investment of resources? Look at Fallen. He just waltzes up short.
JKS ain't clearing this.
Yeah, ain't clearing that at all, and nearly gave him a chance to adjust. Yuri doesn't find the first bullet, but still controls the spray. Catches that long anchor. And so just 2. Make it 1.
Back to back. Did Quesarado spot anything of Naf there? Well, as now, and Yuri right between the eyes. 11-3.
This is like their playground, man. They just got the angles dialed in.
Well, this is where for Team Liquid, it's one of those scenarios. This is the conversation you have. Okay, guys, we could eco now, and we'll give them 12, and then we have to win 9 consecutive rounds.
Eesh. And for Furia as well, this would be Well, very poetic to just return a 13-3 thrashing to a 13-3 of your own.
They are actually opting to take the save and try and win 9 straight to force it to overtime. Oh, there's a flash available from Twist.
That's a lovely little angle over the smoke. It's going to be hard to spot. Waits for the flashes, peeks on the second, and done.
Beautiful. But they were ready for that type of a reaction.
It's what they did. Except Yukinda just crouched and committed to a spray.
All right, 12 orbits secure. This is the thing with the story, right? It's like map 1 seems dominant. Oh, can Liquid continue that form and roll over them in 2 maps, lock themselves in for the Major? Now it's like, well, Liquid dominant on their map, Furia dominant on their map. Now Inferno, we need to see Liquid wake back up because Furia are the ones who have taken all of the momentum. Or are we about to see an epic comeback story for the history books as Naf is fighting forward with a scavenged AK? Will go down to Skulls.
Get the AK in time. It's going to be close. Yep.
You actually, in the major config, you get more end of round time.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's like 2 seconds more.
I had no idea. Okay, interesting. Good to know.
Unless they've also changed that.
But the major config. I didn't even know there was a major config.
Because back in my day.
Yeah, that was an unironic back in my day.
It used to be slightly different with the config. So, like, also majors have 10K. I wonder if that's a TO choice.
As opposed to like 12.5 or 16.
What's it be? Well, Naf, you and Yukinda need to lock things down. Oh!
Brutal. Seeing your AWPer go down to a Mach 10 is never a good feeling. That is for Naf as he finds a second, spamming away at the smokes. Sends Yuri packing.
Well, you should know where all of the players are, because Fallen Flash...
Elbow.
Right.
Yellow.
Woof, woof.
We sounded like really bad SoundCloud rappers there. Oof, oof. You're like my little hype man.
Audio jungle, jungle, jungle.
Audio jungle. What is going on here? Why are we leaving A? You've got the explanation. We're playing retake A, that's why.
Yeah, but I hate it. I hate it to no end. This is about to be a...
He hits this one as well, you know he does.
Twist is low. Hello. Feed him. Feed
him another one.
He knows where everybody is.
Actually, JKS does bring down the AWPer, so, but still, I mean, retake A.
Okay, Serrano grabbed another. Now you blocked it short.
Oh, blimey.
At least Snap has a kit.
Yep, most definitely. And
do it to him, Furia.
Got the AWP.
Yeah, do it to him.
13-3 into 13-3.
Now you like these two in the clutch, but maybe not paired up because they're both of a passive nature. Traditionally, you want someone who's willing to take the risk, and the other one there to be slow and trade. Bomb halfway gone. Pack their bags. We'll see him on map 3.
Molly at least causes chaos, and Yuri still wins the duel. Naf, a dead man. No time for this one, and goes down to Yuri. 13-3 matched in kind. Furia looking to take us the distance. It's still up for debate. Who is locking themselves in for the major? We'll see you map 3.
As Machine said, map 3 is going to decide who is locking in the major. It's going to come down to Inferno. Both of these teams winning their map pick 13-3. A very different Furia that we got to see here.
Yeah, Furia just lighting the world on fire on the CT side. Just brilliant work through and through. Fallen, even though he didn't have a lot of kills in that half, had a lot of opening picks with the AWP. You know, Skulls actually did a fantastic job anchoring the B-bomb site. In general, they're very good at disrupting Liquid in the mid and cap portions of the map by just, you know, playing forward positions and winning out exchanges. And I'm just going to say one thing about Liquid, though. You have got to figure out how to play the damn T side of Dust 2. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, Dust 2 is on average a 50-50 map, and the best teams in the world that are playing Dust 2 are usually able to win 55 to 57% of their T rounds. They're losing less. They're losing less than 40% of their T rounds. That's ridiculous. Like, you have to be able to put something on the board on the attacking side to have a chance to win these maps. And so it's just a little bit ludicrous that you're letting, you know, Furia maul you this bad defensively.
Yanko, what was it that Furia was doing, though, that meant that Liquid just didn't have any answers?
I mean, we'll get into the details a little bit later. I think
one of the clear things they had planned was for Yuri to take long tunnel wherever he could. You know, I don't know if they saw when Liquid doesn't go there, probably, you know, JKS plays it always from outside, and they were doing that, then leaving one guy slope and just playing 2-1-2 really. So focusing a lot more on mid, having like more presence in that mid to be, and also when that player is deep long, he can get sound cues, some early information, can also be on the flank, which we saw happen a couple of times in that first half as well. So if there was one thing tactically that it seemed like they were focused on, it was that.
For you, Just, I mean, when you take a look at this and you look at FURIA, is this more what you were expecting from them when we came into this series?
Yeah, I mean, look, FURIA have been one of the better Dust 2 teams, you know, in the world. They've gotten some quality wins against teams like Eternal Fire, FaZe, Mouse Sports. They, you know, have a pretty good CT side. They definitely win more than average defensively on this map when you compare to, you know, other teams on Dust 2 throughout the course of this year. Here we're taking a look at a KRÜ, who, again, was a guy for me that was one of the most important players to look at on Dust 2 because this is a map where he's a lot more active. You know, in some of the other maps, he might be more of an extremity player. On this map, he is, you know, more of an entry guy on T side sometimes, and then on the, you know, defensive side of things, he's, you know, playing that A rotator position, which is super important to help reinforce A defenses, but also be aggressive off catwalk, help out in middle, you know, be mobile, and he's a very dynamic rifler. He did a great job today. So yeah, I mean, hats off to FURIA for just putting together a phenomenal first half.
And just the sheer level of consistency from KRÜ, you know, even in some of the dark times for FURIA, he was the one shining light. So yeah, finally being able to find some more success team-wise as well, not just having good performances individually.
Feels like a travesty with KRÜ if they don't make the major, just because I would say he was maybe, but I still think he has the potential to be one of the best players in the world.
I mean, he is, in a sense, right? It's always the guys who are going to stand a little bit ahead of others are those who are on the teams that are doing well and that are winning, because they also get the opportunities to showcase themselves on the biggest of stages and in the biggest of games, right? So we'll see if this iteration of FURIA will be able to provide that for KRÜ, but I think the skill is undeniable.
Okay, so we are going to dive into what exactly went wrong for Liquid on this map. I'm going to send Yanko over to our big screen here so he can break down some rounds. But before he gets into that though, Dust, I mean, quick thoughts from your side as to what you felt wasn't working?
As far as what wasn't working for Liquid, it was just everything. I mean, I think when you talk about their attacking side, they have just shown such a discrepancy compared to really any other Dust 2 team out there. I mean, the fact that they're winning less than 40% of their T rounds is just absurd. They should be winning at least half, you know, to give themselves a chance. And I think that Yanko is going to really start to break down like some of their shortcomings on why their Dust 2 T side's not going so well.
There we go, Yanko. You gonna do just that?
Yeah, let's get into early on. So round number 5, right? First, we're gonna take a look at the buy for Team Liquid. You can see the op on ultimate, no nades. He's number 4. He's going towards this area, towards the B bomb site. Most of the players are there. They just have 2 guys spotting mid, spotting long, right? Pretty default. But here's the thing. Look at the time, right? Like this is at the start of the round, 147. So look how long they're going to stick around. They're trying to put pressure. He's trying to find an opening with the AWP. Smoked one time. Okay, we're going to wait it out. No one's moving anywhere yet. Like they're still just holding in upper B. Time is ticking away, 133, 32, 31. Not really a lot of pressure. Now the smoke mid comes a little bit late, and the molly to make sure there's no really aggression. So we're going to fast forward and see now that it's like 50 seconds left. So we basically spent a minute without putting any pressure anywhere on the map. The players are going to swap around so that the players that do have a smoke can actually move towards that mid area to do the mid to B split. And the ultimate has just been here. The whole round with the op, just getting smoked off, trying to find some impact, right? And you can see what we talked about previously. Here is Yuri, here is KRÜ, right? In a 2-1 setup for the CTs, no pressure on A whatsoever. Cello is going to tuck in close towards mid, right? This is going to be a pretty easy round for him. The flash from Twists, not for this position, going to find 1 kill. JKS is going to try to sort of hit the timing, let the upper B players play, but there's not going to be much there because, again, they're smoked. But now they have to try and do something. Skulls finds 1 more kill. After that, you know, Yuri on the flank is going to get 1 more, and the last 2 players try to save, but they can't even save properly. So that's one of the rounds. Going over to the next gun round, again, what's going to happen here for Team Liquid? Look at, again, the utility first. Like, there's not a lot of Flashes here, Naf, no flashes. Ultimate, no flashes. What's the play going to be for Liquid, the call in this round? Let's try to get Yakindar outside long, right? You can see Twist flashing him out, and here also Yakindar can go blue. I don't know if that was the idea or not, because he's alone, maybe. Perhaps he felt like he could find some space and try to get a kill, but what's going to happen is he's just going to die here. Didn't find as much success as he did on Anubis in terms of entering, right? And that's going to expend pretty much all the flashes for the side of Team Liquid. You can see Twists again trying to re-smoke mid. They want to try and salvage this round somehow, but we have another great play from Yuri. Same thing, pushing into that upper tunnel. Even 2 times he did this where he peeks this door and finds a kill on JKS. So this is another 5v3 situation for FURIA, and I think the bane of Liquid's existence here, you can see, right, the utility is really limited. I mean, there's just 2 mollies in a smoke in a 3v5. You're going to struggle to do much in that situation, and the problem is like these early plays that they try and go for, when they don't work out, they don't have a plan B, they don't have a fallback plan. And I don't know if it's the individuals asking to do this, like whether it's Yakindar trying to say, hey, let me go out, try to find a kill, or ultimately I'm going to peek B, and then nothing happens and they're sort of stuck, or that's Twist's call. But it was just 2 rounds where the initial play doesn't work and there's no fallback. The round isn't even close. The round is really easy on a tactical level for FURIA to play.
Why do you think they're going into this position?
It just seems like when you compare their T side to Anubis, like we saw in earlier games throughout this year where they look so good, they look like a cohesive unit. They move together, their spacing is good, and their trading efficiency is good. They have good utility usage, they have good ideas, they have fallback plans if their initial game plan doesn't work. But then you look at a map like Dust 2, which is supposed to be more simplistic, by the way. Like, this is a map where you're supposed to be able to just be scrappy. You're supposed to just be able to flex your talent. You can go for spawn-based plays. You can mix in like little mid-B splits, or just, gang up with a bunch of talent and just push out catwalk and swing a site. But as Yanko illustrated in multiple occasions throughout that half, they just kind of get stuck in a spot trying to make a play happen. They get stuck there. They have no presence anywhere else in the map, so they're forced to go into some type of like just Hail Mary play in the mid to late round where they have sparse utility, no information. They just look so disjointed in comparison to some of the other maps that they play well on.
How does Inferno play out after now? I mean, we've had a chance to see 2 maps from both of these teams.
Tough. I mean, tough to predict. I thought FURIA might even pick this map, like that was an option for them. So the fact that it's still in the pool as the decider, that Liquid went for it over Nuke, that's also a little bit strange. Perhaps, the fact that Nuke is one of FURIA's most played maps had a role in it. But I don't know. I just have a feeling about FURIA winning.
It's tough, right? Because I think the core of FURIA, even before they picked up Skulls, actually had a pretty successful track record on LAN, on Inferno, and then with the team that they have now, it's been okay. Like they don't have like wins against super big name teams. I think it's like the one thing you can knock them against, but their losses are against some of the best teams in the world, and they still do have a winning record on Inferno in the end. Meanwhile, Liquid, yeah, they've beaten Navi a few times on Inferno, but outside of that, their Inferno
that was a blast. That was ages ago.
Listen, I was getting to that. I was saying, like, outside of that, their Inferno track record hasn't been nearly as impressive, particularly in like their most recent tournaments. So I think FURIA probably has the better fluency on Inferno and probably has a better overall resume. But this is one of those maps that can be so hard to stay consistently the best on because no one's really innovating, no one's reinventing the wheel. There's very set ways to play this map, and it's going to come down to those mid-round decision making. Are you able to get banana control? If you can, what can you do with it? If you can't, are you able to make the adjustment with fast mid plays or something like that? So it's all going to come down to those mid-round moments, and it's just going to be whoever's on today. That
I tell you what it does. I mean, toss out all the stats. Don't care what happened. Don't care when they beat Navi. You've seen them play 2 maps. You've seen both of these teams. Who wins Inferno?
Man, I think FURIA had the edge on Inferno.
There we go. I was like, you will give me an answer.
Yeah. I'll give you an answer.
And Yakinder's doing his best Harvey Dent impression in this series. I mean, so I don't know who we're going to get on Inferno. Obviously, he's the B player, banana, both sides. So we all know how important that position is. So you're hoping that he can have at least an average performance, right? Like can deliver you some entries here and there. And yeah, obviously 2 very one-sided maps, but coming off of a dominant win is way better. In
It's really
Furia's
two
case.
things for me. It's like, one, that K-Strado versus Yukindar matchup on the B side of the map is going to be critical on both sides. They both play B on attack and defense, and I think K-Strado is the better overall B player. And here's the other problem. Like, this is a map where, you know, Ultimate's not going to be able to flex to op aggressively on the T side. It's very hard to do that, so he's going to have to be more of a rifler, and sometimes he can do it, but sometimes he can't. So they're not going to be able to rely on Ultimate. You know, this means that, like, Twist and Yukindar are going to have to get up to snuff to find them openings, and it's going to be very hard to do based on what I've seen so far.
There we go. Both of the analysts are leaning in the favor of the South Americans. Inferno separates Liquid from qualifying for the major, as well as Furia. We'll find out who's going to do it after this.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
A very warm welcome back to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We are at the Americas RMR, and it is at the pointy end of this clash between Liquid and Furia, two shoo-ins, at least expected shoo-ins, to be locking themselves in, and yet here they find themselves in the 2-1 matchups. Both have slipped up, both have tripped, and you could say the same about the series, really, as we head into the third. 2 stomps for either side.
Very dominant on maps 1 and 2 on their own choices, and, well, as we move into the third, it's the banger map.
It's crunch time.
Inferno, right? This one traditionally delivers in pressure moments, and exactly where we are. You lose this, you go down to the gauntlet of tomorrow, keeping in mind only 7 teams are able to qualify from the Americas RMR. It means there will be a 7th, 8th decider match. So how the games shake out tomorrow is anybody's guess. You'll have to tune in bright and early to see the conclusion of the Americas RMR. But we're on the conclusion of this series. KRÜ in fine form, Yakinda on top of the scoreboard, 1 map, bottom on the next. Liquid need to shake that one off, wake themselves up, and lock horns against the Brazilians for map number 3. Otherwise, we might just have another stomp on the cards.
Yeah, well, we've already seen FURIA demonstrate their capacity to shake off what was Anubis into the Dust 2. Now, Inferno. As we get ourselves situated, looks like the fist bumps have been exchanged. Oh, we should do the same, Jed. There we go. Let's get into the third one.
T-side start for Team Liquid. FURIA on the defense. Going to be a couple of smokes, a flash, a decoy, and a Molotov in the mix.
Okay.
No P250 in the hands of anyone from Team Liquid. CT's side, we'll see Jewel Berettas handed to Fallen. A HE with Kevlar for KRÜ and a flash on Cello. 3 players starting B on the defense. And just in Liquid fashion, they're never really in a rush on these T-side pistols. They kind of want to feel out the CTs. So 2 towards T-stairs, 3 up alt mid towards apartments with intention. The bomb on the back of JKS grouped up with Naf and Yakinda.
But the utils B.
Yeah, they might get pushed out of this.
Ooh, a chance for Fallen already humbles. Ultimate down to 46. No Kevlar, so high damage on the body shots.
Kind of have to go now.
They are. Yuri turns the flash, has a chance, can't track. Skulls connects. Yakinda down empty-handed. Overwhelmed now here. Yuri does get overrun by Naf on the Glock. Swings through. A site should be theirs with that Moto smoke down. It's going to be retake. HE available for KRÜ if they did want to do something fancy with it. Break the smoke, but not going for it. Let it fade on its own. Oh, yeah, he could nade close. No one's home.
Pit would be decent damage.
Yeah, double pit setup. Flash and go. Twist 11 bullets to try and work this one out. Here comes the flood of CTs. Can't track the head clean, but his Naf teammate can. Last bullet, JKS aiming for their heads. Naf contributes another triple kill, and now looking to finish it off. The HE could have finished the job. 9 HP in it, and there's just no time. No time for KRÜ. No longer on the bomb. And Naf with a triple kill, high impact pistol. KRÜ takes him down, but the round is Liquid's.
All right, everyone felt there. KRÜ gave it a crack, didn't he? But the lack of kit as part of that retake. I wanted to note, Skull's getting 4 kills will allow an M4 drop.
Here they are. Gets his first. Flash and push, and Skulls just starts connecting. First twists. Catches ultimate, and then finishes off JKS, who was playing sticky on the site.
Yeah, most of the aggro was on his teammates, and he has dropped the M4, has given it to Cello. That is surprising. Thought it would land in the hands of KRÜ. Regardless, FURIA, upgrades, MP9s, pistols, light util, block towards banana, starting 4 players towards A, a nade up and in, a light lick to KRÜ.
2 more smokes available to him, so yeah, it's not going to be easy for Liquid to gain access early.
Look at this mid-control setup. So you've got the player tucked into the little cubby, you've got Cello playing anti, and you also have Yuri boiler side. They're going to swing.
That is audacious. Especially when you've got a P250 on full, I suppose you're kind of encouraged to take a more forward
Careful
step.
now, Naf.
Yeah, Naf. This smoke feels like it favors Yuri. You're going to get lost, get a randomly grey screen as you swing, and he will have confirmation of your presence. Naf thinks twice about taking a further push.
Yeah, they need to pause. Right now, they can allow Twist and Yakinda to explore Banana because the smoke is in the mouth of Banana, right? It shows that it's defensive setup on B and they don't really have any Banana info whatsoever. That nade confirms it and the redeploy. And behind that, you never know. But you know at least one. So if they go away, it will be into 4 players. Liquid need to fight their way out of this mess.
Yeah, I mean, of course, attention really will be on Cello's contributions. They could do it without him, but it will be much more difficult without that M4.
No molly
He's
for
got a
Pit.
good angle here for the balcony exit. Safe from the flash, can't track. Naf, one with that Mac 10, keeps doing work with that. Here on Inferno, Yakinda and JKS open it up and close it down. Lovely work from Team Liquid. I mean, walking into the stack and leaving with a bomb plant, never mind just 2 deaths. It's pretty impressive.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't informed other than the fact Banana was being blocked and the early Lear in the round from Furia. So going into it, you're ready to take on potentially all 5.
Yeah.
So that's definitely in the back of Liquid's mind as they waterfall out of the apartment, secure the second round. And Furia just have KRÜ holding onto this 5-7.
But as you said, you never know. And if I was choosing between the lesser of 2 evils, running into a stacked B-bomb site and A, I know which I prefer.
Especially considering how understaffed they were with Molotovs, right? And that was still tough on A. I highlighted not... Oh!
Bloody hell. That's got way more expensive than they were expecting. JKS at least stops him from retrieving anything, but still, KRÜ, a quick double on the 5-7 is going to force some rebuys out of Liquid, and their finances aren't blooming just 2 rounds deep.
I'm curious. I think it would be a bad decision for Furia to go for the Force, right? But you almost wiped out everybody. Fallen could have had an M4, right? They could have gone for something a little bit crazy. They won't. They'll keep it conservative. Currently 4 smokes invested, light pistol upgrades, a couple of HEs to work with as well. So still a round that could get out of control. Make it 5 smokes.
Yeah, I like Fallen CT calling so far in absence of a round still. They've always got an idea, a plan. And there's some chip damage onto Yakinda. Now the smoke will slow him down. It does certainly imply that A is a little light, and it is just skulls. Bless him.
Yeah, but it's all going to come down to the pacing because those nades could have gone off and they could be rotating immediately. So that's always going to be the question for Team Liquid as they, again, look to go through apps. Pistol round. Now we're seeing it on the first anti-force and now the anti-eco as the Counter-Strike terminology grows. But Naf, we took a look out mid, saw nothing. This time a little bit of extra utility. JKS from the apartments can be Molotoving towards the bike position. But looks good in the hood. Deep smoke. Skulls can't see a thing. And Furia have gambled incorrectly. This time round for Liquid, it's about keeping as many bodies alive as you can. You took too many casualties in the last. You need to carry them through. So I'm looking for exits if I'm Furia.
And if I'm Naf, I'm looking for frags. $600. Kill reward, unarmored opponents.
Might get a couple.
Could be in a real opportunity to farm up some cash for the longevity of a must-win map for both of these teams, but Naf doing so for Liquid. KRÜ, his first victim, puts him down clean. Oh, lovely. That's certainly going to look good in the finance department. 3 kills with that SMG and gets it out of his hands coming into the next gun round. JKS puts Cello down. And Skulls, last guy alive. You can save your USP, they say. Save
it's all yours, mate.
Actually, I think there might be, is that KRÜ smoke he's scavenged away? I guess that's all.
He's dead. Hi. Yakinda sends his regards. 3-0 start. Rifle's about to be invested. Fallen with enough money for the AWP. Now, Naf, he plays apartment, so the MAC-10, not the worst weapon for the job, especially considering Furia do not have any head armor whatsoever. So still going to be very serviceable, and Naf has invested into that by choice. He did go down into the previous, so let's see what implication that has on the call from Twists.
Damn. He really, it is not a joke. Naf really does have a lot of faith in his MAC-10, specifically on Inferno. I suppose for those apps fights, nothing is too far away.
Precisely, and even jumping out, he's there to create space. It's going to be JKS and Naf in combination to try and grab this mid control. Ultimate also joining the fun. Naf in boiler.
Well, we're waiting to see Ultimate and Twists join the fun. Fallen puts his name in the feed onto Yakinda. Smoke, long side. Skull's boosted with Yuri beneath. And he's got alone. Crouch peeks in. Oh, look how difficult it was to track. Naf's MAC-10 again successful. Breaks through the mid-defense. And now Fallen to sit in dark. Nearly went down to the MAC-10. It does work out. Twists catches his first. We got a 2v2, folks. Cello and KRÜ, Twists and JKS.
Note that JKS has a lot of residual utility. Can replenish the long side smoke.
They're holding on to it as well. That's nice restraint. Not going to
there it goes.
Give them any windows or gaps. And okay, a boost. What do you get? Not much. Yeah, nothing. Just going to try and tap to clear the smoke now. You got to work this out. A smoke of their own. Cello will walk through on this. A flashbang available. Twist has one as well.
Deep sight plant.
Yeah,
They're just going to save.
Time. Yeah, they just don't have it. Oh, that's big.
You get the ult for Fallen. I love the contributions that he was able to find.
Oh, yeah, and despite that, they still get to waltz into the A side. I really want to see that again from Yuri's perspective. Was it Yuri on the top? No, Skulls, excuse me. But you got to see, you were talking about the Mach 10. He's 90 miles an hour around that corner. If you haven't perfectly chosen your moment to start to pull that trigger and you have to track that, it is no easy feat. Despite Ultimate almost going ahead of the play, it still boils into a lovely conversion for Liquid.
I think the problem that can happen for Liquid at times is the lack of aggression for everybody other than Yukinda or when Ultimate has an AWP. Because Fallen noted on B with the AWP, you go, okay, well, we have to take mid space, right? Arch feels like that could potentially be the gap, but they're just throwing an Arch smoke as that killer came in. So I can understand. Oh, here's aggression.
Whoa, that's some aggression. Yeah, extinguished from his teammate. Nice from Cello to set him up.
Max 10 again.
Yeah, he's deliberately a Mach 10 main.
Oh, okay, Fallen. That's twice, 2 consecutive rounds. He's taken down Yukinda with the AWP and Banana. 4v5 disadvantage for Liquid again.
And if he strafes into Yuri and hits this as well, I think we might see a meta shift. I think Naf's actually going to start changing it. Because he also gets to farm up cash for his boys. Keeps your finances more unpredictable. I'm getting convinced. More and more I see Naf with this weapon.
Or we're convincing the public. Be careful.
That's true. I've got to be careful.
Flash, fight, info.
Empty.
Oh, JKS is just
bad info. Oh, he commits to it. Options were available, but chooses to just make his whereabouts known. This is a tough fight for JKS. Does he pre-aim it? Skulls is so ready. Perfect.
Destroyed. 3v5. FURIA looking good for their first.
Yeah, this is going to be hard to break through. Everything under lock and key. 30 seconds. They're going to try and piece this one together. Molly from Ultimate. Going to be a problem. Oh, well played from Serato. Naf's Mach 10 does find Yuri, and with twist frag as well. Oh, he's done it! Naf finds his 10th kill, double kill into the site. It was a FURIA round. It was there on a silver platter, and Naf just knocks it on the floor.
And they're saving again.
Bro, he's done it again. This whole time, so much patience, and then just this burst of electric energy.
Wow, that one right there.
That's a tilted. The timeout call. Maybe Sid needs to get on the mic, even if it's just 30 seconds for Fallen to get his troops motivated. But this is a heartbreaking 5th round.
We can't have 3 blowouts, can we? No. Wanted to get a back and forth affair. Clutches. So far, so good for Team Liquid fans around the world. Naf will take an AK, I'm sure. You'll see him drop that for someone. But I cannot believe they pulled this off.
Drop. Easy.
It's a 2v5.
But this range.
It's a 2v5.
What? 3 dinks? It must be 3 at that range. Woof. He's just a beast with it.
And it's so desperate from Skulls because he's like, well, I need to stop this. There's no time. The rotation's miles away.
As soon as he sees twist frag, he knows he has to push.
Damn. All right. Well, fortunate to get away with that one. Liquid looking more like themselves from map number 1.
And I'm waiting for the reveal. I'm not going to spoil it for myself.
Well, you definitely got that timeout that you wanted.
Yeah, I just want to see if Naf's actually going for another. I mean, it's...
You know what he's going to do,
If
Alex.
it ain't broke, don't try and fix it.
Mach 10 specialist.
But yeah, do you see what I'm saying about the cash as well? You can see how that would be like... I mean, it's a luxury. Don't you? Because it's a cheap. It costs you $1,000.
JKS likes it so much he's bought one of his own as well.
Oh.
I think this is like a type of round where you just rush B.
There's 3.
I know it seems crazy.
3 exposed
but
heads.
I would love to see a set call from Liquid right now.
That would be... I mean, that's salt in the wound, isn't it? After losing it 2v4.
It is. He's in Banana. They're rushing B.
Here they go. Naf. Drive-by, holding it sideways. Cello stands tall, but JKS has got 1 too, and now Serato's gone. Twist very low. Fallen in position to punish if they do choose to swing through that smoke, now fading shortly.
Set up for the B execute.
Yeah, why not? what, like a quick and poppy, wait for the fade and go, clear that, make sure they haven't pushed mid and set yourself up for beat. In fact, 3 people falling back here. You're right, mid aggression. You're right, I'm talking to Liquid here. You're right, Liquid anticipate that mid would have been a very good punish. We haven't seen too much in the CT aggressive recipe from Furia just yet.
Other than Fallen finding successful openings, right? He had back-to-back rounds where he was able to take Yakinda down first with the AWP, and look at Fallen. This is classic. Smokes and actually pushes through to call Banana clear.
There is a very good reason we refer to that corner as Fallen.
He's going to give this one a look.
Oh, Yakinda's playing a dangerous game, and will he anticipate someone ahead of the smoke? Oh, a miss! Oh, and it could be a round-ending miss.
Cello very low.
What's he supposed to do? Diligence, double HE, could have killed him.
And look at the lurk.
What the hell is going on here?
JKS with an active lurk as well. He didn't just sit and wait for steps. He's actually searched out some fights, so that's massive and now completely segregated. Cello's coming over to try and alleviate some pressure. If he's not careful, timing's against him. Back turned. Another Mac 10 kill within the round, and he even gets an upgrade for his troubles. They know Yuri playing over towards A, 6-0.
Wow. This is the same team that just played Dust 2?
Yeah. Yep. I think the conclusion is both teams very good at their own map choice. Let's just run with that, shall we?
Yeah, but
Inferno, I'm not sure. We'll categorize this one differently.
Yeah. Just looks fantastic. Dude, Ultimate 0-4, he's actually a passenger. Right now, hasn't been necessary, hasn't been required to even lift a finger. He's just kind of go. Maybe he's communicating, throwing some flashes.
Passenger princess.
Yeah, exactly.
He's choosing the tunes.
He's got his Stanley.
Yep.
He's got his feet up on the dash, slurping away, changing the tracks,
giving some directions.
Yeah, slurping away his drink from the Stanley Cup. My God, 6-0 the score. AWP in his hands as well. That's important. This was where maybe we get to see some ultimate name in the feed.
There's been a few today, Alex. We'll give you a beer bottle and see if you start pulling off the label.
What is wrong with me?
Well, naff. A back 10. Again.
And again. Nice. Again, Fallen opens up the account. His openings across this series do not align with his frag total whatsoever. It just feels like every frag he's gotten has been at the start of a round.
Well, Liquid have dug themselves out of deeper holes. Let's see.
Chance. Doesn't connect.
Oh, 3B, maybe it's fortunate. If they get back over towards A, they might be able to isolate the lesser of the two. But no, JKS being called back over. Back through second mid will come through Chicken Pit. And they have plenty of nades for a B execute. You've got the God Flash from K Serato, another block smoke towards top Banana. You just have to wait 15 or so seconds from this point and they can go. Twist could even break open the smoke. Molly the site. Smoke coffin, smoke CT.
Oh, this is the full exec. It's not going to be easy. Actually, the Molly doesn't catch first boost, so I presume the flash is going to account for it.
Oh, that's a mess.
Okay, fumble from Liquid. Here we go, the clean slate from Furia. The first unforced errors we've seen from Liquid so far here on map 3. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. You get yourself what? The AWP, 3 AK-47s, and Furia's first round.
All right, well, that one's going to inject some life into the Furia camp. Now, we were setting the bar when we were talking about Anubis earlier in the day in terms of what you can expect from the sides. I think with Inferno, the tease with how the utility works now, obviously the nerf to the Incendiary, I know it was buffed in terms of price, but in terms of the spread and the duration, when you have the exchange of nades and Banana, the tees are always going to come out on top of that.
Right.
So I think that there's definitely a T bias to Inferno. I think 7-5.
Okay.
Pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Liquid, majority of the way there.
It's enough money for Liquid to get another buyout even if they lose this one. Yakin not just thrusting himself up Banana, you'll see the smoke land on the half wall. So standard combination can be edged upon, but nobody home to have a look for Liquid. And the follow through from Cello. We're going to stand tall and spam down range. That's going to give Liquid the information that FURIA know nobody is home to top Banana. But they have to work on some space, Liquid. 50 seconds.
Yeah, eats the flash, falls off, respects it. Clock in Dust 2 became an issue. They do have a habit of being
hold up,
late to the finish.
Naf has an AK.
That is uncharacteristic of him so far.
What does this mean?
AK-47. I don't know. It's got me worried.
No molly for Pit. There's no molly.
20. Now an incendiary short segregates you, or you just push through if you're Yakinda. Majority of his health burnt away. 15 seconds, still no one's dead. Finally someone falls. It's fallen appropriately, but Yuri's still pit. Now they can't even get the bomb in. Yuri triple. Bomb on the site. Twist is punching in the cone. You need that one. Ultimate. A necessary contribution.
His first.
And it is his first. Walking on the smokes. Can they passage into Graveyard? No. Blocked by the barrel. You will be sticking out. Double mini pit. Okay, I like this. I love this. You're definitely not going to expect two. Okay, does go down empty-handed though. Twist readies himself for a clutch. And now peeks up, catches the timing, catches the clutch! Twist pulls home the quad kill. 7 for Liquid in pursuit of the Major.
Another one of these rounds where it feels like they're down and out, this time against the clock, not against the stack. But they fight their way forward, they keep their poise, they hit the necessary shots, bomb planted in time, and then another tough retake. FURIA give it a go this time round and they lose everything.
Side. It's one of my favorite plays that Counter-Strike players can make, where you double up and your death is the bait.
They spam out, right? So Fallen's getting spammed this whole time. Look.
Ah, that's the opening.
And that was with 11 seconds on the clock.
Bro.
Yuri gets the double, make it a triple, staying alive. Ultimate is such an important kill. And then Twist just has to close it down. A captain's clutch.
Let's go! Let's push it!
Determined, focused, dialed in.
And back to the norm as a Naf Fly, Mac Fly comes back into play.
Whew. I was getting worried for a second.
Well, we're starting to get that entertainment factor you'd have hoped with Inferno. Some close rounds down to the wire as a Halls stacks, I think, a little bit more forward-facing as opposed to passive. Naf, are you going to round that corner? JKS not playing up through Boiler at bench currently.
If he doesn't round that corner, I have no understanding as to why. Every time he's taken apps, it's been kind of his. He's already showed that they're close apps with his HE, and then he fell off. Interesting that he's almost expecting an apps adaptation.
Well, it can help them control the round if they have a little bit more space, because Banana, that was where Liquid just showed a little something. It's been over towards A that they've been doing a lot of these plays.
Or maybe also Naf waits for the green light of Banana control. No reason for him to go poking his nose first, as now we see longside smoke remove Fallen from the equation. This is our test for Naf. And yeah, perfect. Skulls does punish. Nothing from the Mag-10. Yakinda, you can't push that. He knows that. Does go for a little cursory glance and spam.
Time again. Liquid are running the clock down once more. 32 seconds.
Yeah, does it really pay off twice? Another opening kill for FURIA, but distinct lack of conversions. Fallen. Able to hit the shot that would have really made things problematic. How on earth is this happening? We've got 15 seconds. Where is that bomb? Where is their chance of winning this round? There's nothing for you here.
Yeah, this round's done. 7-2. Damage, I guess, is probably the best you could hope for. Twist likely to go down after time.
Yeah, the smoke's not going to last forever. Is it? Yeah. Easy. Down after time, 3,900 he's condemned to.
He can get a drop. It's still going to work out, so the possibility for a buy exists, but this is the chance for FURIA to completely break Liquid at the tail end and get that 7-5 half we were talking about. And you were discussing opening duels. Well, yeah, the majority of them falling in the favor of FURIA. Fallen 3-1 in that regard. Yakinda 0-3.
You start 4B, just because you've proven that you can occupy apps, you go for something so very, very B-centric.
Might just be donation of utility as well. No, they've actually staying very aggressive for the fight. So there's the first wave. You can see Cello and KRÜ have enough for a second wave, and more just continues to get dumped. So this is how they're securing the full banana control. And Team Liquid, I think, have identified, hey, we need that space earlier in the round, but aren't going to tussle with the nades out the gate. And it's just really difficult to call a gamble go A. You never know if the CTs are going to start with such heavy numbers. 3, pretty standard. 4, impossible to read.
Even KRÜ's on his way. After hearing all of those nades, this constant barrage at B, it's a game of deception. It's a very classic Inferno. FURIA veterans, Fallen in particular, calling these shots.
They need info.
Fallen goes looking, another smoke. Reveals his AWP's location, quick to relocate.
Well, this time around, Yakinda can get banana control. They're not blocking half wall, they're not playing sandbag, so he has some room to work with. Again, the time, 35, Liquid.
It's making me anxious every time. B's the finish. B is the finish this time. They've just got smoked. There's another one as well.
Well, they can break it. They've got 2 HEs.
Okay, it has to be a good. It has to be a.
But so separated, Alex. So there's still one player late. A player in second mid of NAF.
This is crazy. CT smoke, break, God flash, go. 13 seconds! Cello holds on, tries to relocate, knows time's on their side. Yakinda's back is turned, the crossfire's too potent. 5, JKS! He's just about got time, but Skulls can run him down, and NAF can't do a thing. FURIA, that is now seizing control for a little bit of a comeback into the 7-5 half.
Taking a look at the loss bonus, 2,400 into the next.
Woof. We haven't seen a single, over the course of this series, actually, I can't say that with conviction, but your memory's better than mine. Have we seen anything like a early gun round
They did try that banana rush, remember, with the 2 MAC-10s where JKS and NAF had it, and they went much more aggressive in that fashion. But I don't think they want to tussle. Oh, they've gone in, they've bought. There was enough for 3 of them to get out rifles.
Fallen knows there's no AWP, so he posts up to facilitate a Yuri push, and he's ready to receive. Catches JKS, another opening for FURIA.
This is right now Fallen calling them back into a great position. So the banana control has been there time and time again. FURIA are identifying, hey, they are going to need to fight for this because it was an aggressive molly up. There was bodies behind it, but Liquid have relinquished control again. JKS, another opening death. That's been a common theme, but Liquid have bailed themselves out with A plays. So if I'm FURIA, I'm expecting them to come for another apps pop or short play. And for the final round, they are only going to get a 2,400 loss bonus, Team Liquid. So I feel their keys to success feel telegraphed, which is likely why Twist doesn't want to call them into that type of a round. They have to make something work on B.
Yeah, it's a tough chess match between Fallen and Twist as well. So many details in this map when played at the highest level.
Drops off.
Yeah, and whether that's unforced or deliberate.
Fallen should be smoked off.
Flash. Ooh, perfectly timed on the swing there. Yakinda down to Fallen. A good find from the AWP, puts it just down to these 3. They're not looking. KRÜ gets 1. Twist does trade, and the bomb could go down, and Fallen hits that shot, though the round is over. It takes a second look, doesn't hit it. Through that ruined smoke.
Another 2v5?
2v4 now for these two. Oh, spam hits. They're going to try the double up maneuver again. This time with a audible jump onto the wheelbarrow. Peeks into the AWP. Look at the damage. Actually hits Cello and Fallen down to half health or less. Cello swings, elevations baits. Now Twist can't hit his shots, and down to Yuri. A comfortable double. FURIA repel the force and are making a half out of this right at the tail end.
Well, Bomb going down again. Team Liquid are going to have around that 3k mark. Twist could go into AK head armor if they really want to prioritize firepower. But if you've got any set pieces, right now would be the perfect time to try and pull it out. Anything that you've been saving, anything that you've been working on between the World Finals and now. And they are going to take the second tactical timeout within this half. Liquid. Mytha wanting to get 8 before they go into that minute break, and understandably so. And yeah, in the notes, just have a quick check, see what little pocket strats you have available, because this is where they are the difference makers. You've had a pretty decent half, but it's all slowed. The momentum shifted. In the last 5 rounds of play, FURIA have won 4, and it's 3 consecutive. And the clock has been a huge issue time and time again, as well as opening deaths. They just continue to give away openings to Liquid. Only managing 3 so far in this first half of play, but still have 7 rounds. He took the timeout. What's the call, Mytha?
Kinder's not starting shy. Just the early molly. And typical utility exchange. HE next for Queserato.
Double AWP. Well, that's another change.
JKS is flirting with aggression in that
playing
mid.
the
They've thrown it a lot. Haven't been behind it.
Look at this play.
Yeah, JKS pushes through. Yuri didn't react in time. That's a big one. Fallen only gets the one on the dig. JKS, massive impact into this round. Final round in pursuit of an 8th. Returning to their winning ways. Brought low. Queserato doesn't convert. Kicked into wallbang. Full wallbang from Yakinda's AWP. The nade's good onto JKS. 3v2. Skulls and Cello, they've got util for this. They do not have a lot of health. Another HE. Double nade kill. So far from Skulls. Twists. Catches a freebie. Wasn't expecting that one. Now he knows Cello's coming from the same direction. Ultimate's low HP. Twist has to play his life. Time on his side. Lovely slip of the net. They have no idea where he's gotten off to. Cello trying to work it out, but time against him now. Bomb is ticking. Ultimate super low. Twists living as long as he possibly can and pulls home an 8th. Liquid steal the final round of this third map's first half.
Oh, they had to reach deep into the pocket to pull that one out. The play through the mid-smoke, as you'd highlighted, something that they hadn't been abusing, but this time they play through the lurk smoke. JKS with the opener, the molly under push to segregate the fight, to focus fire, and the second is huge.
Massive. And it caught them so off guard. A demonstration of that, or an example of that, is the fact that Fallen's on his dig. He hasn't even got time to peace out. He wasn't ready for JKS to be rounding that corner as quickly as that. Oof. Oh man, I felt like FURIA had really regained control. I don't know why that one round suddenly changes the flavor. I think it's just a product of the, what was it, a 6-0 start? Yeah. Leads us looking at an 8-4 half where Liquid, they are looking to return to the major circuit after the slip up and miss out of Copenhagen.
As part of another rebuild. Seems like that's word of the last few years as far as Joker Steve and Liquid management are concerned.
Lovely double nade from Skulls. I mean, these are the lineups you don't get to use all too often, but when they're relevant, when they're pertinent, they can be round winning, but not this time for Skulls.
An impact from the in-game leader, Twist, of course. He's a star player. He's had a 1v2 clutch earlier within the half over towards A alongside of Ultimate. It's a tough half to call as well and still walk away with 8.
Never mind that. He's actually on par with NAF and JKS in terms of fragging output whilst calling that T-side.
Oh, can they make it? 2 pistols.
Let's find out. A boost in the pistol's a little unusual.
It's a full mid lockdown. Got your Kinder over to Trash. JKS tucked into the cubby. Ultimate under porch, and as you mentioned, Twist up top. It's going to put a lot of pressure on NAF to solo B, but he has a package to block Smoke, as well as an incendiary. And FURIA, they start the crawl with all 5 up the guts.
Okay, so it's Ultimate that's the warning sign. He is the canary in the coal mine. Kinder active as well. Flashed off. Ultimate draws fire. No one's looking. Lovely start. Ultimate gets 2. The setup, the read, the positioning. 4 in A, and they all come charging into the meat grinder. Twists, his calls continue to bear fruit for Liquid.
Okay, Serato, 50 seconds. The player you'd want alive to give this one a go. This is the tallest of tasks being asked of him. A replenish of the mid-smoke. Has to get past this, and Abs and Twist sit him on his ass. 9-4. No bomb going down, only 1 kill. Very little as far as decisions for Furia going into the next round of play. Right now, do you go for the Force with the Tech 9s? Do you have a pocket strat of your own? Do you take the Eco, bring the AKs out into the next? That's what Fallen has to work out right here, right now. And as that freeze time trickles down the decision, it's come through the pipeline. It is going to be the Force. 5 Tech 9s. Key pieces of utility. Hopefully he's been able to get that call out in time. Little half-wall smoke thrown out there from Fallen creates that gap, something we've highlighted with Eternal Fire and Banjo throughout this year. Deep nades down, echo damage onto K Serato is a good start for Team Liquid, but unconfirmed as it's JKS's turn to try his hand.
A light smattering of additional damage. Nav's actually got a HE lineup. This one could do with some serious work. They've fallen back far enough.
It's 2 MP9s in the site with no information brackets. So right now, Team Liquid are completely in the dark. You are going to need a multi-kill or 1 apiece from this Liquid defense, and then it comes down to a retake where Yakinda will leave a kit on the site.
Fnatic smoke, that's old school. Hot flash. Oh, these MP9s are being tested. They're going to have to do something. Fallen has a chance, and he profits. Naf goes down, pushing through. The B site given over. I say, you say save. Twist's frag may entice them to put the rod in the water further.
Still should be the save.
Right? No kit?
Unless you find something else, which doesn't look like it's going to be given over right now.
Ah, thank you guys. Yeah, so kit was available, but yeah, you're still not going to want to invest and give all these M4s over either.
That's what I'm saying. The B defense needed to get 1 apiece or a multi from one of them, and then even the retake's still a tough conversation. So the fact they get absolutely nothing done there, that is a bleak B defense.
What raised your eyebrows the most about Naf's play? Was it just the molly push?
See, the thing is, they did the smoke that makes them feel like it's going to be a wrap through coffins, right? Around his backline. So he's chosen to try and take the fight on the front foot, but he pushed through an incendiary.
Yeah.
So he's telegraphing his position. They weren't flooding into the site. I understand you didn't want to sell Yakinda, but essentially it became him in a 1v5 anyway.
So would he be better off almost just holding for that potential Ruins wrap and playing retake with the boys?
That's the thing, they didn't actually wrap Ruins. So if he's thinking, I'm going to get pincered here, I need to make a forward move.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like he wasn't sure that they weren't going for that. It felt a bit disjointed from the B defense, and it always looked risky, right? Because they didn't have any mid info and they didn't have any banana info, and you never want to play Inferno in that fashion.
When you think about it, that Fnatic smoke they threw is also almost a nicely designed counter to the God Flash. It gives you cover to take cover when you make that play.
Well, this game's back on in a big way.
Oh, Yeki, just in time, turns tail, avoids the HE damage. Skulls is really kind of behind enemy lines, or rather in front of enemy lines, but he is alone on this one. He's gotten this deep towards the boiler room. JKS is holding on to that. The flash from Fallen looks like it's on its way to poke its nose in, but doesn't go too far. Just confirms a tight, short angle clear. CT smoke. Yakinda is very patient with his. Doesn't get flustered. Keeps a cool head on his shoulders as the lone B defender. He knows time is everything. And timing on that smoke. As it looks like Fallen is not going to call his team out of B. Mid-smoke might facilitate a little bit of a rotation twist to provide some backup. Naf's on his way as well. They have a good idea as to what's up. Now it's JKS on the island. 35. A sound cue made, just contacting in, clearing their angles. A break of the smoke. Oh, he's mistimed it or misthrown it. Hard to get the full clear on a waterfall smoke.
20 seconds. Bomb's going to get planted in a moment.
What? You got across. You did it. Oh, and Yuri nails twists.
Well, they've dealt with the lurk. Ultimate takes down Skulls 4v4.
Oh,
I think they have to save again. But I think Liquid's... Oh, it's going to be one of those games.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be one of those games, indeed.
What weapon did Skulls have? Is there something for an upgrade?
I think it was just an SMG, but they might be able to get something off of Twist's corpse, right? You can see that M4 there that Fallen's trying to grab. He might get punished for this. Oh, no, they've actually let him pick it up and get away. Problematic indeed, as now Naf will give away his goods. Yakinda needs to back off, and he'll just be holding on to the MP9. So 2 MP9s and an M4 saved.
We can't yet classify B as a vulnerability, but it's certainly 2 in a row on that second letter of the alphabet.
Well, think about all the opening kills that FURIA were able to get in the first half. Fallen's AWP played a role in a decent amount of them. So for Ultimate, who had a tough first half, got a couple of kills on the pistol, which felt impactful, but now no longer, when his AWP comes out, he will need to find similar responses. This is going to be a game that feels like it's going to go the distance, so they will not be investing behind the saves this time round. What can they do with an M4 and 2 MP9s? Very light utility to try and make some options, and starting 3 players over towards B. A classic tower. A less common clear. And JKS forward in apartments. Ooh. Don't go back up, Chief.
Cancel that.
Nate will chase you out. Really good banana presence from KRÜ. Did we ever see this from Liquid other than their early stages? Remember, they were 6-0 up at one point.
No, we didn't see this kind of, I mean, individual backing himself to this extent.
It was disallowed, and I understand that Liquid aren't in the full guns yet. When they do come out, we'll see how they contend for the banana control. But FURIA taking the liberties while they exist.
JKS. Ensuring he peeks into Skulls, but he's well drilled on the clear. Punishes JKS, takes down one of the saved weapons.
Ooh.
Twist, yeah, this is brave.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Oh, double dink. Don't rush it, rushes it, now down. Did hit one, but Skulls on 18, but that would have been a nice AK-47.
And Skulls is deep in A, so this round's done.
Job done. Yeah, Ultimate might lose his AK anyway. I think he just had a little peek around the corner. KRÜ caught a glimpse.
And also, I think if we start considering how the first half went, when you just look at a map and a victory in a series, it's like, okay, well, they won the game. But now that we're looking at the way that they were winning certain rounds, right? Very late, had to be quite trade heavy, clutch potential as well, really winding that clock down. FURIA, you can argue in some of those situations, maybe getting a little bit unlucky, or a multi-kill one way completely changes the outcome of that round and then maybe the half. FURIA bounced back after map 1, 13-3 loss, were dominant on Dust 2, had a tough start to this and a bouncing back again. Fallen not letting his team give up hope. Just a 2-round game.
Terrorists win. Yeah, the captain. Fallen, most valuable player in that round, and of course the most most majors attended in this RMR.
I think when you bring that up as a key that we discussed during the Complexity M80 game, 3 players never being at a major, 2 only once, and the coach with more than everybody in the team combined. Well, Ultimate having a tough map 3 when the pressure's at its highest, 0 majors attended, only brought in the Tier 1 Counter-Strike halfway through 2024. It's a chance for him to make a bit of a statement. He gets the AWP. Liquid needs something, and they need it now.
Oh, well timed. Yuri swallows the nade, limping for the remainder of round 17. Ultimate, your opportunity. Oh, he pulls the trigger, full blind, takes down Skulls. That's a nice start. An AWP opens the feed. We know how influential an opening kill here is on Inferno. Also knowledge of the AWP's whereabouts.
The setup again is extremely worrisome for me. They've missed their incendiary. It's fortunate it sent them packing. Looks like they are going to regather the forces over towards A, telling by the bomb on the back of Fallen, joining Cello in apartments. Now the setup over towards A was passive moments ago. Twister's just hedged forward, cleared top mid. Ultimate doing the same, but that's misinformation. That's bad information. There's only 2 players, JKS and Ultimate, to defend the A site. 35 seconds.
Has to be JKS first. Contact towards this balcony position, even boosting to deeper clear into pit. Oh, a sound cue perhaps. JKS needs to pass the test. Only the one. Now Ultimate again. Racks up a double. Oh, a triple quick scope. It's Ultimate's round. The rookie stands up and puts Liquid 3 rounds away from Ultimate's first major.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. The pressure was on that A defense. Furia read the situation. Sure, they gave away the opening kill, but the call, it looked right. It looked spot on. And Ultimate shuts him down.
Twist leaves him. A misread or faith in the two of them, and Ultimate shows it was justified. We don't need your help over here. JKS gets his one. Ultimate wraps it up.
And they pull that off again. Furia back into the buys. No fall in AWP. Cello and Skulls up through the apartments again. Under fortified over towards A. Apartments blocked. Perfect timing. You could see they were attempting the contact. See what they could find. Skulls and Cello. Banana also blocked. Rotation for Twist. Back and forth. The in-game leader trying to...
Oh, another one.
And a lot of damage, isn't it, for KRÜ? Down to just 16 points of health. Holding on to the U2 are Furia, however. Still a bunch of smokes to work with. Molotovs are plenty, flashes as well. Now they're working on this banana control. Sandbags, Molly will call clear. Exchange. And again, turning towards A. This time, Twist part of the defense. Still U2 available on Ultimate to block. They're looking for mid-info. See them posturing forward again.
So optimal. Bomb thrown up. Yuri equipped with that.
It's a bit deep. They're much closer than JKS expects.
Oh, he's turning his back. Got to be careful with this one just as he touches
Twist just rotated away.
Oh, he still gets one more blind. And now Ultimate can chip in. The dual Beretta's not enough, but JKS gets it. Just the last bullet of the M4. Pressure up short. Fallen hunting for this pit player. Now Twist pushes through. Disrespect. Lays down the law with a double of his own. It's twice now Twist has started to vacate as they hit, but it doesn't matter when you've got such safe pairs of hands. JKS, despite the flashbang, gets that frag onto Cello. And it will be a timeout called by Furia. Fallen, Sid on the microphones, and a 30-second breather as well, because it feels like these last couple of rounds from Liquid have been rather quick. They've just happened like that, and suddenly you're looking at your buy and you're going, wait, it's 11. Not everyone's got everything. What do we do here?
Well, Ultimate went into the halftime break, I'm pretty sure, with only 2 kills to his name, so he's had 8 this half, and we've just highlighted the fact that this A defense has been under fortified, and both JKS and Ultimate in combination have been able to shut things down with their multi-kills. The timeout taken, the conversation had, the money not necessarily there for the prettiest of buys. Furia, your hopes of getting into the major today might be falling by the wayside. Liquid looking to take control of this game late.
It's a measured celebration. Of course, the job's not done until the score reads 13.
But this one is going to be huge. It's only 2,400 loss bonus for Furia going into the next round. This would be 12 for Liquid, and then you're up against Tech9s, which were the bane of their existence after the pistol victory in their second half.
Ultimate starting B this time. Deviation from the last couple of rounds where impact has been felt on A. KRÜ, lick of the flame, tries to edge it. And into a nade again. He can't seem to avoid them. Oh my god, he's going to take another barrage! 4 points of health for KRÜ. Playtime cancelled. Ultimate, this is so brave. Oh no, missed shot, Punish coming in, still gets his one, but Fallen's a double. He wants that AWP, drops the bomb. Low HP, picks it up, Punish, Naf stands and bangs. Takes him down, Cello falls, Furia's hopes, perhaps with it. Spotted him out, what a shot from Skulls. Maybe he can make a round out of this after all. They look to pivot. KRÜ and Skulls on either side of the map. JKS, however, with a Ratayang, finds Skulls and no bomb spotted. Naf, is he going to try and group up, or will he start second-guessing his rotation?
If KRÜ wins this round, considering the nade damage that he's taken, it would be absolutely insane. And it would be his statement in this map Only 8 kills, the star of the show for FURIA. Naf's calling mid-clear, 20 seconds. The bomb will definitely go down. He's just smoked on the site. Fired off a shot. He's going to give them some extra cash to work with.
No idea.
A fake.
He has no idea. He's given them time to rotate. It's no longer looking great for KRÜ. He can't even get to Nubox in time. Perhaps the smoke spam. Oh, Naf finds him. Heartbreak. KRÜ, we had an opportunity, but unable to facilitate. Didn't realize just the audacity of Naf to rotate through to rejoin JKS.
And again, Ultimate under pressure gets a kill top banana. Playing ahead, he's in front of the Molotov, has to fight, misses the first, hits the second. Important work. Looking for his first major, and the Team Liquid rebuild. They start the year, Skulls, Cadian in the roster. They cannot make it to Copenhagen. But now, another change, another tournament break goes by. They rebuild Twists. Given control of this team, 8 majors attended, looking for his 9th, and this time as an in-game leader.
A player often regarded as mechanically gifted, a superstar at times, and yet moving into captaincy. And now looking to call himself.
It's a rush.
Straight at the guts, they're coming for you. JKS finds Fallen. It's a double from JKS. Look at Yakinda. He's already accelerating. Naf's right behind him. They're about to get crunched. They're not ready for this. FURIA can't handle the heat. Liquid secure themselves the major. A stunning 3-map affair. 13-7 the final scoreline. Twists his 9th, but his first as a captain. The major is theirs.
They let out a roar, and Team Liquid, they get the job done. Start with the best of ones. They lose the opener, and they battle their way back. Team Liquid, they have done it.
Sponge summarized it so well. The start to their road to the major was a little bit wobbly. I felt like maybe one of the wheels was going flat, but they sped up here towards the end. They've cleared it out. They've taken the victory, and we're going to see them at the Shanghai Major.
Indeed, we are obviously missing it last time around with the old lineup, but now at Twist at the helm, they of course corrected, and they will enter their first CS2 major, their second time of asking. But I have to say, this Inferno match wasn't, convincing. It started off very strong. They got 7 rounds pretty quickly on the T side, but then it just seemed at a certain point, kind of towards the end of the half, they just kept running low on time. They kept getting bogged down. They kept getting stuffed and not really being able to feel comfortable about, where they should end their round at or something along those lines. So they wound up slipping a little bit, but luckily, defensively, they had a couple of really big moments. Obviously, Ultimate AWP had a pretty big stand over on the A-bomb site. JKS and Twist also had a couple of big moments. So they started to get some heroics at just the right time before the game got scary.
6-0 lead at one point, and then they start to struggle a little bit. Yanko, were you a little bit nervous for Liquid at some point that FURIA might be able to overtake them?
No, not really. I mean, you hate that they win the second pistol and then lose to Tech 9 and stuff. Like, come on, guys. I mean, you set yourself up so well to just close it out and thinking, okay, FURIA, maybe there's a little bit something there. Maybe we see a Fallen masterclass, and then on the T side, and then this round happens from Ultimate, a complete momentum swing for the side of Team Liquid, and that's where you're thinking, okay, they're going to stabilize now and be able to close it out.
Are you impressed with Liquid? What do you think their chances are now that they move into the major?
Well, we'll see. I think they're a solid team. Unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to how will Yakinda first and foremost, and then Ultimate play. I mean, look at it here as well. Naf, JKS, Twists, very, very solid. Yakinda had 5 kills on Inferno. I think he had 4 or 3 on Dust 2. I mean, he had more than double that combined just on Anubis, and that was a walk in the park. Really for Team Liquid. Even here, it wasn't like really too close. So if he can just find a way, I'm not saying he needs to have 19 kills every game. Just have like in a game like this, like 8, 9. Give us 1, 2 more entries on the T side, right? Just open up the map a little bit more for a guy like Twists. Give us a couple of more advantages, and I think that's where Liquid will have a lot more to play with.
Finding those aggressive rafters consistency, Dust, which is what we spoke about in the pre-match, building up into this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think now that Liquid has taken care of business at the RMR and booked their tickets, well, they're already in Shanghai, but to stay there for longer, I guess you could say, it's about breaking through the rest of the top 10. Like, that is where they have struggled. Like, when you put them up against teams that they are supposed to beat, teams that are ranked below them, they handle them pretty well with consistency.
Except the first day of the RMRs.
Except for the first day of the RMRs and a best of one in the game that went to overtime. Yes, okay. But the big issue is once you get to the major, if you're trying to have a deep run, they are eventually going to have to overcome FaZe, which they have been unable to do. They're going to have to eventually be able to beat some of these other top teams.
Well, it depends. Maybe they get the Vitality lineup.
Let's find out. Pilot's talking to Twistack. I'm sure he's very excited with the qualification.
Of the perfect world, Shanghai Major. Twists, how's that sound?
Fucking amazing. Sounds amazing. Yeah, I mean, we've been working our asses off for the past month trying to get the team back in the right place, and we're on a bit of a losing streak before the RMR, and we stayed in Singapore before the event, and we had to do our best and make use of practice and learn how to practice efficient against the competition that we have, and I feel like we're in a good spot, and I feel like we're in a right time to peak for the major.
Before we get into specific details about that best of 3 against FURIA, can I just get your general thoughts about how it went?
I mean, I knew I had a feeling those two was going to be a bit shaky if we didn't get momentum in the beginning. But I had no doubt about Anubis and Inferno in the map pool. I knew the exact veto from literally the second I knew that we would play FURIA. So, yeah, I don't know. The match went really well. People stepped up tremendously. Ultimate with a big second half on CT Inferno. Very reminiscent of when he, took down Navi the second time in the blast groups when we first debuted. So, yeah, I mean, people are playing stellar. I'm just super happy with the composure that we're playing with right now.
I'd love to get your thoughts, if you have any, on why Anubis and Dust2 played out the way they did. You basically mirrored each other. You both strongly won your map picks 13-3. You guys got 10 CT rounds on Anubis, your pick. FURIA got 9 CT rounds on Dust2, their pick. And both of your top-performing players, Yakinda and Keserato, on their own picks, had equal HLTV ratings of 1.81, which is bizarre, absolutely insane. Just why do you think those two maps were so strong for both you guys, Liquid and FURIA?
I think it just comes down to high-level CS, and it's just when you understand that what the maps are going to be, obviously we had time to prepare very good on Anubis. And they also had a lot of time to pair on Dust2. And, they had some choices for maps, right? They could have also picked Nuke against us. But they picked Dust2. I was a bit more confident on Nuke. 10 Dust2, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, it just comes down to teams having good preparation, good analysts, good leaders. And, they owned us on Dust2. There's no doubt about that. They had a good game plan. We got fucked. But, yeah, other two maps, very happy.
Twists, you've talked about how good it feels to know you're going to the major itself, the opening stage. Is it a big relief to not be playing through that monstrous 7th place decider bracket tomorrow?
I mean, of course, the whole point ever since this team debuted is to correct all the wrongs from the previous lineup. And one of those big faults in the previous lineup was not being able to qualify for the major. And I was not going to let that happen again, and I don't think anyone here was going to let it happen again, and yeah, so it is a big relief to not be in that 7th decider match.
Final few questions going into that opening stage. How do you see the team's form right now? Do you think you're going to be able to peak going into the major itself?
I mean, we got 2.5 more weeks for practice. We get to practice against all the EU teams here, watch how they're playing, study, improve our own playbook. So I'm feeling pretty good about how the major can open for us.
Wicked. All right, any plans, specific plans before the opening? I was, of course, going to get to that, Steve, manager, in the background. Before we get to that, any specific plans beyond that over the next couple of weeks, other than practice?
I'm not really sure. There's a peculiar situation in this hotel area. So I think we're going to try to find some relief and kind of see a different environment and then get back to hard work because, the biggest turn of the year is just around the corner.
Twist, before I get to my very final thing, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Thank you guys for supporting. Thank you to all the Liquid fans. Super happy to qualify for the major this year. You get to see some Ultimate stickers, Twist stickers again on Liquid, JKS stickers. Honestly, just happy. I'm happy for the fans. I'm happy for the family that's behind each member of this team and supporting. Yeah, obviously means the world again to play in a major.
Wicked Twists. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Any Liquid guys in the corridor, can you please come inside? I'm talking to all of you. We've still got Keith and Justin in the building. Get over here, get inside on camera. As Steve, Joker, their manager, just mentioned, it is Russell's birthday, so I figured, why not sing a bit of Happy Birthday? Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Russell. Happy birthday to you.
Hey! Everybody, Liquid make it to the opening stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
Yes, they do, Paula, and thank God they play Counter-Strike better than they sing.
I want to
Wasn't
say,
that bad.
happy birthday to Russ. Congrats to Team Liquid. Props to Yakinder, man. Like, he's not in the shot there singing happy birthday. He's back on the grind already, hitting the DMs. 2.5 weeks. Let's get it on. No, but yeah, you can see how emotional Twist is as well. You have to give him props, man. I mean, that last iteration on Liquid obviously didn't work out. He said, F it, I'm taking care of this, I'm gonna get all the reins, really, like put the control in my hands. I'm gonna in-game lead, I'm gonna pick the players, right? And he delivered in terms of the results, right? Of course, you're always expecting Liquid to make the major regardless of what happened, previously, but that's a lot of pressure, right? For it not to repeat itself. You're going up against arguably the other strongest team in the RMR, so yeah, not an easy feat, and you can see definitely a lot of relief there for Russell.
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, like when you look at the previous Liquid, I mean, that was a team on paper that was built to be a superstar team. Like, you had all the right roles, you had a lot of talent, you had a veteran in-game leader, and the breaking point was not making the major. And as you said, Twist takes on this incredible responsibility of not only becoming the in-game leader, but pulling an Opera out of pure obscurity. No one was scouting this guy really in particular. I mean, there's a lot of other names ahead of him on the list, I think, for a lot of people out there, but he saw something in him. He saw an aggressive Opera who played with confidence that he thought he could utilize, and he has, for the most part this year, been able to do that. And they have been able to come together and, like they said, right the wrongs of last time and make sure that they're in the major representing the Americas region, as well as, of course, a couple of some Europeans and Australian accents to it. But yeah, I mean, job well done, especially to dig deep on Inferno and get the job done on a map that has given them struggles in the past.
Happy birthday, Twist. You're going to the major. Pretty cool birthday present. Also, JKS stickers. I'm pretty hyped about that. If you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you would be as well. Let's take a look at the results. Of course, there was the secondary stream. This is what went down. We say goodbye to a couple of teams, and a few will continue to live on. Surprised by any of these results, Yanko?
Not necessarily surprised. I think Imperial were a big favorite. Bestia, Boss. I don't really think either of these teams is going to make it. In the end, Red Canids Legacy had a cool storyline with Cold Zera, right? Like moving from Legacy to Red Canids. Last time he helped them qualify for the major. This time he eliminated them and destroyed their chances to make one. So, yeah.
It's going to shake things up tomorrow. If we take a look at what happened today, obviously, like you saw, we have Liquid. They have guaranteed themselves a spot at the major, as well as Complexity and Pain. So far, I would argue, Dust, most of the favorites, except for Furia, have secured their spots.
That's true. I mean, I think I wouldn't have expected 9Z to lose that badly to Pain, particularly getting 13-0'd on Dust 2 in the second map. That series was certainly kind of shocking. Again, 9Z had such a brilliant high at Dallas earlier this year where it looked like they were actually going to be a pretty solid team. They've struggled since, and the struggles continue, and they may now find themselves not even making the major. But yeah, I think you're pretty spot on. I think that we figured all the teams that have made the major would have made it, maybe not in the order that they did, but eventually booking their tickets with a couple of surprises in there as well. Wildcard taking it 3-0.
So walk us through now what we're looking at when we come into tomorrow. What is this format going to give us?
Yeah, so we have, Nouns is actually going to have to play FURIA after being 2-0 up and going against Wildcard. Now they're playing versus FURIA for survival. Imperial going up against Red Canids, and M80 going up against BESTIA. Now, one of these three teams the three winners is going to go direct to the major. The one with the highest Buchholz score, and the other two will have to play each other. And I think FURIA, if they win, they're definitely not the team that's going straight through. I think they'll absolutely have to play one more game for that 7th-place decider. So, yeah, I think M80 has a pretty good chance if they win to be through, and potentially Imperial. But yeah, I think M80 clear favorite, Imperial bit of a favorite, and then FURIA as well. Like, that's who you're looking for tomorrow for some of these games.
Tomorrow is a bloodbath. Hopes and dreams are going to get shattered. Nerves are going to be at an all-time high. And the struggle is on for two teams, because it will come down to that final game, which for us fans, best part, because that is the funnest match to watch when you're getting into the RMRs. But for some of these teams, they're going to be looking back at their journey here over the last few days and just regretting a lot of decisions that were made that got them to this point.
No, I think that's definitely a fair way to put it, and that's why we always talk about, hey, when you win those first two best-of-ones, you better get the job done quickly, otherwise you might find yourself playing against one of the stronger teams who also found themselves with an upset loss in one of the BO1s earlier on, but that is the name of the game. Yes, we did earn an extra slot this time around, so that gives more opportunities for America's teams to make it to the major, but it also means that you got to play that extra game and you have to go through that extra trial. So tomorrow will be an interesting day to see how it shakes down. I think really the only team that should feel kind of comfortable is M80. I mean, not looking past BESTIA, but I feel like they probably have the more one-sided matchup of all the three. But those other ones, man, those are going to be tight games.
Bro, you're overrating 9Z a lot. Like, I think for FURIA, the only thing is they're not used to being in this situation where they're, about to potentially not make them. Usually they're like breezing through the RMR. So yeah, different lineup compared to some of the previous ones, but this is where they need to prove that they're them, right? And not choke against 9Z or whoever comes after that. Like, FURIA has to qualify here because of what we've seen from them in the previous couple of months.
There you go. You've heard what our analysts are thinking as we move into tomorrow. 2 spots remain. We are starting 2 hours earlier, and I would love to be able to tell you the time for your specific time zone, but there is a lot of them. So here's what you need to know. 2 hours earlier, go figure out what time that is. Make sure that you are here. There is no other stream. It is only this one, and you're going to have a stack of awesome Counter-Strike to watch throughout your day, your evening, your morning, wherever you may be. So get some rest and be back here tomorrow. We'll see you then.